Welcome everybody to Hawkstone. Here we are for the combined field. This is Phil. By the way, my name's Jeff Bett. This is Phil G. Phil, here we are. We had an excellent day yesterday of racing.
Really good day's racing.
In the combined championship, basically it's the first time the British Championship, the MXGB Dirt Store Championship has combined with the Motul Fastest 40. From our standpoint, it all seemed to go swimmingly yesterday.
It was fantastic. Some brilliant racing and full grids, everything you want to see at a place like Hawkstone Park.
Yeah, it was really good. And you're in for some great racing today. So before we crack on, there are actually some action already happening out on track. Before we do that, let's just go through the schedule. This is what you're going to be watching today. We have got the 85cc class. We're going to get the full schedule up in a minute. 85cc class, big wheel.
Yeah,
we had the small wheels yesterday. Then we have the, there we go, there you go, it's up on screen. We have the big wheels, they went out for practice at 11 o'clock. Then we had the Leatt Pro MX2, combining the Dirt Store Championship as well. And then currently out on track, we have the Apico two-stroke Festival 125 class. That is a mix of youngsters and adults.
Yeah, we've got Nev Bradshaw and everybody younger than him out there, I think.
Yeah, we got Matt Bayliss and a few of the other guys out there with the youngsters. It's great racing. We're really looking forward to that. Then we have the Apico Pro MX1 coming out for their qualifying and practice. And then you can see the race schedule. That's how it is. So that's the key times to remember today if you want to watch certain races. We will be having an interval at some point throughout the day. During that time, we hope to get a couple of guests in, maybe play some reruns of some action here last year. I want to try and give you as much entertainment on that as possible. But the weather yesterday, Phil, was humid, not overly muggy, and the track held up incredibly well, didn't it?
Talking to everybody in the pits last night, Jeff, everybody was saying that it was very un-Hawkstone-like. Quite hard base, some square edge bumps. We even had a few people with punctures. I don't know if you picked up on that. So, yeah, very different to what we normally see early part of the year. But yeah, but some great racing, and certainly suited the people that we got out on track yesterday, the amateur guys, the fastest 40 guys and everything with the small wheels. It was really, really ideal for them. It's going to be a different ball game today.
Yeah, it will obviously, with the pro riders, cut up a lot more. But yesterday, as you said, was pretty prime, certainly for the amateur and clubman and the small wheel class. It got rough, but it didn't get to the point where, it was excessively ruts with huge ruts everywhere and big bumps. So it was good. The pros always bring a different dimension. They go out there and they cut different lines. The track opens up a lot more. And it's just Hawkstone, isn't it? We're always going to see great racing. So we're looking forward to that. Okay. Let's go to the track. Before we do, we've got a lot of people that get behind the live stream. Without them, remember out there, we're giving this to you, obviously courtesy, free of charge. We're not asking you to pay for it, but it's got to be accounted for some way. So the people that get behind it, we give them advertising. So we hope you appreciate that. So we're gonna have to throw in a few adverts throughout the day. Let's go to some of them now, and we'll be back with some on-track action when we come back from this ad break. Okay, welcome back. Right, we are just looking out of our little window here. Phil, in front of us, we've got the screens where we can just see the finish line. We can see that qualifying for the 125s is underway. So let's get out to the track. You don't want to look at our faces all day. That's not what you're signed up for.
Face for radio.
We definitely want to get out to track action. There we go, a healthy crowd starting to build up. That is currently the 125 out on track doing their thing. That is the Apico Two-Stroke Festival British 125 and the Dirt Store 125 Youth combined. Remember, we've got these two championships combining on this weekend. So that is the current state of play. Qualifying is still underway. You can see that Josh Vale is leading the way by 0.9 of a second over his rival, training partner Jamie Keith. So those two are going to go at it. They've been like that all year, really, in British youth
how
motocross.
awkward must it be to be having to battle your training partner for the championship? Unsurprisingly, purple for Josh Vale at the top, seeing as he's quickest. We just saw Charlie Richmond have a bit of a moment as he came across the line. The timing beam, as you can see there, is broken in the middle of the corner, and a lot of guys coming over and going straight on.
They just come in hot. They don't make no effort to make the corner. So actually, we might even get somebody almost looks like they're going to burst through your TV if they're going on a quick lap.
Yeah.
You can see Matt Bayliss. I can call him an old boy under the circumstances.
Under the circumstances, it's a split class between under and over 21, Jeff, I believe. Yep. And so there's a very definite young boy, old boy kind of feel about it. And it's great that I always like to see established names in any championship because it gives the level credibility.
So what they've done with this championship, by the way, it's almost got 3 categories within it. So you've got the overall championship where everybody's scored. Then you've got the championship for the younger age category. And then they've also done a championship point score for the older boys. So you get the best of both worlds. There's
something in it for everybody, and no matter where you are in relationship to the gate drop and the checkered flag with 3 or 4 different classes, everybody's got something to get up in the morning and work for. And that's what's going to get the grids full again. Yeah. You know, we know not everybody's going to win, but having a good structured set of classes where people can come and have a go, and people can continue to come and have a go. I'm a vet rider and still ride lots of vet classes, and that's what's keeping people in the sport. Oh, well, I'll be over 50 next year. I can ride over 50s, and it's the same with this. Yeah. The age group splits just keep people on seats a little bit longer, and people love riding 125s.
Yes, and they do. I do, and I like watching them. So this will be a good class throughout the day. You got Richmond there. You saw it in thinking 4th. Then it was Jake Walker. Well, you can see the timing screens up there. Obviously, this is just practice and qualification. When it comes to the racing, we're going to be following the riders around the track right now. The camera crew are just out there setting up. And by the way, big shout out to the camera crew and what we got here, because as I said earlier on in the intro, this is a free production for the general public across many platforms, Facebook, DirtWorld-TV. And as we said, we've got some good people getting behind it with brands like Bell, Oakley, Fly, RFX, Motul. All these people have contributed to making this live stream happen. So you don't have to pay for the privilege. You can just get, as long as you've got decent Wi-Fi or wherever you are on planet Earth, you can log in and watch it.
You can watch it anywhere anywhere free on Earth, apart from actually here at Hawkstone, where we have no signal whatsoever. But as Jeff says, it's a great production. There's a lot of people behind the scenes making all this happen, and we hope that it's finding you well on this Sunday morning as we watch our 125 guys coming out of the sandpit. It's still Josh Vale at the top by just over a second from Jamie Keith. Matty Bayliss just over 3 seconds down. Those 2 guys are the class of the field at the minute, and just to give the old boys a shout out, then Nev Bradshaw, the 272, he's there in 11th currently, so he's having a decent run. Also noticed that Rob Hollyoak, the 172, he's there in 8th. Ollie Bubb, he's there in 7th on the 44. He's a guy that's come up from Big Wheel 85 fairly recently, so a good showing from Ollie Bubb on the number 44.
Just going back to the live stream, yeah, as I was saying, we've got a tight team, a small team, but we'd like to think we all work hard at it. So the guys at MSG are doing the production, basically, with all the equipment, all the stuff that they do, so props to them. And then, of course, then there's Charlie, you don't see, who's sat next to us, directing it all, keeping us under control.
Yeah, she's the person that's keeping us all.
She's the one that knits it all together and tells us what to do and when to do it. And then, of course, there's myself and Phil, and not forgetting Paul and Neil Irwin, who started DirtWorld-TV and, a big part of it. So going forward, we hope to build on the whole production and get it to a level, of course, where you can see top-notch action all the way. So that's what's currently where we're at. That's what's going on out on track at the minute. We've got the 125 combined class, MXGB, and the fastest 40, and the Apico 2-stroke festival class. It's a lot of races in one class on this one.
Well, we picked the bones out of it yesterday, and it was pretty exciting. Again, we had multi-class races, and it really did. It gave us a real good day's racing, and like I say, something to talk about all down the field as well, which always makes our job easier.
It does. The track, again, we had a little bit of overnight rain.
Did we? I heard it.
Yeah.
You look at the ground and you can't tell.
No. Not as much as we had the night before.
Yeah, definitely.
But they have still watered the track very well. There's Jamie Keith. He's currently leading this championship, hence the red plate. He might not be topping qualifying, but he's had a brilliant result at the Junior Worlds, coming in, was it 6 overall, I think? He had a solid ride in both motos, particularly I think the second one coming from a long way back to get back into 8th place. So Jamie wants to keep hold of this red plate, but him and Josh Vale have been at it all year. So that's why we know we're going to go get some good stuff going on.
Oh, yeah, the conditions there. Jamie Keith coming through under the bridge, and like I say, these guys get ahead of steam, go and do a couple of European races and put themselves up against a different set of opposition. Sometimes it can drag speed out.
He's on a quick one there, too quick.
That was a bit of a faceplant, that was.
Well, he was committed. We're saying that you've got this right on the corner, Phil, as you mentioned. That's the beam, the transponder beam, and he clearly wanted to gain every little tenth he could there, and he came in hot, arguably a little bit too hot. And he didn't quite get it done, so he's going to qualify second because the flag is out now, just as Jamie basically face planted.
I'm not sure whether he went faster. My live timing hasn't updated. Yeah, still 0.9 off. He's not. He went a little bit faster, but not fast enough.
But not fast enough. But the track is developing different than it was yesterday, and that's because we've basically had the MX2 class. The Pro MX2 riders have been out before these guys and made very different lines than what the clubman and amateur did yesterday, which you do. Yeah. Faster riders make different lines. So, yeah, it'd be good to see Jamie, how he goes against Josh this weekend. Josh is a formidable competitor. I tell you, he works hard. So I'm really looking forward to this 125 race. So that's their qualifying done. Up next is the MX1 qualifying. So you're going to get to see Conrad Muse, Jeffrey Hurlins, etc. Anytime within the next, what we're looking at, 5-10 minutes, they're going to be out on track. They go out on track at 10:35. So about 5 minutes time. In that time, we're going to talk about varying other things, and there we are, right on cue. It's a good time to talk about the positivity about next year. Obviously, how will I word this? Very diplomatically, and that's the way you have to. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about British motocross, where it's at on social media in particular. That dangerous tool of social media.
We've chatted about it a little bit.
But, now the announcements have been made of where we're going, where we're heading. And I would just say, as a fan of the sport, this is a time for everybody just to get behind the decisions that have been made. Changes have been made. And as you can see up on screen, for 2025, that is how the British Championship is going to be for the pro riders and adults. The youth are going to be separated off to a different championship, 6 rounds of 2-day meetings. But as you can see on screen here, MXGB for 2025 is going to be 8 rounds with a 125 class for the youth riders to mirror the EMX.
Exactly, definitely what we need. And you can see by the full grids that we've got here that the demand is there for it, and that's where we need to be going, is mirroring the structure that we're trying to slot into elsewhere. Absolutely.
So that would give a chance for the lads to learn their trade and hopefully go off and start doing good things in EMX competition. Then, of course, we're going to have the MX2 and MX1. The format that we're going to run is these guys are going to get an open practice session, like a free practice session in the morning to get their bikes set up, etc. Then a separate qualifying, just as you get GPs and EMX, and then you're going to get 2 motos for each classes. So it's going to be long, proper motos, the structure done right. And the big news, I would say, more than all of that, is the fact that we're now going to open it back up to 60 riders, and there's going to be no registration fee. So if you're out there and you're an expert rider, a really good regional rider, and you haven't been racing the British Championship, there's more chance of you doing it next year. You don't have to pay the registration fee to do the whole series. You can just pay your entry and get to the races you want to do. Hopefully all of them.
Yeah.
But when the MXGB comes to your region, hopefully there'll be no regional club meetings on, and you go, do you know what? Let's go and give it a go.
And I would imagine that looking at that, we're going to get 20 guys who are not going to make the cut in both classes, and they will get a run out in the afternoon. as a
what they're looking at. Yep, that's
we
not.
used to have that back in the day with the support championship. So you can come and have a go, and if you don't make the cut, you've still got a race to enjoy, and you've got to look at how much money people are putting into it. It's a long way to come to not get a ride, but I'm going to come and have a go, and if I make the cut, great. And if not, I can ride at the best track and be part of the best.
Exactly.
Meeting. We've seen the buzz in the pits here this weekend. Obviously, I've been around, all of the other championships at various times, as you have, and I just feel that there's been a bit more about it this weekend than there's been for a long while.
Oh, definitely, 100%. I don't know if we're capable of doing that. Oh, we've got the paddock shot. There we go. Just to show you how healthy it is here with both championships coming together. There's a bit of free space there, but that's why for people to get to the track. You're looking at the back edge of the Phoenix team, the Dirt Store team. We've got a nice walkway all the way down through the middle of all the teams. Yeah. That's what we're aspiring to be next year. Maybe we'll have it that it's done in manufacturer, branded areas for each manufacturer. But like you said, Phil, just the two championships coming together, it already feels a bit different and a decent bit of positivity. Yeah, because there hasn't been much of it.
No, and let's not forget, we're just looking there at the pro pits. If you come to Hawkstone Park regularly for the international and stuff, all of the area at the back of the pits, which is kind of the overspill paddock, that is full, and then half of the car park that we normally use is also full. For me to find somewhere to park, I'm almost down by the gate at the far end where we come in and out, because that's how full the pits is with our two-day format with the Fastest 40. So lots of riders here all this weekend, and crowds starting to come in as well. And it's just had a buzz about it that if we can replicate that across the championship next year and get that side of it sorted out, I think that's definitely going to be a step in the right direction to aligning us with what everybody else is trying to do.
It will do. Obviously, there you go. Everything you need to know right in that picture there. This is Hawkstone, one of the most iconic motocross tracks on this spinning stone in our big old universe. It's just etched with history. They started riding here way back, what was it, in the 30s or the 20s like that?
I think it was late 30s.
Certainly before the war.
Yeah.
And you actually, or even before BBC, the old Pathé newsreels. Yeah. You can see some of them on YouTube and whatever of the glory days of scrambling, and you can identify the track in an instant. It's changed a bit.
It's not
but
changed
not
much. It's not changed much at all. Like I think we said yesterday on the feed, there's iconic circuits. There's Unadilla, Maggiora, and here, and they're instantly recognisable. And this is the one that's probably changed the least.
Yeah, I mean the big old famous hill is still there in its glory. Back in the glory days of the 80s, for example, with all the GPs that we had here that used to go pretty much straight from the sandpit in a straight line over the Girling Leap, as they called it then, the branded Leap suspension shocks, and then just a straight charge up the hill. But now we've got this switchback, this finish area, and they've obviously made the start shorter. But in principle, it hasn't changed that much. Obviously, it's probably just got a little bit firmer over the years with all the movement and heavy machinery on it, but it's still that iconic, one of the toughest motocross tracks you are ever going to ride. I can vouch for that because I've ridden a few. It's hard going around Hawkstone, and when you get a nice warm day, which we're going to get today, the riders are going to have to be on their A game. What you're currently watching is the MX1 start practice. Remember, if you like what you see and you're watching this, but remember to keep following us on our socials. We're for DirtWorld-TV. We're on Facebook at DirtWorld-TV. Same for Instagram and Twitter. And then, of course, we got our social media regards to the championship, the Motul Fastest 40. And on Facebook, you can find us at Fastest40MX. Same on Instagram. And then for YouTube, we're still running under the old name of the MX Nationals UK. So there we go. And, of course, we've got the guys with the MXGB Championship as well. So follow them, Dirt Store, ACU British Championship on socials.
There's Conrad Muse launching away from the gate. Yeah, Josh Gilbert there on the Gabriel KTM next to the box. Dan Thornhill in there as well.
Yeah, for those of you that don't follow motocross religiously and maybe just hopefully tuning in and wanting to learn more about it, what you're seeing here is they get 10 minutes of free practice, just to practice starts where they just go around the first corner, loop around, to dial that in and basically get their line into the first corner. They don't know exactly where they're going to line up yet because they haven't done qualifying. No. And if you're wondering why some of the mechanics are out there and they're kind of yanking at that front end and pulling it down, that's basically a launch control or start device which locks the suspension down to stop it lifting. It's a little catch, little button that hooks onto the fork leg guard. And then you're thinking, well, okay, that's all well and good. How does it disengage? Well, it disengages because the minute they hit a big bump of note, it obviously compresses the suspension, the button flicks out, and then it works as per normal. Not all the time,
Not all the time. So, obviously, my supermoto background, we've got remote ones of those that you can actually put on with a lever on the handlebars.
Right.
So but that's the next level. But obviously, when we're rolling up to a stop on a tarmac start line, we can compress the forks on the move and click the button, whereas these guys have to get the mechanics to do it.
Yeah.
And one of the things these guys practice the starts for is because, especially at Hawkstone, this first turn, it's kind of, do you brake, don't you brake, you're sliding it in, how much, you've got to have it so you know it's going to click off, because when you go round the corner and down the downhill, you do not want to be going down there with it on. So it's as much about what's happening in the first turn as it is getting the launch off the grates.
Yeah, and they've changed the first corner here several times over the year. It still goes right. Still goes right, but now it pinches up even more and a bit tighter. Going back a decade or even less than that, it used to have more, it used to go through what we used to call the tunnel of trees, basically the tunnel, and sort of extend on a bit of a straight longer before it comes around. Now it's actually more of a tighter right-hander, so a start is even more critical because it's just just more of a pinch point now, and you've got to make sure that you're clean and in a good position to turn it in there with no riders up the inside of you. So
these guys then, they're now look like they're rolling out for their what is going to be 5 minutes of free practice. There is the number 84 of Jeffrey Hurlins, the championship leader. Red plate on that factory Red Bull KTM. And again, championship leader by 2 points from Conrad Muse as it stands at the moment. Yeah,
so obviously at the start of the year, it was we didn't know that Conrad was going to be racing, Hurlins was going to be racing the British Championship. He rocked up at round one. Liked it a lot. Felt like, I think he's even openly said it's helped him sort of find his way back to fitness. And he thought, well, why not? So a deal was sort of scuppered with KTM and all the powers that be with British Motocross, and it's like, well, let's get him to the next one. Then he came to that one, and then like, do you know what? Yeah, I'll come to the next one. So from what we make out, that he's potentially going to do the whole series. I think it's a championship he wants to now look to win. So, well, we're going to have a chat with Jeffrey, hopefully, later in the day, so we'll ask him those very questions.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things for me that, obviously, for those of you that are following the sport, if you're obviously watching our live stream, you know all about it. We've seen the resurgence of Jeffrey Hurlins this season. After, I won't say that 2023 wasn't his best year, but he wasn't peak Jeffrey, and now, certainly with what we've seen in the last two GPs, he's back to the level that we expected of him 4 or 5 years ago, when he was literally mopping everybody up. And I think a lot of that is down to coming to the British Championship and getting those extra 6 or 8 race gate drops. Against Conrad Muse, let's be honest, he qualified 3rd in the GP at Lommel in time trading. He is no slouch. Jeffrey's got to get his finger out, and he's got to get his race head on, and that's what's got him back to the sharpness that I think was lacking from him last year.
Listen, in life, as you get older, some things get easier. Top-level sport doesn't.
No.
It's I've often used the analogy of playing James Bond. You can't play the Bond part forever. You got a certain degree of shelf life, and then that's it. So he's getting towards the end of his career. There's no doubt about it. But then to stay at the top gets harder and harder. So you need that momentum run. So that's Jeffrey. They're going to do 5 minutes of free practice. We're going to go to a quick advert. When we come back, we could already be in the thick of it with the actual qualifying times, and that's when it gets good, seeing them turn quick laps. So a quick advert. Stick around. Stick the kettle on. Don't go too far away. We'll be back in a mo. Okay, welcome back. As we can see, they're starting to get up to speed. There's Jeffrey, pretty much where we left him, actually, going up the hill. He's done a couple of laps since then. They are still just sussing out the track. We will let you know anytime shortly. The board is going to go out to indicate that we have got time qualification underway, and that's when things start to get real interesting, Phil, because obviously they need to lay down some heaters.
Yeah, they do. Conrad Muse then just having a bit of a cruise on the Crendon Fast Track Honda. He's been really good this year for me. He's always had the talent there to put in some really, really good rides, and I think that having Jeffrey come over here and challenge him for this title has done the wonders for him as well.
Yeah, in progression.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you could argue, oh, God, you know, it makes the championship harder, and, of course, that's part of his job, to win a championship, and particularly with win bonuses and stuff like that. So from that side of it, he's probably like, darn you.
Yeah, I can see that sting a little bit.
But at the same time, if you're a top-level athlete, the challenge of bettering yourself, that's what Jeffrey's going to bring to it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously people are saying, oh, well, why is not Conrad not riding GPs and stuff like that? But it's a massive change, and obviously the team structures and all that, the level of finance that you need to even dip your toe in that world is something that probably 80% of the teams in this country just can't get even close to.
Yeah.
And Dave Thorpe runs a really nice, really tight unit there, concentrates on the British Championship, which he pretty much always has done, certainly for the last 5 or 10 years, and concentrates on the domestic scene. And you can't fault him for that. And he's got the best rider in Britain on his bike.
Exactly that, you know, and Conrad is a professional athlete. This is his job. So, you know, so to have job security in the UK and a steady pay packet coming in, and this is what people tend to forget.
Yeah.
For him to go and do GPs, he's got to secure that ride, more travelling, you know. So that's the argument. You know, he's not just doing it for the love of it. That's obviously why he started, and he loves it, but it's his job. And if somebody rocks up, as he's already said, look, if somebody offers me a decent GP ride, he's going to consider it. Of course he is.
Exactly that. So Jeffrey then on a rip up the hill. He looked like he was tight round the past the finish there. So this one is a heater, as they say in the States. He's on a fast lap, and again, it'll be interesting to see again with the way that this finishes. Guys are not able to put 2 laps together. Josh Gilbert goes through. There's Conrad.
Yeah, they're building up to it. Both those two, Gilbert and Conrad. The board will be out soon, so they're basically trickling around to try and pace it. So they're at the optimum moment when the board comes out, because inevitably with a sand track, the earlier you can get a good lap in, the more chances it's going to be the best one, because the track will just go away pretty quick.
Yes.
So that is what they're building towards, and they know they would have been sent out on track to say cruise round by the time you come round. In fact, just as I say that, our track crew here are getting the time qualifying board ready, so this is where it's about to get exciting. I'm just interested to see the times, obviously, to see what the quickest time is going to be, because the track's in good nick right now, but also the differentials between the top guys. And then, you know, as we get toward the mid-pack, because that's when you can really see how good the likes of Conrad Muse, Jeffrey Hurlins obviously is, who's on form at the minute. I mean, his performance in Lommel was just rubber-stamped his, you know, just how amazing he actually is. Before we get to the action of qualifying, let's very quickly go to another advert. All these guys help pay for the stream. So another quick advert from our incredible sponsors, and we'll be back with live qualifying action.
Everything I try to make it look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal here. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, you know? American flag, stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like, I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
Welcome back. Okay, the board is out, so let's see, try and find some of the top runners out there. I think we're gonna, yep, there we go. Well, there's Bobby Bruce. There's a nice little story to hit straight into. Bobby moving up to a 450. You know, we've said he's a protege, you know, basically, or a potential talent in British motocross. He's a big lad. The 250 thing hasn't quite gone how they wanted to, so they've moved him up to a 450, which he's kind of happy about. Lommel was painful for him. By his own words, I sat him in the van last night. We did a man in the van interview, and he was like, man, what a... Maybe starting my 450 career at Lommel wasn't the smartest of moves.
Maybe it wasn't. But look, Bobby Bruce has been really, really good. He's been the coming thing for a few seasons. He's had a few injuries which have set him back. And a little bit similar to Adam Cincerillo.
Yeah.
The point at which he was going to do his best work, he was laid up. And while he laid up on the settee, he grew a foot. And before you know it, you're too big for the 250. So I think this is a good move. He's a really stylish rider. And on that team, I think that it's the best thing for him at this moment.
Yeah, the bike at Dixon DRT team. So he'll be learning with that. Got Jack Chambers, his teammate, out in MX2. Just, you may have saw very quickly when we first qualifying started, you'd have seen that Hurlins was quickest. And then Conrad responded.
Straight away.
Straight away, but Hurlins is on another flyer. So here we go. Tristan Purdon there on the SC Sports Homes machine, whacking in a good time there. Tristan's really been getting the speed.
He's been going well. I had a chat with team boss Neil Prince last night, and yeah, he's really pleased with the South African, and yeah, he's. I think they're off to Unadilla and a couple of races in the States after this. So Tristan Purdon doing pretty well. Here's Jeffrey then. Let's
follow Jeffrey for the rest of this lap, because this isn't a cruise lap. This is trying to get responded time to Conrad. So let's go back to Hurlins if we can. There's Josh, he's just cruising. There he is. He goes into what used to be the whoop section. They've taken the whoops out now. It's just like a kind of ski jump drop off into another roll. There's still technical section, and then one of those, the hardest corners on the track actually leads right. Oh, he flew into the sand pit.
That was awesome.
Okay, this is going to be interesting. He needs to find at least 2.18 seconds to top on his last, compared with his last lap, to top Conrad. Sorry, no, nearly 2.5 seconds. So let's see if he's going to do it.
We'll see if he runs it straight through or he makes a lap of it. No, he just carries on. So he's going to go again.
He didn't go any quicker, or did he? We've got to wait a little while for the time. He's got maybe a little bit of a lag on it.
No.
Well, according to that, no, he didn't go any quicker. Okay, so Conrad Muse is currently leading the way. Great lap from Purdon. Grimshaw.
Tom Grimshaw on the Honda. He's had a really good lap as well.
Yeah, on the Apico Honda. Get that. And he's another rider that was destined to be a 450 dude. There's somebody getting some quality airtime, TV airtime. Yeah, we'll move him out of the way. So Grimshaw looking good, as is his teammate Martin Barr, still going strong. But then, you know, Marty loves the sand, born and bred in it.
There's so many good sand tracks in Ireland, and Martin Barr still a top performer in what you consider to be the latter years of his career, even by his own admission. Carlton Husband then also having a good run. He's there in 8th place, so the number 6 Kawasaki inside the top 10.
Yeah, doing good stuff for the Phoenix Tools team there. Carlton Husband getting to grips, really getting to grips now with the MX1 after moving up from the MX2. There's Grimshaw on the Apico Honda. He's on an outlap by the looks of it.
Yeah, the number 7 of Louis Kessel there on the Kawasaki, just cruising by the side of the track. So these guys will most likely, most of them don't look like they want to string 2 laps together.
No, it's going to be a long day. Long motos round Hawkstone, if you can reserve as much energy as possible. That's why it's always nice if you can come out there late, if you're good enough to top the leaderboard and go, thank you very much. I remember DT, Mr. Daythorpe, who we're going to hopefully get in here a bit later on, doing such things as that on a few GPs, just going out there, bang, 1 lap, thank you very much. I'll just sit there and I'll only go out if it gets beaten. And
with 40-minute qualifying sessions back then, you just couldn't be going out and banging those laps in one after the other. It was a very, very... there was a lot of mental agility and mental athletics going on back then that a lot of people don't realise.
Yeah.
It's a lot shorter, sharper and, I won't say easier to follow these days, but it just... You've got to get out there and bang the laps in. There's Jeffrey then just cruising around.
Okay, let's see if he comes into the pits or he goes, right, I'm still in second. He's not winding it up yet. I think he might be coming into the pits, or is he?
Scott
Let's
Aldridge
see, hold on.
Like he's going to follow him.
No, he's going for another. There we go, he's off. He does not want to qualify in third. If he did, if it stayed like this, I don't think there'd be any happier man than Tristan Purdon.
Exactly that.
I mean, Conrad's done it once already, but Tristan would be going, I just out-qualified Jeffrey Hurlins.
Yeah.
So let's see what he's got in the tank this time. There's Green going round. There's Hurlins just behind him, I think, was it?
No, I think Hurlins is already, he's already off up the hill, I think.
Oh,
no,
yeah, there's Mira. That's Mira, yeah.
So Jeffrey's off up the hill. We need to pick him up at this camera down there in the corner. So Hurlins goes across. That's Aldridge.
So we're trying to pick up Hurlins just to follow him around and just to watch the grace and the way he rides a sand track. He'd be somewhere out in the infield right now.
There's a 6 off Carlton Husband.
Here we go. Let's keep eyes on him. If we can keep him and follow him all the way around to the flag, that'd be cool. Oh, there you go.
Oh, awesome.
Wow. Scrubbing and twisting and turning his way around this track, hitting bumps and areas of the track others probably won't be. Of course, it's not, by his standard and by all these guys' standards, not even remotely rough yet.
Oh, the first, see the bounce over there, just doubled those 2 little waves into that turn, and a fantastic, amazing technique that Hurlins has seemed to find again this last couple of races, and awesome to see him here at Hawkstone. We'll wait to see what time he bangs in. Hopefully we can pick him up. Here we go into the sandpit, comes in, lands. Inch perfect, big whip over the legendary Hawkstone double. Now long since a tabletop, but he's here, Jeff. He's up on the berm. Flying lap coming to a conclusion for Jeffrey Hurlins. Oh,
blew it out a little bit. I think this is the one. I think this could be the one that sees he goes straight for the line, keeps it upright. There you go. He's found nearly 2.5 seconds there to go top of the leaderboard and put it over 1.6 seconds ahead of Muse.
That's not a lot.
No.
I mean, look at Muse, Purdon, Jason Mira, Brad Todd on the 714, all within 5 seconds of Jeffrey Hurlins. Now, he's the fastest man on the planet in sand. Those guys will be looking at those times and going, I'll have some of that. Maybe not Conrad, but the other guys, they'll be pleased
absolutely.
with that.
Well, Purdon in particular, like going, hold on, I'm just, 2.5 seconds off the guy. So that's pretty good. That's more than pretty good. Conrad, I believe, his confidence has been growing throughout the year racing Jeffrey, but I also think, although arguably the results are not what he necessarily wanted and the British public really wanted from Lommel, the performance was good for Conrad, particularly one race. He came from quite a ways back, and I think he's gained a lot of confidence by doing that one GP. And just putting some of that doubt and negativity that has been kind of rammed down his throat on social media, just to say, no, I can do it, and I do belong there.
I think everybody knows that Conrad's capable of doing it. The biggest issue is that sometimes Conrad doesn't think Conrad can do it.
Yeah.
But when he's on, and as we saw, my lad was out at Lommel, and he just said he's third, and he looks great, and that's exactly what we need to see.
There's no sign of the flag out yet, so we've still got a bit of time on this one.
Shout out to Brad Todd then, the 714. He's there in 5th. Grimshaw 6th. Bobby Bruce up to 7th. Martin Barr in 8th. Carlton Husband 9th. And the 365 of Sam Nunn in 10th. So that's a good performance for Sam Nunn.
Remember, this is the combined class. This is the Apico MX1 Fastest 40 Championship, as well as the Dirt Store MXGB British MX1 Championship. So
Scott Aldridge inside the top 20. That's pretty decent for him.
Yeah, I mean, he was out there in the amateurs yesterday.
He was our amateur winner yesterday, the 67 of Scott Aldridge, and he won that having had a first turn crash in race 1 and had to come right from the back. So I think he went something like 10-1-1 for the overall, and he's there in 18th then in this combined fastest 40 and MX1 Championship. That's a pretty good, and this is what we're hoping to get for next year.
Yeah, absolutely.
These boys coming
in.
This is exactly it. He's going to look at that time and go, I'm inside the top 20. And more importantly, somebody else is going to look at that and go, well, if Scott Aldridge is in the top 20, I'm going to come and have a go.
Absolutely.
And that's exactly what we need.
Yeah, valid point. Great to see Billy Mack out there. You know, he rides for fun these days, but he says that, but when the crash helmet goes on, there's still a lot of the old Billy Mack kicking around in there under that lid.
GP winner. And
yeah,
much like Nev Bradshaw, nobody told him it was time to stop.
No.
Because it isn't. There's too many riders give this up too early in my book. We need to keep guys in the sport for longer, and I think that is kind of happening naturally anyway.
Yeah.
The done at 25, 26 that we used to see, that's not the case, and guys are happy. I think they find themselves as they become more mature.
I also think there's a bit more longevity, as Conrad goes for another flyer. I think there's a bit more longevity in the sport now due to sports science, you know, diet. So many people have learnt more about that to, you know, obviously extend their career. But Billy also, as much as you want to keep good riders, and you know, he's also a real character, and we want to keep our characters in the sport as well, because that's what makes motocross unique. Not that it's got characters, that characters are accessible. That's the beauty of motocross. You can come to an event and you can walk right up to their awning and have a chat with them. And a lot of other motorsports, you can't do that. A lot of other sports, full stop.
MotoGP at Silverstone today, my mate's like in row 93 of the stands isn't going to get to see anything.
No.
The accessibility of motocross over that, even at the highest level, is it just blows it away. Here's Conrad then through the shadows. He looked like he got a move on there.
And Gilbert, is Gilbert going with him? Or I'm not sure. It didn't look like Gilbert was quite on the gas there.
Conrad will come into shot any second now. There he is.
Yeah. It's good to see Josh back. Josh Gilbert on the SS24 KTM. He's had a Gabriel SS24 team. He's obviously, it was looking good. He finished off last year really well, representing Team GB at Ernay on the 250. Picked up that ride going back to KTM. Wanted to do a full. Oh, that was gorgeous. The way he doubled over that.
Yeah. Oh, he's blown it.
Maybe a little bit too good because he couldn't quite rein it in for the corner.
But that corner there. I had a quick walk round earlier on, and where that corner is historically a bog, it's really hard pack on the way in. So maybe you just lost the front. And then the bank has been moved in as well, so there's not as much room as there used to be down there.
Yeah.
So that just caught him out. But Hurling's from Muse, from Tristan Purdon. That's a good, really good performance.
Yeah, and look at that. Bobby Bruce is now starting to find his way on the 450. There you go. So his first ever British motocross meeting on a 450. Obviously, we haven't seen him at too many this year on the 250, to be honest. So, if at all, I don't recall him doing too many. So, there we go. Bobby will get to grips with that 450. Just his frame, his size, once he gets an off-season under his belt.
There goes Conrad on another lap.
So there you go, top 10. We don't really need to tell you. It's there on the screen. Good ride from Sam Nunn there, bringing it in the top 10 on the John Banks Racing Honda. As they charge up the hill. Looks like Josh Gilbert in the all-white behind him is going with him this time, because Josh is not where he wants to be.
Yeah,
he's down there in 11th.
He was down. He hadn't even put a time in about 6 or 7 minutes ago. He'd not got a fast lap in at all and wasn't in the top 25. So I think he's got 1 or 2 at the most laps. And he's done. So he will not want to put himself behind the 8 ball. Jeffrey just touring around. So obviously, he's 1.6 clear off Conrad Muse at the moment. And let's be honest, as long as he goes to the gate in the top 5, it's not really going to make much of a difference.
No,
his starts have been letting him down at GPs. We'll see if that...
you can see on the screen there, sorry Phil, but in that the checkered flag has dropped and Bobby Bruce was the first over it.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I've just got that on the screen there.
So qualifying is finished. So this lap from Conrad it's it. It's either going to do it or it's not. I know we're not following Conrad, but he is out there on track somewhere. Was that him? That Jeffrey's just looking over his shoulder. That's him coming round. That was Conrad. There he is. They'll probably park up and watch him through this section, you know.
Yeah, he'll do that, won't he? Oh, that was lovely.
Beautifully done. The way he just...
That digs out on the landing of that quite badly, flies it down the back there.
He will launch back into view any minute now.
So this is it. This is the battle for pole then. Jeffrey Hurlings is done.
Here he is.
And here's Muse. Oh, just clipped a bit on the top there.
Like you say, Phil, they've opened up that, they've stretched out the length of the sandpit now. It's not, you got more of a run out, and that holed out quite a lot yesterday.
Oh, that was really nice. Full commitment through there.
Footing his way around there because it is hard underneath. It's harder than you think. Right, let's see if he's got it done. Oh, he got it closer.
He took half a second.
Yeah,
took
a second off of it.
But not close enough.
But there you go then. So Jeffrey Hurlings, Factory Red Bull Racing KTM, will go to the line. First gate pick ahead of Conrad Muse on the Crendon Fast Track True 7 Honda. Then we got Tristan Purden coming in third on the SC Sports Own machine. Bobby Bruce on the Bike It DRT Kawasaki. And then a solid ride for Jason Mira in fifth.
Excellent from him. Brad Todd's still out on circuit. He's there in sixth. And Carlton Husband seventh. Tom Grimshaw eighth. Martin Barr ninth. And rounding out the top 10, the 3-2-6 of Josh Gilbert.
We're going to go to a quick ad. When we come back, we are gate dropping. We are starting our first race of today on the Sunday, and that will be the Big Wheel 85. So don't go too far. Coming up next are some of the youngsters getting this party started here at Hawkstone on day 2 of the combined Fastest 40 and MXGB championships. Okay, welcome back. Sorry, you got caught off guard there.
Yeah,
the joys of live TV.
We were talking about social media.
We were
people
actually talking
from
about
America watching. We were all excited.
We were actually talking about Loretta's.
We were.
You know, because that's always a big deal. So it's been good watching that. So if you're watching from over there, the other side of the pond, welcome to British Motocross. I hope you're going to be enjoying what you're seeing today. So right now we are going to get the 85cc class underway. They are just doing a sighting lap. This is always a good class. Again, any of them come through, but this is around that age, Phil, where they start to show some genuine attitude. Testosterone starts flying around. They get a bit of, bit on edge. They get a bit excitable.
This is the one where the
we only go down to a 125 class. So these guys are excited to get a bit of TV action.
So we're getting a little bit of moisture by the sounds of it as the riders come to the line. Now, you notice that the gates seem to stack up then from the far end. So everybody went to the outside.
Right end as we look at it, yeah.
What I will say is, looking at the numbers, that number 7 there, I think that is Jensen 7.
Yeah.
And he's down as number 85 on our on our rider list here. So we're going to have a couple of those that are a little bit. We might need to see what goes on with the live timing.
No, that's definitely Jensen 7. I don't know. Maybe initially couldn't get number 7 registered with the championship, but since then have sorted it out. But yeah. He's definitely rider number 7. So here we go. We're going to be gate drop, 5-second boards up. You can tell by that who is going to get the whole shot here as the gate drops down. And we are off racing today. And as we said, a pinch into that first corner, tighter than it used to be. Who's going to come out in front?
That's the triple one.
Yeah.
That's Geddy Screen then.
On the gas, nicely into that. And that looks like... Lucas Moncrief making a good start in second on the outside. So he hasn't been doing all the championship.
No.
He's just stepped into this round. He raced in the Scottish Championship last weekend. Scottish Championship's doing great stuff as well.
Looking at their socials, tracks are absolutely awesome. It'd be great to get up there and see one of those.
Oh, Hayden Statt trying to force the inside there. Nearly washed the front end. He wants to get past Moncrief. He can't afford.
3 abreast.
Right round the outside from Hayden Statt. Power move as he goes into second place. He will not want Geddes Green getting away at all. And that was proven in those almost desperado first lap moves. He's none of this like, oh, let the race settle in.
Let the race settle. You've got to go for it. You've definitely got to go for it then. Our guys should be jumping into the sandpit now. Here they come. Leaders already through. The rest of the field. Nobody, I'm not expecting anybody to try, and that's a massive send. It's a lot further than it looks on that view, Jeff.
Yeah, I was speaking to some of the track crew from here at Hawkstone Park, the actual club track crew last night, and they're saying expect changes after this event in the sandpit.
Oh, okay.
It could be going back to how we used to know it, Phil.
A massive steep drop-off on the way
Potentially, yeah.
Oh,
so
okay, that'll be interesting to see. But it is Alfie Geddes Green that leads over the line, and he's starting to check out 2.5 seconds.
I'll tell you what he is doing. He is stretching the cable and everything else. Did you see him up that hill? He was like...
Oh, man, that was good.
He was almost like asleep lying along the tank. He had his head down so low. He was definitely giving it some. So you'll see the 85s cutting across here. And that's the way that the ACU and the rules have been laid out for British Youth Motocross for the small bikes. Very rarely, we get to the 125 class and they go up the hill, but the cut-off point is we basically, for safety reasons, more than anything else, we cut across, the 85s just cut across the hill. It's still a technical section.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that bit there is difficult, but we're not saying that these guys are not capable of getting up the hill. They'll all get up it. The worst bit of the hill is he was nearly off. The worst bit is the descent, and it gets so choppy on that descent with the bumps that the big bikes make. It's not safe, but we've got to change there, Jeff. Yeah,
Hayden working that bike, that Manchester KTM, really sending it. These 3 riders, by the way, were all out there representing Team GB at the Junior Worlds. And as I said, they have been doing EMX competitions. So, good stuff.
So, change for the lead then. Stat takes the box seat at the start of this first Big Wheel 85 race.
And, you know, I'd like to highlight, is it coincidence that they've been doing EMX and therefore these 3 are just that little bit cut above? No, exactly.
Not.
There you go. So that's why we need to encourage more British riders to get out there and race EMX competition.
Full send by Stat there. He nearly got into the sandpit, bounced right on the top. Geddes Green then back to second as they come under the bridge for the start of the second lap. When you think that our race leader went across the line with a 2.5 second advantage last time, he's come across the line in second, and he's probably going to have lost 5 seconds then to Hayden Statt, or close to, on that circuit.
They're going to charge all the way. These guys are going to get a 14-minute plus 1 lap race. Obviously, that's something going forward that maybe the ACU and the Youth Championship next year can look at and actually give these lads race distance times that mirror the EMX, because obviously in EMX they get a 20-minute race.
All of these people, like I say, all of these guys just having a few people that are going to go out there and set the bar for everybody else. But Geddes Green dropped 2 seconds then to Hayden Statt, as well as the 2.5 that he already had in his pocket. So 4.5 seconds, the swing then to our race leader.
Good ride from Picker in this. He is sticking with them. He'll be looking. He had some confidence. He had a pretty solid result from the Junior Worlds. Good on him. So, yeah, that would have gained a bit of confidence. But Hayden looking good. He's had a growth spurt. Hayden has always been a very good starter, particularly when he was on the small wheels. His power to weight ratio and his technique used to see him just rocket out of the gate. He's shot up a bit now, definitely. He's definitely got more leg on him now. And I guess he'll be looking to go 125 next year. I don't know for certain, but I would have thought that he would be.
Yeah, there's a sweet spot for size
yeah.
On a big wheel bike, and it's a very, very fine line. Did you see Joel Winstanley Dawson? He was up there in 5th or 6th, so he's motored on from where he qualified. And I think he might be in this next group that's chasing our race leaders.
Exactly. There's Lucas Moncrief. Yeah, there. So Joel should be next in shot, I reckon. Or was that Joel in the middle of them? Yeah, that was Joel, the middle rider, going over the jump there. So he's just behind Moncrief. So that's a good race going. Nice line. Very good line through there for our race leader, Hayden Statt.
Geddes Green's not let him off the hook, though. He's still on a bit of a rip. He's not giving it up.
They're pretty evenly matched, these top three, all said and done. Okay, so we've just, regards of the live timing, we have an issue with that from the feed above. So bear with us. We won't be able to put the live timing up on screen right now just because of a glitch in the system with the scoring and timing. That's not anything to do with us as the TV production. We can only bring up the feed, and if the feed's not working, so just bear with us on that. We've still got live timing, and if you have got your mobile phone at hand or a laptop or a tablet, you can go on Speed Hive and go onto live timing, get the Speed Hive up, go onto live timing, you'll find the event here at Hawkstone. Click on that and it will give you live timing of each race as we go throughout the day.
This is not going away for Hayden Statt because Alfie Geddes Green is absolutely all over him as they came through. You can see the shadows under the trees there. The summer day here, all the trees in full bloom, so a lot of coverage. Looks like Joel Winstanley Dawson then is up to, I think he's up to 3rd, you know. Sorry, up to 4th.
4th, he might be past Moncrief. We're struggling to find out, basically because the timing, listen, the timing, it's still recording.
Yeah.
It's just that we can't get access to see it. So, and you might be struggling at home on your Speed Dive as well. The signal here, I'd just like to highlight at Hawkstone, is not the greatest. It's something that obviously going forward potentially needs to be looked at. Phone signals, etc. We are in the Shropshire Hills, up amongst all the trees.
When people say to them, oh, why can't we run a GP here? This is why. It is literally, we are in the backwoods of one of the leafiest counties in the country, and we just don't have the infrastructure in place to do the things that you can do elsewhere.
Okay.
Race leader still into the sandpit then, and he knows he's got a race on still. No looking over the shoulder. Geddes Green is still there doing the business, and Finley Pickering in 3rd, Jeff. It's a tight race at the front still.
You're right. He pushed hard those early couple of laps to get into the lead, and I thought he was then going to check out. Now, I don't know if Hayden's managing the situation or he was just more aggressive in the first couple of laps. But pace-wise, it's now all settled down, and to be honest, he hasn't broke away as much as I thought he would. And Geddes Green and Pickering are both doing a very tidy job. In fact, I'd say Geddes Green has caught him a little bit on that section. Look at that. Yeah, he has. He's catching him.
So I think we're about half distance at the minute, Jeff, and this first big wheel 85 race is, it's setting the tone for the rest of the day. As I've always said, the quality and standard and size of the riders is not always an indication that you're going to get fantastic racing. And this big wheel 85 race is delivering. Here's your race leader then, Statt then. The 5:48 of Hayden Statt through the trees. Geddes Green there. And Finley Pickering, he's not out of this one either. He's properly on the back of that. It's a 3-man dice. We're waiting then for the 4th man to come into shot, and I think that is going to be Joel Winstanley Dawson, but we're back with the leaders. Oh! He's gone down.
Okay.
Geddes Green's tipped off, just lost the front on the exit of that turn.
Okay, well, we've got timing. If you are getting timing on Speed Hive, it's currently incorrect, by the way. We've got rider 57 as leading the way.
Yeah, I saw that come up on our feed.
That is, Jensen Cole trust me, is not leading the race. I think he's maybe had a transponder issue. So it's Hayden Statt Green, Geddes Green just went down. Then it was Finley Pickering. Lucas Moncrief was still holding on to 5th.
Yeah.
Ahead of Blake Ward-Clark. Then it was Joel Winstanley.
Okay.
So Joel's actually dropped down a couple of places.
Okay, so that's happened in the last couple of laps. So obviously a change second to third then, with Pickering then back up to second. And I did see that Hayden started a long look over his shoulder, and Finley Pickering was closing in.
Yeah. So we're doing our very best here to get live timing back up onto the screens for you guys at home or wherever you are watching. But right now, you're still getting to see some great big wheel action, 85 action from here in Hawkstone as the sun breaks through. We just had some very light showers kicking around a short while ago, but they seem to have blown through. Pickering is now picking up this
He is.
mantle.
I said he's there. Look, there's your race leader going across the line.
Ah, wow. So I'll tell you what, Hayden is not getting this a clean. He worked hard to get into the lead.
He did.
But now he is really being challenged and pegged back.
Right, we'll wait for Pickering to come into shot. Then here he is. So there's your race leader up over the road into the centre of the circuit. Pickering, he's on him. Pickering, he's not letting this go at all.
Well, he certainly kept lower over that jump. He sort of just squashed that jump out a bit more. He's doing everything right to catch him up. These are some of the riders a little bit further down the field. There's Joel Winstanley. Dawson crossing the line. He is currently in 6th position. And is that just in front of him, Blake Ward-Clark and Lucas Moncrief. There's Lucas. So again, and there, there's Blake Ward-Clark and Joel Winstanley. So actually, we've got 2 individual battles within the top 5 here. Yeah. We've got 1st and 2nd. There's Geddes Green, who just slipped off there and dropped out of the challenge. So he's kind of in that no man's land 3rd place at the minute. Yeah,
he's definitely in there. He was a bit unfortunate to slide off, but he was putting a challenge on for the race win at that point. He wasn't settling, and as a result, he was out of the corner. He just started to lose the front on the exit as the berm ran out, and he ended up on the floor. But Pickering is all over Geddes Green now, all over Hayden Stat now.
Hayden nicely stretching it out over that. I would say Pickering is probably just riding the slightly better lines at the minute as well.
Was that the line that Reece Jones was running yesterday, and it's just nice.
He's basically made that one corner, one big arc by doing that. Didn't have to shut off so much, and he's gained another 10th round that corner by the looks of it. As they're going to go out into what used to be the whoop section. The next view we'll see of them, here they come up to the famous sand pit. It used to be a much steeper drop-off than this. Now they've built a jump where you jump in.
So this is it, race leader.
85 struggling because that holes out. I walked the track yesterday after racing. My God, it was making my back ache just walking.
Here we go, Jeff.
Oh. He knows he's there. Hayden looks over his shoulder. Here we go then.
Is he going to cut underneath?
Oh, he nearly tucked the front end. So now Pickering is giving him all he's got and putting him under pressure. And he's made a mistake and he's going to force that move. Finley's going to push him wide. New race leader as they come into lap traffic.
Oh, God, they threaded the needle there, didn't they?
Oh, but he went wide.
Oh, there's definitely 2 lines there.
This is great racing in the opening moto here at Hawkstone Park for what is round 6 of the MXGB Dirt Store British Championship and round 5 of the Fastest 40 Championship. Wow, it's a close run thing.
So we've got live timing up, but that's definitely still not correct.
No, but it's up and they'll amend that. So yes, Jensen Cole is not your race leader, okay? It's very much, whoa, it's a commitment. It's going in hot.
Now that's what we saw yesterday, and it ended in tears. But that was a proper move then from Alfie Geddes Green. We're both sitting here looking at each other as if,
I tell you what, I've said it many times. I'll say it again. I love this sport.
Oh, mate, what's not to like?
That was total commitment from Hayden Stat. Total. And he made his mind up, didn't he? Like, before that jump, he's like, I'm scrubbing this jump, and I'm doing it. I'm just going for it.
I'll give a bit of a kind of opinion on Pickering there. Why are you leaving that much room on the inside? Because the line is the line, and you don't want to stray off what you know. And Pickering has got to the back of Hayden Stat by riding good lines, and he doesn't want to be changing them and going defensive at that point. So you can't blame Pickering for that.
No, not at all. Not one bit.
That was Hayden Stat going, well, you're there, so I'm here. And that's what we need to be doing.
I just think Finley was thinking at that point, that's the line, I'm riding it quick enough. I don't think he'd even begin to imagine that Hayden would come down there that hot.
That was a cracking pass, though, and no mistake. So we're rolling down on this one. There can't be that long left now. This is the opening race of the day, Jeff. We've got all of this to come.
Yeah, and of course,
times.
what we're going to be doing is we're going to be talking to the winner. And right now, I'm still not sure who it's going to be. Either way, if it's one of these two, I'm definitely going to ask them about that incident.
Look, it was hard racing. There's nothing wrong with that.
One to go, and whatever fired it, well, it fired him up, didn't it? Because Hayden Statt has now absolutely just lit the fuse.
Yeah.
That moment, he went in, he committed, and he's now look at it. It's like he knows he's got to do a qualifying lap.
But he's not getting away. He's not getting away. Pickering's still tight. I can't see him doing it in a lap, but well, that was great stuff. They've dropped off Alfie Geddes Green by I wouldn't say a country mile, but Geddes Green tipping off then. It took him out of the battle. He's done well to regroup and remain third. Here we come then. This was where we were all on the edge of our seats. The lap ago.
Yeah, I mean, see, Finley is not giving up on this. This is not done by any stretch of the imagination. This is going to go the distance. Basically, we saw Hayden make a couple of mistakes that allowed Finley on him, so he can't afford to make another mistake that basically handed the lead over to Pickering. He's got to ride an immaculate half a lap here.
This is good stuff. See how the track's dry and shallow. We've not got massive ruts down there like we would normally see.
Well, this is that corner where, for me, Finley's line was working a bit better, but he's reverted to Hayden's line there now, hasn't he? Little look over his shoulder. Phil, I'm going to let you bring this one in because at this point we don't know who's going to win it, but I'm going to go over there to the winner's circle to speak to who does win it. I'll jump out. We've got a guest kicking around here somewhere. I don't know where he's gone.
We've got
we'll get him in.
Come and sit in with us. So,
but let's see who gets this done, and I'm going to join them at the winner's circle.
So last lap then, our race leader comes out of that whoop section. We'll drop into the sandpit. Oh, it's still going to be close. Here we go. Oh, bit of a mistake there. The Statt looks like he's going to hang on. It's going to be really tight, but Hayden Statt's going to win this first of our 85 big wheel races. What a cracking race that was. Jeff is out there now to look to do our winner's circle, and he will talk to Hayden Statt. But Finley Pickering and Alfie Geddes Green put in an absolutely cracking ride there to push him all the way to the end. We wait for our third place rider to come across the line. Again, apologies for the fact that we have no live timing. We'll have to wait and see. But to me, it was Hayden Statt then took the win. Finley Pickering in second. Alfie Geddes Green in third. And then I think we had Moncrief, Collins and Joel Winstanley Dawson in there as the next three riders. So we'll come back with some more up-to-date results. We'll go for a quick ad break, and then we will be back with Jeff in the winner's circle.
Okay, we are here with the race winner, Hayden Statt. Wow, first race and you got me off the edge of my seat, dude. You made a mistake. You charged so hard to get to the front, made a little mistake. Finley got you back, but then let's talk about this power move up over here, man. That was full charge, full commitment. Talk us through it.
Yeah, obviously I wasn't going to let him have the win, so had to show him Robin's racing, and luckily didn't clean him out. So, yeah, it was a good move, though.
From my perspective, as an ex-rider, I was watching it and thinking, you already made your mind up before the tabletop. You're like, whatever the consequences, I'm scrubbing it and I'm going for it.
Yeah, exactly. You know yourself, when you see the opportunity, you're obviously taking it.
Yeah.
So, and I wasn't missing out on that one.
Obviously, you want to win this championship. You've had a good run in the Europeans. Didn't quite go your way at the final of the Junior Worlds, but either way, it's still been a good year for you on the big wheel.
Yeah, of course, it's been the best year I've had so far. Showing a lot of good speed, and yeah, it's been good.
You got a lot of good people that support you. We've had this conversation before. They're all littered over your shirt, so give them an honourable name check.
Yeah, of course, Manchester Motorcycles, Al Gas, Robert Dove, Rapid Military, Armour Vision, Yes Goggles, of course. Always hooking us up with the best goggles out there. So, yeah, thank you to everyone.
Well, look, go and get yourself ready. We're looking forward to more of the same. That was a brilliant opening moto. Well done, young man. There you go, Hayden Statt taking the big wheel opening moto. We're going to go back to the studio now where I think Phil's in there. We've got former British 125 champion Neil Prince. We're going to have a quick chat with Neil and Phil.
Okay, cheers for that. And Jeff, just doing the winner's circle, 4-hour 85cc big wheel winner Hayden Statt. Alongside me then is SC Sport Homes boss Neil Prince.
Yeah,
welcome to the studio. Hawkstone Park then, British Championship round. You've got 3 riders out there this weekend all hoping to do the do. How are they all feeling after practice?
We have 4. So we have,
okay,
we have Banks Brown, Charlie Putnam, Tristan Purdon and Charlie Heyman. And just unfortunately, Sid Putnam broke his middle finger about 3 weeks ago now. So he's had that operated on. So we are 1 rider short today as well.
Okay, so, but obviously all classes covered. Obviously, you're excited about your young Charlie Heyman. He's come back after injury and he's riding his way back into fitness and everything. We'd be interested to see how he goes today.
Yeah, mega. He's like, I've worked with lots of talented kids, and he is a very smart rider. So he looks at the track while he's riding, obviously, and finds lines which other people don't see. So it's very interesting to watch him and work with him. And yeah, we just got to get him back up to speed, and his speed is coming. It takes time to come back from an injury and actually step back up and get going again. And he's coming in when the guys have done lots of racing, so it's hard to kind of catch up. But he's doing superb. He's a great kid, great kid. They're all great kids under our awning, like fantastic. So.
And obviously, as a team manager, harmony within the team is something that you always want. And whilst if you have inter-team rivalries, sometimes when you get, when you're really, really at the sharp end, it makes life harder than you really want it. I always, when I walk past your rig, I always see a friendly team. Everybody's there for everybody else, and you always look like you're having fun.
We try, like, the way I look at it, like, I'm kind of called the team manager, which that's my job. But, like, I find I want to be their friend, not a team manager.
It's difficult. And
if we can't enjoy it, like, I stepped away a few years ago and run Boba on the Suzuki, and I was truck driving, and kind of, I got asked to come into this team. Then it, Clinton and Norm, they're kind of like family now. So they are good people to work for, and that's the reason I'm there working there. And I think if the team stopped, I'd probably go back to just a normal job. My boys racing today, and it's getting harder to be away from watching him race. So it's just the way life moves on. Do you know what I mean? So our awning is, I think, of quite a friendly awning, and if it wasn't, it wouldn't be where we are. Do you know what I mean? Really,
it's what you need now. Also, Tristan Purdon had an absolutely cracking qualifying this morning. He was right there at the sharp end. We were talking last night over 1 beer about how you were pleased with the way that he was going and the way that he's developing and his speed's coming on. So he's backed that up this morning with the qualifying. Yeah,
so he just needs more belief. Like he's a fantastic kid, and I keep telling him, I've been a racer, like you reminded me about 89 when I was schoolboy doing my first Grand Prix here, and like I went to bed thinking, God, like time flies by. But I always said to Tristan, you pay your entry, you come to race. You've got as much right to be on the track as Jeffrey Hurlins. Do you know what I mean? Or Roman Febvre, people like that. So, you go there with that belief, and, you want to make the best result. And if you can believe that, I think the riders with the most belief or believe in themselves are the riders that carry on and have good results. And Tristan is, if you look at the start of the year, how much he's come on even from last year, his progress, the dedication, the training, his life is going in the right direction for the stepping stones he's making. So hopefully we're taking him on that path as well. So, sometimes maybe people think we're a bit relaxed or we don't do it properly, but we put the effort in. Me and my brother-in-law, we've been, doing it for years now, and I've got a lot of good people who help with the team as well. So hopefully, from our experience, they can learn along the way.
So Tristan took a point, I think, at Lockett, didn't he?
Took a point at Lockett, and, to get 1 point or 2 points, 3 points is...
It's a big deal at that level.
Big deal.
And
big deal.
When you're not racing with those guys week in, week out, which you're not. that's a difficult thing to do.
Yeah.
But of course, one of the reasons you're not doing that is you do other stuff. You're pretty much decamping to the US for the next 3 rounds of the AMA Nationals and taking all your guys over there. So that's not the first time you've done that. Obviously, you enjoyed it last time. Be good this year?
It's been great. Like, we go back Monday for 3 weeks. So we do Unadilla, Budds Creek, Ironman. And again, we've made lots of good friends there, lots of people helping us, which, without them, it would be very difficult. Because, we've been doing the Scottish Championship, which has been a fantastic series to go to.
Some of the Scottish stuff, and the tracks up there are out of this world.
Yeah, and like last week took us 11 hours to get there. And people were like, 11 hours? I was like, yeah, we were in San Francisco for Hangtown. We drove to Colorado. That was 1,400 miles.
Yeah.
Then we did Colorado.
Yeah.
And then we went to High Point, another 1,200 miles.
Yeah.
So 500 miles is nothing now.
No.
But the American, it's got 10 really good riders there, or there's 4 or 5 really top riders. Then you've got from 5th to 20th, everyone's within 2 seconds. It's very, very close and very competitive in that field, really.
Right, so we're going to just take a short break, and we will be back in a minute, where we'll just wrap up with Neil Prince, and we will bring the next race to the line. Okay, then, as our 125 riders then come into the line. So, Neil, then, let's say, you're going to be flying off. So, have you got bikes and everything that you've shipped out there, or are you buying stuff out there to run for the trip?
So, realistically, we have a truck, bikes, everything over there.
Yeah.
It's our setup. So, but we have a good little setup, like Surf and Turf give us the easier pop-ups and stuff. So, we have a good setup, good-looking setup, and you'll always find us in the cheap seat pits in the pits. They do get us in there sometimes if we're lucky. Yeah.
But I've been over there and been to Unadilla and stuff like that. It's a great place to go. Wish you and all you guys the best of luck over there, and obviously the best of luck for the British season. Thanks a lot for dropping in and talking to us. And hope Tristan Purdon has a great day. Hope Charlie has a great day. Hope Charlie Putnam has a great day. Hope Elliot Brown has a great day as well. We'll be looking at with bated breath to see how you guys go on in the States.
Superb, thank you very much.
Okay, so SC Sport owns Neil Prince then. Thank you very much for dropping by. We wish him the best. So here we are then, the Apico Two-Stroke Festival British 125 Race 1 coming to the line. As Jeff slides back into place.
Yep, that was what a brilliant opening moto.
That was fantastic, wasn't
it? That 85cc race was fantastic. I'm expecting, hopefully without giving it the kiss of death, pretty much the same here, because there's no doubt about it. This is going to be an absolute ripper of the Apico Two-Stroke Festival Championship race coming up, and obviously the 125 MXGB incorporated into this as well. Currently leading the 125 MXGB Championship in the youth category, which is what this is number 184, Jamie Keith on the Yamaha. He's got the red plate, but Josh Vell, these two, fair to say they're building a healthy rivalry, and it will probably continue all the way on through their riding career, I reckon.
We get to see that in lots and lots of sports where, the same guys are battling the same people year in, year out. And I'm sure you had your nemesis, when you were coming through.
Mr. Andrew Gilbert, Josh's dad.
Yes.
Me and Gilby had some absolute crackers. But we can laugh and joke about it over a pint or two. He's definitely beaten me in the drinking stakes. At least he stepped up his game in full adulthood. No, me and Andy, Josh's dad, go a long way back. But this is the kind of rivalry. This is where it starts. This is where, right now, where the industry really take note. I mean, you're looking at Josh Vell, Jamie Keith, Ollie Bubb, all those guys. The industry will be looking at them for MX2 rides soon, going forward. Here we go, gate drop. Who is going to pull the whole shot? gate is down and straight down the pipe. There's a couple of it seems to favour the left-hand side regards of pulling the whole shot. So let's see who's first round that corner. It's Jamie Keith. That boy can rip out the start. His power to weight ratio, he's got that GYTR Yamaha absolutely on song, and that's where Josh gives up a bit of it because he's a bigger boy. He's
he's 125s. You've got to be.
So let's see where Vale is, and this is the thing. Jamie with a clear track, he takes advantage of it so much. Let's see where he's at. So he's clearly leading the way.
You just need to pick up who's wearing what.
I'm not
kit
sure
today.
that's Vale in second. I think.
Does look like Vale in second.
Okay, we're thinking that's Josh Vale in that multicoloured fly kit in second. It looked a bit smaller in that kit. That's the reason. Yeah. That's honestly the reason why I didn't think it was him. It is him, but it doesn't make him look so big. He's very flattering kit. Right, here we go then. This is how it's going to be. It is going to literally be an absolute rip snorter ding dong between these two. Because that's what the championship is. They have been a slight cut above the others. It highlighted in qualifying as well. They went 1-2 again. Matt Bayliss, of course, is in this championship across the board, but not in the youth category, obviously. But Bayliss has a chance of winning the adult side of the competition. So let's see as he powers up that hill. Bayliss will do his best to hang with them. Matt Bayliss is just a great seasoned rider. He can ride the wheels off anything. Mountain bike, BMX, anything you ride here, shred it.
One of those annoyingly talented people that keeps you out of the football team, the rugby team, and the cricket team. Arena Shout out to the 99 of Jake Walker. He's there in fourth behind Bayliss. Then it's fifth, Charlie Richmond. Sixth, Will Haddock. Ned Bradshaw on the 272 up there in seventh. So we're our race leader then into the trees for the first time.
So it's going to be interesting how this works out. I'd like to see if Bayliss can hang with the two youngsters, because previous races, this is how it's gone. He's gone with them, but just youth, exuberance and energy, all with Matt's experiences, they slowly just pulled away as the race has gone on. So they're already starting to maybe just drop him a little bit from third.
Oh, big whip there from Vale, trying to keep low over the jump. These boys definitely turning on the style. Nice tight line then from the 184 Yamaha rider. Red plates resplendent on the front of that bike.
What I will tell you, I can confidently tell you this. This championship means a lot to these two. It's not just like it's not whimsical. It's just like okay, it's nice to win it. This is a heavy rivalry, and whoever wins it, the other one is going to be gutted.
Without doubt.
Genuinely gutted. That it's building to that kind of crescendo. We've still got rounds of this to go after this weekend, of course. You know, we're going to be up to Schoolhouse.
Not been there, Jeff.
No,
I've seen pictures of it. It looks a decent track.
Yeah, I think Johnny Douglas Hamilton had involvement in shaping it and building it, along with a few others. It's deceiving. It doesn't look like it's going to race pretty well, but it does. And then I think we finished the championship at Preston. So look, there's a long way there's still rounds to go after these races this weekend. But if Jamie Keith can come out of here stretching his championship lead, that would be, Josh would have to start turning the screw a bit more and maybe taking a few more risks.
Definitely. So that Gabriel KTM then of Josh Vale there in second place. No surprise that Jamie Keith currently holds the fastest lap, but a second the gap over the line at the end of that second lap. And those boys starting to stretch away a little bit at the front. Bailey still third, Walker still a great fourth, Charlie Richmond fifth, Haddock sixth, Bradshaw seventh, Max Harris eighth, Dan Brough there in ninth. Dan Brough, he's another veteran guy. He's a two-stroke boy through and through.
Yeah, and he was out there yesterday racing in the amateurs.
He was.
Glutton for punishment.
And Caden Smith there in 10th, so that's your top 10 in this Combined 125 class race.
If you want to get a gauge, by the way, you're watching this wherever you are. You could be watching it from, outside of Europe, or if you're watching in Europe, just to give you some gauge. Both these riders obviously raced European, the two riders out front, and the Junior Worlds. As I said, Jamie Keith finished 6th overall at the Junior Worlds in the 125 class. I think I've got that right, with a 6.8 score. It didn't go so well for Josh at the Worlds, but he was obviously in the mix, so that's the kind of pace we're talking about. It's, these kids going forward hopefully will etch out a good career in EMX, and
Yeah.
If that goes well, we might see these guys racing MX2 and MX1 in the next decade and
let's
be in front
hope
runners.
that trajectory continues. Val just got a little bit of a kicker on that previous tabletop and just launched him off towards the side of the track. Not really what you'd call a moment. He won't remember it in the pits afterwards, but he just certainly just got that little bit of a kick. And it does look like the Yamaha rider is just stretching a little bit, Jeff.
Yeah, he rides fluidly. He hits all his marks. He definitely rides the bike well. He doesn't override it. And by that, I mean he doesn't rev it in places you don't need to. If you actually get out there, I know that we don't always get the bike audio too clean on the screen for you guys at home. But if you come to the venue, you could hear Jamie ride. He doesn't, like I said, he's not always screaming it flat out. He's just picking his moments to where to roll the throttle on and keep that momentum going, which is all about good 125 riding feel, as you know.
It's difficult. It's difficult to keep a 125 on the pipe all the while, and these boys make their way up the hill.
Whoa, look at Val was struggling to keep the front end down. That reminded me of Mike Brown back in the day when he rode for Cat Honda, where he literally just power wheelied from top to bottom. He just refused to back it down. He wasn't showing off. But the wheel was literally hovering all the way up the hill, about half a foot off the ground. It was brilliant. I think some people took some pictures of it that day. I seem to remember we ran the picture in Moto magazine back in the day.
So race leader then, Jamie Keith, still just doing enough to not let Josh Vale show him a wheel anywhere. I reckon it's going to be a second and a half next time across the line. They have started to drop Matthew Bayliss. So Bayliss then there in third on the number 17.
That was a close one. He caught one of those sandstone hard edges that we're talking about.
That's where we saw Alfie Geddes Green go down in the 85 big wheel race. Exactly the same place on the track. Almost certainly caught the same bit of sand.
Yeah, like we said, it's not quite as deep as it has been down the years. And of course, we've finally had a dry spell, and that has obviously helped as well in making the track a little bit firmer. And that was a good save, actually, all said and done. I think a little bit, pretty 50-50, a little bit of luck and a little bit of quick reaction towards the end kept him upright there.
But the more you train, the luckier you get. And the automatic reaction there of our race leader.
There's Bayliss.
Yeah, he's there. So one thing you do find as well, and we've said this yesterday looking at the track, where you can normally kind of just turn the bars across and dig the front in and get it to dig out of a rut, you can't do that now. These ruts are so hard edged, it's literally like running up against a curb. And we saw our race leader almost throw it at the scenery. Nice to see a good crowd starting to gather as well. We're still a couple of hours away from the first of our main races, I think. And
yes,
people starting
we are.
to stream in. Bayliss then in third, Walker fifth, Richmond still in a good fifth place.
Yeah, we are going to be taking an interval after this, racing-wise. Not on the live stream. The live stream will continue on, but there will be a break. That's where we do all the autograph sessions, etc. Look at the gaggle of riders mid-pack, so we're going to pick up some of them. So the stream will continue to run while we have the interval here for autograph sessions and stuff like that. We were hoping and still hoping to get Jeffrey Hurlins in. It might be later in the day that when we get him in. But hopefully he'll turn up soon. If he doesn't, we're at some point hopefully get him in for a chat.
Be an opportunity missed if we don't get to talk to the fastest man on the planet. But obviously he has his schedule for the day. And he wants to get ready for his races here today. He's not taking our competition here at Hawkstone Park for granted. Doesn't want to get his normal race rhythm interrupted. Max North then has moved up to, Max Harris has moved up to 7th. He's overtaken Nev Bradshaw. Looks like Caden Smith has also moved up a position into 9th. So there's our race leader. I think he's just put in a lap on the number 7 of Tyler Jones. We'll just see as they come out of the turn.
Okay, we are going to start with the leaders doing what they're doing. We're going to keep an eye on the leaders, obviously. If anything happens, we'll come back to that. But with those two checking out and pretty much status quo between those two at the minute, let's see what's going on a bit deeper in the field. There's Dan Bruff. There you go. Harry Lee. Now, there's a contrast. Dan is pushing on, family man, runs a business. Harry Lee at the very beginning of his career, just stepping up from a big wheel.
I've commentated on Danborough for at least 15 years, so he's got
he won't thank you for that.
He's got to be 26 plus VAT at least.
Yes, yeah.
But he's there in 10th.
Yeah, he's a charger, Dan. He does a great online business, Ruts Racing. So if you want to go and check them out in the UK and go and get some product from them, Dan puts it back into the sport along with his own racing. So good on him for that. So he's out there charging with the youngsters and trying to keep them at fed. I mean, literally that. Harry Lee coming off a big wheel. He won the Arena Cross Big Wheel Championship, by the way, Harry Lee.
Yeah.
And then has pretty much got on this 125. He's still got some growing to do. He's very small on it, as you can see. But he's getting to grips with it nicely. Somewhere out there is Nev Bradshaw. We're going to try and find Nev.
Nev just up the track in front of these guys.
Because there's always a good story with Nev. Yeah, Nev's a few bikes up the track.
Race leaders over the line and the gap at the front then gone out to 1.6 between Jamie Keith and Josh Vale. We are keeping an eye on that one as well. So if anything happens there, we will go straight back to that. So
there we go. That's 472. That's Max Harris. He is
he's there
seventh.
Up in the top 10.
Yeah, Max having a good ride. Certainly better than his qualifying. He qualified 12th, so he's got better race pace than he had qualifying. Or he's made a better start at least.
There are some guys that are they're never going to qualify inside the top 10, but you can always guarantee come gate drop time they're not going to be outside the top 10. That extra bit of effort that's needed.
There's an art to it.
Yeah, and the classic example. I mean, you said yesterday you were always good at qualifying. It makes a world of difference to getting yourself on the grid. But if you can, it's no good being able to be 2 seconds off the pace the whole race and not getting into the race. So these boys are putting in a decent qualifying time to get them into the top 10 or 15, and come gate drop time they can jump up into the top 10 and hold that really good race pace for the entire distance of the race.
I'd just like to reiterate what you said. I was good enough at qualifying. I wouldn't say I was good at it.
You made the cut.
I made the cut. I made the cut at GPs when it mattered. Yeah, that was
out
it.
There on the Yamaha. Then he's just gone through camera. So we'll watch him. He'll come into shot now.
Yeah. Now Nev, we bring this up quite often. Nev is, he's one of those riders, and there are a handful that is just so bordering on obsession. He will ride anything, anytime, given the opportunity. No matter how tired he is, you'll see him riding the vets, you'll see him out on a 125. I mean, he seems to do more riding than some pro riders. He just cannot refuse the opportunity to ride a dirt bike.
I will run this one by you. He is the English version of Mike Brown, despite the fact that he's South African. He represents Ireland in the Vets to Nations. Yeah. But he is exactly Mike Brown. He will ride anything, anywhere, anytime, for anyone. And make a damn good job of it and smile while he's doing it. And that's what we need in the sport. And having Nev out there gives these guys the series credibility.
Yes.
You know, he's running there, inside the top 10.
And Nev's now vlogging, as so many do, so that's nice. He's just a very good ambassador for our sport. So
he is, yes.
All hell Nev.
And he's the fact that he does such a varied amount of stuff as well is good to see.
Well, he's out there on a Yamaha this time. You might see him next weekend on a Honda or a KX500 or whatever it'll be.
Anybody puts in front of him. He's a hired gun, but he does it for all the right reasons. And again, the sport's surviving on the fact that people are prepared to put bikes under the likes of Nev Bradshaw and lots of other guys who maybe want to come out and have a run here and there.
Yeah.
We saw Greg Hansen out there yesterday.
I know, yeah. Brilliant. I'd just like to highlight as well, of course, in his career, Nev has been a national champion. He was Red Bull Pro National Champion a few times over, and always at the sharp end of British motocross, of course. So, yeah, but now rides for fun, and as long as he keeps doing that, look at this, hold on.
Oh, it's tightened up at the front.
We're back to it with these front two, and Vale is making an attack on the SJP KTM.
He was at 2.8 seconds behind, but they're literally 3 or 4 bike lengths now as they jump into the sandpit, Jeff.
Oh, Jamie Keith, like, not going way past the downside. That's his, again, I think that's his power to weight ratio. He's so light.
We'll see what the lap times are. Has Jamie Keith made a mistake, or has Josh Vale lit the afterburners as this race starts to run down?
Well, there'll be no holes barred, I can tell you that. They've had a couple of little, what I would call run-ins throughout the year. I wouldn't say like big takeout moment, but they've had a couple of, you know, like shoulders out here and there, a little bit of argy-bargy. And as we wind this championship down, it might even have to come to that.
Second the gap across the line, so 1.5 seconds quicker that lap was our second place man, Josh Vale, as he closes in on the Yamaha of Jamie Keith as they make their way up the hill.
What I will say is these two are putting on a hell of a show this year for the crowd. It's been like this all year, literally from the get-go, with the exception maybe at round one at Ling, where it has to be said Jamie Keith was just in a bit of a class of his own round there at that very wet meeting at the start of the year for the Dirt Store MXGB. But since then, this is how it's been. These two at it all the time.
3 bike lengths between them. We just cut away a little bit early, but that will be coming into shot any minute now, out of what we used to call the Avenue back in the day. There's been some famous riders come in and out of shot on this one, and there we are. So Keith just managing to get through past the back marker. Oh, it looked like he almost went down there.
They're slamming them in. Yeah, that's cool. Right, incredibly, we're saying how good the youth are and how the industry watches them. Right on cue, Dave Thorpe walks in to watch some of the action because, you know, either one of these two could be a future rider for him. And we're also joined by Jeffrey Hurlin. So, do you know what? Let's not waste any time. Jeffrey, jump in. If we get Jeff in first, have a quick chat with him. Yeah, come straight in, and then we'll talk to Dave afterwards. Let's get you in, Jeffrey. Thanks for coming in, by the way, dude.
Thank you.
Good stuff. I know, obviously, look, you was one of these kids at one time. I know you always like to watch them.
That's a long time ago, mate.
Yeah.
I'm old now. I'm a veteran.
It comes around quick, doesn't it?
Oh, time flies.
Yeah. So how was it out there? Obviously, we watched you throughout qualifying, and Conrad keeping you on your toes.
Yeah, Conrad. You know, I've mentioned to quite a few people. Like when he's in England, he's good. He's super fast. I mean, he was also good in Lommel. Don't get me wrong, but. Yeah, I think it's going to be a nice battle today. Track's very nice. I normally always come in February for the season opener, but now today it's a complete different track. You know, way harder, way faster, way less muddy. So no, I'm having a good time. So yeah.
We're talking about high-end sport, and you know your confidence has always been there for everybody to see. But it's hard to maintain that as you get older. Do you feel like that? Obviously, coming and racing in the UK has helped you get because it seems like you got your mojo's always there, but it feels like it's back. Coming back from injury is always hard. It gets harder as you get older.
Exactly. No, honestly, it is. The older you get, it's the more difficult it is to come back, and especially from major injuries. But you know, I had quite a few of them. I think everybody who's been racing on top level had some injuries left and right. I mean, only a very few who didn't have any. But yeah, right now I'm feeling good. It took quite a long time, and I've kept racing and I kept racing just to. You know, get back in that race rhythm, and yeah, right now I'm still racing every single weekend more or less. So I enjoy it. I enjoy doing it, and yeah, it just helped me, you know, becoming better again. Yeah.
So racing the British Championship has definitely helped that.
Yeah, I do think so. Like obviously, I did race the Dutch Championship, and right now I've been doing the British, and the plan is actually to do the entire championship. So yeah, that will be nice, and it just helps me, especially also with Conrad being here. You know, he's very fast. And it's just like just a good practice, you know what I mean?
There's no substitute for racing, is there? You can train and ride, but the racing is the bit that sharpens you.
Exactly. I mean, you can practice every single day, but there's nothing like racing. Even though if it's a British or a GP or a Dutch one or whatever it is, there's nothing like racing. And to have the adrenaline when you're on the gate with like 40 or whatever, as many riders next to you, I mean, to have that feeling, you only have it once you go racing.
While we've been chatting, by the way, Jamie Keith has been pipped off. I think he had a crash. So Josh Vale is now leading the way. No sign of the one-lap board yet. So we'll keep chatting to you, Jeffrey. So, yeah, I mean, the championship, the World Championship, it's on. It's back on.
It is.
For you, I mean, you know, you are there in the mix, definitely now.
Obviously, you know, at some point I was over 70 points down. I had a DNF while I was running second, I believe. So I lost a lot of points, but... you know, it is what it is, but I came back now to 38 points, still, you know, behind. But, I mean, there's a bit of light in the tunnel coming. I think a lot depends what's going to happen next weekend in Sweden. I think if we can win there, I feel like we're still in the championship fight. If I'm going to lose points there again. It does. I mean, if it's just 2 or 3 points, was one thing. But if I'm going to lose more than 10 points, then I think the championship is more or less over. So a lot of focus on next weekend.
Watching these 125 riders go down, you said you was that kid, but it happened a long time ago. Now where you sit in your career, you know, the thought process, because as you get near it, you know, recently you've been a bit more outspoken even, you know, outside of the racing. You know, is that just when you're younger and you're in the zone, you don't think like that? So I know, hate to remind you, but I guess we're getting towards the end of your career. So does your attitude outside of racing change a lot?
It does. I mean, when I was 15, I had no fears. I didn't care about taking risks and about health. I was like, yeah, whatever. But now you think like, okay, we want like to be safe, and you want, you know, the doctors to be good at the races. You want to take as minimum risk as possible. I mean, I'm fully aware when you're doing this sport, you have high risk to get hurt or get injured, but like still you try to avoid like getting hurt. And it's just like you said, it's age. You know, I'm getting 30 next month. Please don't remind me after this again.
Sorry,
about
I won't. I'll try not to.
No, I'm just kidding. But I get 30 next month, so I know it's like, you know, I got maybe 2 or 3 more years left of me, maybe 4 in best case scenario, but possibly it will be like most likely 2 or 3 more years, and then it'll be done. So it also brings a lot of emotions come up, because I've been doing it all my life since I was a kid, and knowing it's gonna stop soon, it just like, you're like, I don't like that. You know what I mean?
you need to read DT's book. He'll tell you about bringing it in and winding it down. But you still got, like you said, hopefully 2, 3 good years in if your body can stay together and all those kind of things. You know, I mean, everybody's in that scenario.
I get you, 100%.
I'm not singling you out that you've been smashing yourself up, by the way. But right now, for us as fans, you know, it's absolutely brilliant to see, you know, a fit and confident and healthy Jeffrey Herlings brings so much to the table, you know, and particularly like Lommel last week. I mean, you've been there and done it before, but come on, even last week you must have, once you took the crash helmet off and had a bit of a moment, so that was good. Yeah, I was on fire last week.
When I drove back to the truck after first moto, I was like, that was good, man. I felt like that's like the old days, like I smashed them. But, you know, and then the thing is, success is temporary, you know, like you're as good as your last race, and if I would do bad in Sweden next weekend, people already forgot about Lommel. They were like, oh, I only wasn't good in Sweden, you know what I mean? So, you know, success comes quick, goes quick, and you're as good as your last race, and I'm fully aware of that. But yeah, last weekend, I can't deny I was pretty good. I was good.
Let's just say you're bringing some confidence in here today at Hawkstone. But like we said, hopefully from a British perspective, Conrad will keep you on your toes.
You will.
Listen, I've got to shoot out and go and do this interview, which I think with Josh Fell. So we'll bring Phil back in.
Yeah.
So you can stay to have a little chat with Phil, and then Phil will speak to. Nice to chat to you, Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Good luck today.
All right, cramped down here in the booth. So you're looking forward to the gate drops then, and getting to get elbows with Conrad? And
yeah, I do. I mean, you know, always when I come to England, I know I'm going to have a battle on my head with Conrad, and it's a lot of fun. We're keeping it clean so far. So even though there's like a British Championship on the line almost, you know what I mean? There's like 2-3 more races to go. So it's going to be fun, and I think it's going to be, hopefully going to be a good day, and we'll see where we get.
And you're in for the whole championship. You've said that you're going to try and win this one.
I'm going to try. You know, when I'm on the line, I try to win. Of course, it doesn't always. Like I'm not always winning, but I'm at least trying. So.
But you're going to be here for. You're going to try and manage to do all the rounds, yeah.
Yeah. Basically, the plan is to all remaining rounds, which is 2 after this one, if I'm correct.
Yes.
So that's the plan. I haven't spoken to KTM about it honestly yet, but I don't really see a problem. So the plan is to finish the entire championship, and would love to ever win a British Championship. I've accomplished quite some things in my career, but never a British one. It's not going to be easy.
And one of the things, obviously, my son was over at Lommel last week and watching the racing, and he sent me a text, and he's just like, Pete Herlings is back. And of course, obviously, we've had conversations, Jeff and I. Coming and racing this British Championship is what has given you the extra track time, do you think, to get everything sorted out and get everything. The extra gate drops have pulled you forward in the GPs. Yeah,
and it's been always good tests. Like today, we have an update with us. So it's an updated bike, and it's a great thing to try out. Like to how it's going to be in race scenarios. So I'm very curious to see how my start will be in especially Moto 1, because we're going to use the bike in Moto 1. Like I said, it's an update, so also that brings a lot of good things, like, you know, races like this are perfect test races.
Excellent. So Jeffrey Hurlins, best of luck for today.
Thank you so much.
Best of luck for the rest of the GPs. And
thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Right, we're going to go to a quick ad break, and then we will be back with Jeff in the winner's circle.
Right, here we are, the winner's circle. We've just been talking about Jeffrey Hurlins watching you ride. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, it feels good because, you know, watching him ride, that's just where I want to be in the future, be a world champion. Hopefully people remember me the same as they remember Jeffrey Hurlins, so.
Listen, you are covered and roosted with sand, a lot of it coming off of Jamie Keefe's back wheel, but then you kept pushing and pushing and pushing. Eventually he made a mistake, so you have to be happy because it was constant pressure from you.
Yeah, well, I knew it was going to be a tough race. And then he squeezed me on the start and I had nowhere to go, so I had to back off, and then made a few passes, got right onto him, and then was just pushing him till he made a mistake, and then we came down the hill and he went a little hot and took the front, and then I thought, thanks, and I'll take the race win, and then I cruised home. So
it's been a good rivalry between you two. You're part of, obviously, the RMJ Academy, so you know each other a bit. But there's no doubt about it, you both desperate to win the championship, but at the same time, you are both pushing yourself to another level. So in many ways, it's obviously good to have that level of competition and rivalry with Jamie, right?
Yeah, it's good to have rivalry, and when it's good as well, you know, we train with the same trainer. And it was the same in the 85s. I was 1, he was 2, and now this year he's a bit closer, but hopefully we can carry it on to the end of the season, but hopefully I can win the championship.
Well, I got to say, from a fan's point of view, mate, you're giving us so much enjoyment and entertainment, so keep it up. Good luck in the next motos. Obviously, you've got a bunch of people that help you out, so let's give them a good honourable mention.
Yeah, just a big thank you to my mum and dad, SJP Moto, for getting the bike ready every weekend, and then just all my local sponsors, some of them coming over here to watch, and everyone else gets behind me, RFX, Fly Racing, just everyone that helps me make it happen and win. Thank you.
Good stuff. Go and get your face washed up. You've taken on a bit of dirt there. His pearly white teeth are still shining through, though. There you go. The 125 winner across the board with all those classes was Josh Fell. Well done. We are now going to go to a bit of a break, obviously, because there's a break in the proceedings. But I do believe we've got the 3-time world champion, Dave Thorpe, in there to have a conversation with Phil. So we're going to throw back to that. Keep enjoying the stream. Remember, the racing, the MX2 class is coming out in about half an hour's time. We'll see you then. But back to the booth with Phil and DT.
Right, so cheers, Jeff, there in winner's circle. And as I said to Dave when he came in and sat down, you don't get a legend very often, and then two come along at once. So we had a good chat with Jeffrey Hurlins, and obviously your man Conrad Muse is the guy out there that's been putting it to him in this British Championship.
Yeah, it's been interesting for Con, really, and there's a part of me that feels for him, because obviously when we set out in the series, the first very wet one, we knew Jeffrey was coming, but we understood it to be just a wild card thing.
Yeah.
And as that's gained momentum, then obviously, as Jeffrey's just said, he's now going to do the whole series. So after round 2, it sort of become evident that he was going to possibly come back and do some more. So for Con, he just had to really engage a little bit more, because as a team in the outset, we were saying, don't worry about Jeffrey, because he's only going to be here for a couple of rounds.
Yes.
You don't want to go upside down and ruin the championship. So
it maybe altered the approach for the first couple of races a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Jeffrey's a world-class athlete, as we know, and Conrad's having to lift his game, but it's all good. And
he has done. Let's be fair. He's given Jeffrey a run for his money, and I think we saw last week in Lommel that look, Conrad's got the speed.
Yeah, I don't think his speed is for us as a team is ever in doubt. It's you know, it's the intensity of racing against people like Jeffrey that we've got to try and get round with Conrad, but of all the tracks, this is probably not the one that we would want to come to against Jeffrey at this point in the season, because as we know, he's probably the best and one of the best sand riders that motocross has ever had. So today's going to be a difficult race for Con, but as we saw in qualifying, there's not a lot in it. So.
No, there's not. And let's be honest, it's not a typical Hawkstone, not deep.
No, and it's still very fast. I think ultimately anything can happen in a race, as we know, and I'm not wishing any misfortune on anyone, but you know, motocross is what it is. Lots of different things happen, so we'll see.
We've seen it, obviously, you know, pre-season races and all sorts of stuff. I mean, injuries happen at any, you know, getting on a motorbike at any time, there's always a risk. But it's, for me, I think it's great for British motocross that Jeffrey's coming here and showing his speed against the British guys. It's great that Conrad's close and all the other British guys, that he's not 4 or 5 seconds a lap quicker. There's like guys there who are like 1 and 2 seconds behind, and that's the kind of gaps we're seeing from the GP guys. So it gives our boys, I think, something to look at and go, well, you know what, if I can ride at that level. And we saw that with Conrad last week, that obviously Lommel's a pretty unforgiving place to go if you don't get the start. But he had the speed all weekend. Yeah,
I think, you know, it's win-win-win with Jeffrey being here for everybody involved in motocross. I do think that the guys in England will start to close that gap here, and it will give them the confidence to maybe take that overseas. It's... you know, even back in my day, it's really weird, really. Like, I could have, you know, people chasing me down in the British, and I have to work really hard. And then the next week I go to a Grand Prix, and those riders that were chasing me down, I might be lapping them. And I used to say to my dad, you know, what's happened? I don't think I'm trying any harder or not. So, yeah, hopefully the British guys, it will just bring them closer, it will lift their level, and hopefully that the youngsters in particular can carry it to overseas. Yeah.
I mean, I remember those days we used to come in and watch the GPs. I remember Mark Banks giving you fits at British Championship as a kid, and yet you go to GPs and you just put on your GP Dave hat and you were gone. But for us watching the British as well, the fact that you didn't come here and have the ability to cruise around and win, I think that's what gave the British Championship the strength that it had then, and that's why there were so many British riders that did well in GPs. Yeah, no, I would agree with that. There's an element of people pulling everybody on, and you know, this hope that with Jeffrey being here, it does have that effect. And you know, you look around, there's quite a nice vibe in the paddock. There's a good deal of people here. You just all of a sudden you feel that there's a really good connection between the fans, the riders, the teams, and what's going on. So yeah, it's a nice feel. And the rest of the team, obviously, you've got Jake Nichols and Taylor Hamill. Yeah, I love Jake. I mean, you know, people kind of forget that, you know, Jake has done Grand Prix all his life, and he's done what he's done in racing. He's gone into business, and he puts his heart and soul in the business. And the hours that he works, and the effort that he puts into True 7 is second to none. And I love the fact that riding the bike in the week, having a reason to train, coming here at weekends and expressing himself, it's just almost a release valve for him, and he's still fast enough to compete easily in the top 10 and on a good day in the top 5. So I love that aspect of it. And Taylor, unfortunately, this morning I was stood right there. The lad fell off on the blind side out of the bomb hole, and he was committed, and he hit the wreckage, and he was gone over, and he's hurt his hand. So it will be quite interesting to see how the first race rolls. So he's going to give it a go and see what happens anyway. Yeah, he's been to the medical thing. He's had ice on it. He's got some tablets now. So we'll see what the first race brings. Okay, and obviously the thing with Jake, and I've said this before, we've just seen Ned Bradshaw out there on the 125. I think having guys who've had an established GP career doing like racing the 250 class and do this, they give it credibility for the guys that are there coming through. You've got somebody who's a known quantity setting the standard of what's been there before, and the youngsters coming through have got somebody to aim at, and I think that's a good thing to have. Yeah, 100%. You know, the likes of Jake and that, who have done amazingly well in Grand Prix over the years. You know, their experience and their attention to detail is second to none, and the youngsters can learn a lot off of them. And I think it's a positive way forward. You know, we've got Tommy that's slowly coming towards the end of his career within his team, but you see the young riders within that team, they're like a sponge off of him, and it's starting to bring them forward. Yeah. And obviously I think the tracks, the bikes and everything, I don't think the sport is more physically demanding from a fitness point of view, but I don't think riders get the body, don't get the battering like they used to back in the day.
Oh, I don't know. I think, you know, the guys that, like the likes of Jeffrey and world-class athletes, Conrad, you know, their physical fitness is probably superior than we had, more so because of modern-day technology. You know, we probably trained at different times, the wrong times, whereas they have that information readily available to them now. But, you know, collectively, you know, if you go back to the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, you know, where we are now, everybody at the top of their tree was the best they could be at that point. And with the evolution of bikes, fitness training, the evolution of the way that's going, you know, it will just slowly, steadily go up.
Yeah. So we saw the Honda Cup yesterday, which was a cracking event. And I did hear that obviously Honda are looking at trying to continue doing that as well for next year, maybe, and draw again, just trying to pull another class of another full grid into the championships.
Yeah, I certainly would like to see that, but at HQ that's well above my pay grade to make those decisions. Of course,
but I think the fact that it's been so well received this year, we've had a quality entry, we've had some good riders coming in, Adam Chatfield, Daniel Woodcock have come in, and again, it's a credible championship. We had a great championship battle that went down to the wire yesterday, and it's good to see manufacturers putting stuff into the sport, but in a way that positively benefits them with a one-make championship.
Yeah, I think so. And if you look at it, it was always going to be a difficult thing to get going. You know, year one is always the most difficult. We've made a good inroad in it. It has had some positive feedback. The racing, like you said yesterday, was probably first class. It was, you know, the two guys at the front definitely wanted it. The riders in the field, you know, there was a big spread of riders. It's not all about the top riders. It's about participating in a big event on a big stage. Maybe if you're like, you know, more of a clubman rider, but you can still be involved. So there was, from a Honda perspective, there was a lot of
and of course, from your perspective, whoever wins, you win.
Well, yeah, there is that, yeah.
It was good to see Anya Colley out there as well. Obviously, she's doing quite a lot on her socials to kind of bring non-dirt bike people into motocross, and to see her out there having a go and enjoying it and promoting that as well. It kind of works well, you know, through the Honda family right up to obviously for the top guys in your team, that you can kind of have all of that under one umbrella in the same place.
Yeah, and like Anya said yesterday, you know, I watched her ride round, and the girl that I saw ride round yesterday, the girl that I saw ride a couple of years ago, they're two different animals. She's sort of come on really well. Anybody to ride Hawkstone, anybody that's been here will know that it's a tough day in the office. Whatever level, whatever speed you are. So I thought she did really well.
Yeah, so that was kind of the highlight for me yesterday, was the Honda Cup. We're really looking forward to two excellent races in MX2 and MX1 this afternoon, and hopefully your guys will be there at the front.
Yeah, I just hope so. I mean, we're looking forward to a good race. If it's a good race for the fans, then everyone goes home happy.
Yeah, and obviously we've got quite a few coming in through the gates. We just said it was raining a little bit when you came in earlier on, so hopefully we don't want a drizzly race. Vision will be awful around here.
Yeah, no, but I mean, of all the tracks that we go to, probably Hawkstone is one of the least affected by a little drizzle, so
yeah,
it'll be good.
Right, so we wish all your guys the best of luck, Dave Thorpe. Thank you very much for stepping in, and let's see which way the championship goes. Me and Jeff have got no favourites. We just want to see the guy at the front racing with the guy in second place, and whoever that is.
That's not true. I want to see Conrad win.
No, but it's been great. Thank you very much for stopping by, and we wish you the best luck in the championship.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very
cheers
much.
then, Dave Thorpe.
Thank you.
And so we're just going to go and take a quick ad break, and then we will, I think we've got some stuff to play out. So cheers to Dave for stepping in. Here's Jeff.
julep, julep.
Okay, it caught us off guard there. I didn't realise you were coming to us. We thought we were going to go. We thought they were going to go to the track.
Yeah, it's the gruesome twosome are back.
We were trying to have lunch then. Our lunch was very much disturbed. So we're going to basically what's happening right now is they're on a sighting lap. The MX2 are now coming out. Let's go through the qualifying there, Phil, while they go round.
So qualifying was pretty decent and pretty tight, wasn't it?
It was. Joel Rizzi topped qualifying on the dirt store Kawasaki. He will be happy with that.
Yeah, Joel, he's been obviously had trouble with injuries, and he's kind of had a couple of fragmented seasons. But I've been really impressed with him, and I think if he can find his feet in this class and get a decent run, he's going to be a contender for certainly wins in this class, and hopefully carry that forward to the world stage as well.
It was a good time as well, a 2:06.472. 0.6 of a second quicker than Dylan Walsh, so it wasn't like a couple of tenths. It was, half a second's a lot when you step up competition to the higher levels. Dylan Walsh on that Matt Smith Kawasaki came in second, so a Kawasaki 1-2.
That's good for Dylan as well, because you wouldn't have expected. That's a good performance, I think, from Dylan against this competition.
It is. By the way, you're watching on screen, that is not a race. That's just the MX2 riders out on their sighting lap. Obviously, the track's changed since they went out for practice and qualifying. So they're just checking it out. They go back in the holding pen regroup. Cass Volk, who's obviously in control of this championship. Obviously third, but you'd expect, I don't know, I just kind of expected Cass to top the qualifying, but he didn't.
Well, is that just because, as I said earlier on to Dave Thorpe, this is not typical Hawkstone. It's quite hard-packed. It's not rutty. It's not deep. So maybe they were just a little bit off with the setup for this weekend so far, and he just wasn't feeling the track. Yeah. Racing, of course, is a different animal. Tommy Searle on the Dirt Store Kawasaki there, the second of the Dirt Store Kawasaki's coming in fourth. Had a good chat with Tommy last night, talking about varying things. Listen, it's inevitable. He's kind of making noises that his career is coming to a close. He doesn't train as intensely as he used to, as hard as he's got a family, young family now. It comes to us all, says the man that never trained. But he's enjoying it. He's actually really enjoying the MX2. And the reason he stepped down to the MX2 because he felt it would just give him a couple more years longevity. If he had to stay on the MX1 bike, he just didn't think he was in a position emotionally and physically to want to keep pushing and training to be that guy. Whereas the MX2 bike, he can, you still got to be fit, of course, but you've got to be stronger and fitter to hold on to those 450s for longer. So that was his reasoning for going to the 250. Charlie Heyman on the SC Sports Zone came in fifth ahead of Joe Brooks, two youngsters there. And then followed by another youngster, Billy Askew on the bike at DRT. Kawasaki coming in seventh ahead of Ben Musto. So there we go. The future of MX2 is looking good. You've got a bunch of them there, all under 21. Then you've got Jack Chambers down in ninth. I'm surprised at that. But don't forget, he rattled his cage well and truly at Lockett. So he's going to he's maybe just ride himself into fitness. But again, maybe it's not that. We'll see. Maybe it wasn't the track he was expecting.
Exactly. But he'll be a contender. And then we got Charlie Cole, good ride for him on the Phoenix Tools, Even Strokes Kawasaki for 10th. Jake Nichols, Elliot Banks-Brown, Elfie Jones, Stephen Clark, and Taylor Hamill down in 15th. It's stacked. It's going to be a brilliant race. Hold tight. We're going to go back to another advert for the good people that make this live stream happen. Don't go too far away, because when we come back, the guys will be lining up for the opening MX2 Moto here at Hawkstone Park in the combined Motul Fastest 40 and Dirt Store ACU British MXGB Championship.
Holding area vibes then as we wait for this first MX2 race to come to the line. And Tim Chambers then, boss of the Chambers Husqvarna team there with the green hat on just in the corner of the shot. He's been around the paddock a long time.
Oh, he has indeed. He's been there, seen it and done it, and it went away from the sport for a little while, in regards of a team manager at least, or team owner, and then came back into it, and it's great to have Tim back. And, he supports a lot of riders. There's a big old team over there. And to his credit, he doesn't always support necessarily riders that will, in title contention, but riders that work hard. That's his ethic. If riders are willing to put the work in, Tim.
Got Dan Thornhill over there
this
year.
Yeah.
Dan, a good seasoned pro now. I started my commentary career. I started, and Dan Thornhill was on an 85 Suzuki. Commentated on my first race on the Masters at Mallory Park. Dan Thornhill was on an 85 with Adam Sterry and Ben Watson. And here he is. Dan didn't obviously get to the GPs, but a really, really good performer and exactly the kind of rider that Tim Chambers is more than happy to support. And he's the kind of guy that keeps the paddock going.
There is one of our bright hopes for going the distance, moving into MXGP or MX2, Billy Askew. Again, just coming back from injury. It started pretty good. He started to get a bit of momentum. Obviously, stepping up to EMX is tough on that DRT machine, and then he had that broken hand or wrist injury. So this is, I think, is one of his first rides back since then. So good qualifying, considering it's going to take a little while. When he at youth level, he could spend loads of time off the bike, jump back in, and probably jump right back to the front. That doesn't happen when you get to the pro ranks. You got to get that momentum rolling, as we spoke to Jeffrey Hurlins about. As good as you are, no matter how good you are, you need to build back up to race fitness and sharpness. You don't just jump back in.
No.
Very rarely does that happen.
No, we can see there's the riders come across the track that it's just quite powdery and not what we're used to seeing. 7:31.
Of course, I made a couple of errors earlier on there. Sorry, I dived in without thinking. It must have been because I hadn't had enough coffee. Of course, Jack Chambers is leading this championship, not Cass Volk. I forget that Cass had a one bad race, a couple of bad races early on in the season. So it's actually red plate holder is Jack Chambers. And as I said, he hasn't qualified overly well, and he's coming off a bit of a, well, more than a bit, a nasty crash at Lockett to find his form again. So let's see what happens with regard to the championship. Talking of MX2 riders, by the way, I'm going to go as far back at as the beginning of the year with the Fastest 40, where I dropped an absolute clanger. And for the whole duration of the day, confused Rory Jones with a completely different Rory Jones.
There is two of them,
which I did. There is two of them, which I then would like. I apologise later on, but I'm going to now make a public apology on that call-in. So the Rory Jones that is out, if he's out there riding a day and races this championship, is the Rory Jones of AMCA fame. I think he rides for the Apex team and whatever. So so apologies to Rory. I don't see he is out there. There he is. In 21st he qualified. 2:31. So to the entire Jones family, sorry for absolutely getting confused with the other Rory. And there you go. It's that Rory Jones.
So riders coming to the line then. And again, this is a stacked gate. We've got 35 riders. And they will all be wanting to get into that first turn first. The 7:31 of Alfie Jones in there, one of the Chambers riders, also the 3:37 of Glenn McCormick. Stevie Clark there on the 5:11, I think just about to drop into the gate. So there's Billy Askew.
So we've just watched the 125 race, which was brilliant racing, but it was fair to say the top two were in a kind of class of their own. This class is super stacked this year. Honestly, look at it. Look at the times. Look at those riders. You're going to get, the action is going to be intense in the top 10.
It is.
You'd expect maybe Cass and Jack and a few others to maybe just break away. But at any one point, you could say Billy Askew could get a good start and get away with it. Elliot Banks-Brown is coming back to speed. Walsh is such a hard-charging rider. Rizzy, he's taken his, he'll want to win more. He's got a taste of winning his first overall British championship,
I fancied old Rizzy to be at the sharp end all day, subject to getting decent starts. We just saw on the line there the 49 of Ida Ori Palmerson. Is he a rider that's done the championship regularly? Or is he sounds like he's a Icelandic or that neck of the woods?
He's certainly raced in the UK enough times. I'm not sure if he's committed to the whole championship, but we've seen him in the UK enough. Okay, 5-second board is up. Gate is down, and who's going to pull the whole shot? The Dirt Store boys in the middle were absolutely ripping on those two Kawasaki's. I think it's going to be one of them around the first corner first. It is. It's Rizzy by the looks of it. I can tell by his style. He's so tall. Oh, lovely. And Tommy Searle in second. So the Dirt Store boys have got those KX 250Fs
like on song.
Askew in third. So it's a Kawasaki 1, 2, 3. Of course, Billy is on a different team. He's riding for Steve Dixon's Bike It DRT team. But it's a Kawasaki 1, 2, 3. And I have to say, we've seen these three have an absolute brilliant battle back at Preston Docks earlier on in the Motul Fastest 40. It was absolutely excellent. So more of the same in this one. That's not Jack Chambers right at the back, is it? No. No, I couldn't see the red plate. I thought that might be him because they're rocking that UFO kit and they run some funky colours this year, and I thought that might have been him, but it's not. Okay, so the fastest qualifier taking advantage. Oh, let's see what Rizzy's got, but Searle will push him all the way.
So Michael, if you remember, just
you did, absolutely. Oh, we got Carnage, and I don't know if we can switch that camera.
Yeah.
We got
Rizzy across the line first. From Searle, from Askew.
Oh, there we go. That's Charlie Cole. I can see off camera.
Brooks.
Anyway, Charlie Cole is right at the back of the pack. You can't see that home, but crashing out of the sandpit.
Valk there in 5th, then Jeff, and then Ben Musto in an excellent 6th. Bounce Brown 7th. 616 of Ollie Coleman 8th. Nichols 9th, and Stevie Clark across the line in 10th for the first time.
You've got Musto coming back off a bit of an injury. He took a bit of a wreck, and I think he damaged his shoulder, if I remember rightly, and his ribs, and I'm sure it was something like that. So he's missed a bit of race action, but another young rider with a good future. You know, if we can find the teams to maybe take him to EMX, that would be good.
So Rizzy then head down through the shadows and just starting to stretch away at the front from teammate Tommy Searle. Askew there in 3rd on the Dixon Kawasaki. The rest of the field streaming through.
There you go. Okay, so it's not a complete full lap because obviously they come off the start, so it'd be a complete full lap next time around. But they have sorted themselves out enough to know where we're sitting right now. It's Rizzy, Searle, Askew, Brooks with a good start. Then Volk. I think Volk's gone past him since they crossed the finish line. Then it's Musto, Elliot Banks-Brown. He will be competing, by the way, in the for Team G in the VMXDN. That's going to be good. So it's him, Tommy, and Brad Anderson. Looking forward to that. Then we've got Ollie Coleman making a good start ahead of Jake Nichols, who you spoke about with Dave Thorpe earlier on. And then Clarkey. Now, Stephen Clark, he's kind of gone solo again, doing his own thing. And he's feeling good. I just spoke to him coming back from the winner's circle. He said, look, I feel great. He said, I was like an idiot. I went too early on my qualifying lap before they put the board out. He said, and I'd done an absolute ripper. It felt perfect. Everything was good. And then I realised, oh, you idiot. You went too early. Yeah. So he's feeling good.
Yeah, the qualifying lap that he did with the blank front number plate and his numbers drawn on the back of his jersey in biro. But, yeah, good to see Stevie Clark back out there. And, again, these riders that are like, been established stars. Stephen Clark, Formula 85cc World Champion, of course. He is out there in 10th place, and like I say, it gives this championship credibility for the young riders coming through. Shout out then to Howard Wainwright there in 15th on the HJW Racing Honda. He's the guy that won the Honda Cup yesterday, and he's out there qualified for this race, and he's running in 15th.
He had an eventful day.
He did, didn't he?
Oh, if you haven't seen it, go back to yesterday's action and watch the Honda Cup races, because there was 2 Honda CRFs on the line as prizes, and it's fair to say it amped up the atmosphere.
It did, indeed. But Valk then fastest lap of the race and up to 3rd. He's managed to put the pass on Billy Askew on that lap. So the Gabriel KTM man, the Sean Simpson charge, is on his way to the front then in 3rd. But there's Rizzy, Searle, Valk, and then a little bit of a gap back to the 441 of Billy Askew.
Joe Brooks looking good there as well.
Colmer in there. There's Stevie Clark there in 10th, and with his proper shirt on. We did a ride day at Apex a couple of weeks ago, and I rocked the 511 as Stevie Clark, and he gave me a nod, so that was nice. But didn't see which way he went other than the holding area. So Valk starting to close in a little bit on Tommy Searle, Jeff, and that KTM, obviously he's doing really well at EMX. That Gabriel bike then. Another rider in a nice white kit, so it will be nice and easy to pick out for us.
The FXR boys are doing a good job with that white kit. I saw Mike Brown wearing that at Loretta's as well, but that was understandable. It was about 1,000,000 degrees over there. Yeah, it's good for us commentators. Anybody that wears one bold colour, he makes them easy to spot. Lovely the way he picked up the front and almost pushed it down to where he wanted to go, taking that shorter line on Tommy Searle through there. So another good ride as well currently going on for Joe Brooks on the 426 Motorsport team. Obviously that is kind of Conrad's team, academy team that he's put together.
And fair play for Conrad for supporting riders doing that. So Valk then all over the back of Tommy Searle now as they come across the line to complete what is the second full lap.
There's Brooks. Oh, nearly tucking the front end was Ben Musto. Colmer making a nice move there up the inside of Elliot Banks-Brown, right on the line. There's Jake Nichols again, working man, and I tell you, he does work. I mean, I know it's a big old company that he looks after, and you could argue that he could sit back and done. Jake's work ethic is insane.
Yeah, he didn't get where he is today without having that, and it's nice to see him out there on track. Charlie Heyman then on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna, he's there in 11th. Alfie Jones 12th, Tyler Westcott 13th, Taylor Hamill 14th, as Dave Thorpe said earlier on in the interview. He's carrying a hand injury today, so he's going to be a little bit subpar.
Yeah, Walsh was quite a way down the list, I noticed, down in 17th, just ahead of Jack Chambers, so not a good start for those two. Chambers, remember, is the championship leader, so right now he's dropping a bunch of points.
He is. We'll catch up with that as the race goes on. But Rizzi then starting to just not check out, but he has a comfortable gap over Tommy Searle, and Kaz Valk has yet to show Searle a wheel. So the first half of this race keeping us on our toes. Gap back to 4th. Has already started to open up, but Billy Askew then, he's coming back from injury. Be interesting to see, Jeff, whether he can run the pace the whole race.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely that. There's some of these riders that will fade off, and it's literally no more than the simple fact that they've got little niggling injuries, in some cases worse than that, and have been off a bike for a little bit, and that will catch up you at this level. You can probably scrape by, you know, if you're good enough at more of an amateur level and all that, but not when you get to the sharp end. You know, you need to be 100% to get that result. Here we go. Cass all over the back of Tommy Searle. He's got loads of experience. Of course, if you're wondering why Tommy's also running the red plate, it's because Tommy's leading the Fastest 40 Championship. Because we've combined
class, yes.
Because we've combined the two championships this weekend, we got two red plate riders out there, so that's why. So Jack Chambers is leading the Dirt Store MXGB Championship. Tommy's leading the Motul Fastest 40.
There they go up the hill then. And as we heard earlier on, Tommy dropping down to 250 is just keeping him in the sport that little bit longer. He doesn't want to be throwing himself up the track on a 450 anymore. Jake Nichols then through, then Stevie Clark. So the veterans of the class, and there's Charlie Heyman, and then in 11th.
Charlie, easy to spot.
Alfie Jones going up the hill. And here's our race leader then. Rizzi then still a couple of seconds to the good. Valk's going to need to make a move on Tommy Searle in the next couple of laps. Otherwise, he's going to have his work cut out, trying to close down our race leader, Joel Rizzi, on the Dirt Store Kawasaki.
So the gap at the top, right now, Volk's going to take over the championship lead because he was only 2 points behind Chambers coming into it.
Yeah, it was tight, as is our Elliot Banks-Brown just pushed in then across the front of us.
To be fair, Rizzi is not too far behind either. He's only 16 points off the lead. So this whole thing, if it stays like this, and if Chambers can't work his way up, it's going to get tight between those three.
Well, Rizzi, that'll probably elevate Rizzi to second in the championship, and he will close the gap on Valk.
Yep.
And obviously, as we said, no favourites. We just want to see a tight championship, and with 2 points between the top two, as this gate drop came, with Chambers being absolutely buried, the championship lead is going to change.
Yeah, it will do, no doubt. Tommy Searle, like we said, leading the Fastest 40 Championship, but in the Dirt Store MXGB Championship, he's currently in 4th as well, but he's more sort of points behind. He's 26 off the lead. So, you know, that's the kind of four we're looking at, and right now we've got 3 of them at the sharp end, but the red plate in the MXGB Championship, Jack Chambers, it's not going his way.
So, fair to say, I don't think Tommy Searle's holding Kaz Valk up. Valk's yet to show him a wheel. So Tommy is going great guns. He's enjoying his riding as much as ever, and always 100% from the number 100 of Tommy Searle.
So the gap out front, Rizzi on that second of the Dirt Store Kawasaki's, he stretched his lead out to 3 seconds over Searle. Then it's about the same.
March up to 6, with Joe Brooks there in 5th. So the youngsters then, Colmer and Musto having a good. So we've got Askew, Brooks as well. He's another one of our up-and-coming riders chasing down what you would say are the more established stars, Jeff.
Yep. Getting to that stage in the race now where I would have expected Billy Askew, with the lack of seat time he's had of late, to start to drop off these guys. Listen, he's got the speed to run with them. We've seen that at races earlier on in the year, but he's been out of the saddle a little bit too long, and he's got to work his way back. I'm sure people around his camp would be advising him, go out there and get, don't just take your time with it. And right now, he'd probably be happy with where he is, actually, and just bring it in from there. If he can do that, that would be a good comeback ride for him. Yeah,
I think if anybody had said to him, do you fancy 4th in the first race, he'd have took that all day long. But obviously, the fact that he's there from the start and the guys have ridden away from him. But again, from what I've heard about him, he's a very, very level-headed youngster, and he's not putting pressure on himself to perform. So he'll be happy with that result.
Yeah,
He's not putting pressure on Tommy at all, is he?
Not yet, but one of Volk's strong points is definitely his fitness, and I expect him, as we get into the latter stage of these races, he will get a bit of a spurt on. Remember, these are 25 plus 2 laps, so I would expect to see, we're not even halfway, so I would expect to see around the 20-minute mark, 18 to 20 minute is where Volk will apply pressure to Tommy, and then Tommy's, listen, what I mean is fitness is not in question because he's a fit guy, but he doesn't train as much as he used to because of his age and family commitments and stuff now. So let's see if he can dig deep.
Askew coming under pressure from Joe Brooks then as they complete another lap. So there is the 4:41, and there's Brooks on the... Is that a Gabriel KTM that he's on?
No, that is the 426 Motorsport team.
Oh,
so,
yeah, of course, Conrad Music's team, you're right. Just there's nothing on our line here to say what team it was, and it looked like it was similar colours, which of course is orange, so it will be. Look over the shoulder from Tommy there, and Volk is the other side. And they seemed a little bit closer to Rizzy that time. Unless that was a lapper just going out of sight, but I think they were just a little bit closer.
Yeah. All the while, you have to say, Rizzy is doing a grand job. He is maintaining that gap and maintaining it well. I've seen Joel, obviously been part of his career when he rode for Team Green, when I was the manager there. So this is one of his favourable tracks. He's always been good round here, because let's be honest, he's not too far from here anyway. The dirt similar. He lives in North Wales, so we know similar dirt in and around the area. And he is good in these kind of conditions. Looks to me like on this lap, like Volk is pushing Searle along, and they are actually now starting to peg back Rizzy.
Definitely, that gap will have almost certainly come down. It was 3.2 seconds across the line last time, but I'm expecting it to be somewhere in the region of 2.5, as we see Brooks closing in on the back of the 441 Kawasaki of Billy Askew into the wave section. Oh, big leap from Volk out of there. That was a proper send. You can do that more out the sandpit, but now you've got that longer run. Yeah.
Just looking outside of the confinements of the fencing and the track, it's nice to see a lot of people leaning up against those fences. Lots of vehicles parked here. A real nice vibe here at Hawkstone Park for this combined Motul Fastest 40 and Dirt Store MXGB Championship. Great stuff.
So up the hill again. There's Rizzy disappearing up the top. Then Searle, Volk going up slightly different up the centre. Askew and Brooks across the line. Just a second and a half between those two. Colmer up to 6th. Musto 7th. Jakey Nichols in 8th.
I want to give a shout out to Ollie Colmer because he's had a rough ride of it since stepping out of youth motocross into adults. It's not an easy transition.
No, he's been paddling around a little bit. And injuries and stuff like that. So good to see him on the...
he's on the K-Tech.
K-Tech KTM.
Yep. It's good work, Ollie. Keep it going. As I said, it's easy to get despondent, get your head down.
Yeah, Tommy's definitely closing that gap now on our race leader, Jake Rizzy. His teammate has had a decent stint at the front, but it looks like he's getting run down as this race gets towards the middle distance.
Nice to see a parent there with their kid leaning over, watching motocross from a young age. Next generation, that's what we need. More youngsters getting into this sport.
Yeah, my grandkids were at Lommel.
Yeah.
So that was I think that was their first foreign GP.
Always a great one to go to, that. See plenty of Brits over there at the Lommel GP every year.
So, yeah, this is just starting to close a little bit. I don't feel that Rizzy's under pressure yet, and we'll see what his lap times are next time by, because if he just maybe made a mistake, but if it's coming down a couple of tenths at a lap, it's not going to be long before all three of these guys are going to be arguing over the same bit of territory.
There's some good racing going on. We're going to try and break away from those guys just for a bit. Hope that nothing too much changes there, because obviously, you know,
mistake from Rizzy there, nearly got cross-rutted.
He did, didn't he? It's always easy to follow the leaders. But let's just quickly, because there's some brilliant racing going on a bit further down as well, between Ben Mustoe, Jake Nichols, Stephen Clark, Charlie Heyman, all those guys fighting for position inside the top 10.
We've got a battle for the lead.
Yeah.
Experience tells me the instant you look away, something will happen. You know that as well as I do, Jeff.
Yeah, let's see. Up to our directors here to see where we go with. There they are crossing the line.
What's the gap this time?
It's down to 2.4 seconds between Searle and Rizzy. Quickest lap of the race is Cass Volk.
And there's that midfield battle that you were talking
about. Was it
about,
last
Jeff?
time around? Let's have a look. It was that set. No, last time around. But he was the fastest rider out of the top 3 last time around.
Yeah. So there's Coleman across the line. This is the battle that you were talking about, Jeff. And Coleman is definitely he's got to be.
Oh, look how tight they are. Look at them in there. That was Mustoe behind him, and then Nichols. By the way, Jake he's like a dog on a piece of meat.
Yeah.
They don't let his age fool you, or the commitment the way it does. When that crash helmet goes on, there's not too many guttier performance riders than Jake Nichols. So we are keeping an eye on the lead as well, so don't worry those at home. We just want to give some props and credit to the other guys inside the top 10 who sometimes say, well, look, you know, you only ever follow the leaders. The argument is, of course, make sure you're a leader.
Be at the front. Nobody can guarantee that. But this battle, look, these boys in the mid-pack, properly on a roll. And like I say, Ollie Coleman, he's grown a hell of a lot. I last saw him race a 1:25, and when he first got on one of them, he was a slip of a thing, but he's a proper tall going out. Yeah,
there was Scuba, Stephen Clark going for the shot, having a good one. There's Taylor Hamill, damage limitation, as we've said. He's injured his hand in practice, and of course, Honda signed him up to ride the 250. He has been riding the 450 in the Motul Fastest 460, but he can't ride both this weekend, so he's had to commit to the 250, which is what Honda UK and Dave wanted. So that's why he's in the 250 class this weekend.
Good to see so many of them out there, and obviously the One Make Championship we ran yesterday. Hopefully, is going to go from strength to strength next year, and now some of the guys will feed into this. Say Howard Wainwright, obviously not got live timing on at the moment, but can't see where the 99 of Wainwright is. He was just on the edge of the top 15.
He's down in 18th.
We're going to go 18th then, with Glenn McCormack then, and Tyler Westbrook in a battle there.
Okay, we're going to go back to the leaders, I think, because that is starting to tighten up front. We're going to try and find them on the track as we stick with Coleman on that K-Tech machine. And look at that, Nichols all over the back of Mustoe. And Mustoe goes out the front door. Over that tabletop. He just caught that lip wrong, didn't he? Did he get slightly cross-rutted, or did he have his weight too far back?
I think he just got, it was a little bit of both.
Oh, Mustoe just coming back from injury as well. Let's hope he gets up on his feet. Oh, that's the worst experience as a racer.
Oh,
There's nothing worse.
He was hanging there, wasn't he? It almost looked like he got away with it, but it kicked on the takeoff. And Mustoe then just had the back end of that light up. So they are into the traffic now.
As they go past the Chambers riders, Harvey Cashmore there. Okay, the top 3 are tightening up. And I tell you what, it's Tommy there really that's holding the
There's going to be no favours here. I can't see Tommy going for you.
Okay, we're going to cut the action and come back to midfield here, but the reason we've done that, it's been a red flag incident, so we're going to go to a quick advert. That crash from Ben Mustoe is a red flag incident.
Right in the middle of the track, so that's definitely the right thing to do where he went down.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the timing. Unofficially, that will probably be called a result. That's unofficial. We'll come back to you after the advert with the initial outcome of that, but we're going to go to a quick ad. And let's hope, fingers crossed, that Ben Mustoe is okay.
I think that's more of the fact of where he is on the track rather than the severity of the injury. Right, we'll be right back.
Yeah.
that all important whole block.
Everything I try to make it look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal there. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, you know? American flag, stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
Julep.
Okay, welcome back. As you saw, there was a nasty crash over the famous, what used to be the double jump there. So that previous MX2 race was red flagged. We are dealing with that incident right now, so that we'll just keep you informed as to when we're going racing again. The result will stand. They basically surpassed 20 minutes. So I think it's normally 75% or 50%.
So we were over 20 minutes in that one, Jeff. So that was we've just had the results land with us.
So the result is going to stand. So from the top.
Yeah, so it was a great win then for Joel Rizzi. Remember who picked him for a win?
Yes.
So Joel then
go
on
buy
the
a lottery ticket.
Yeah, on the Dirt Store Kawasaki, he took victory, and Tommy Searle, Dirt Store Kawasaki, so a 1-2 for that team. Casvolt there in third on the Gabriel Racing KTM. Then it was the DRT Kawasaki of the 441 of Billy Askew. That was a decent ride from him.
Yes.
And then Joe Brooks on the Conrad Muse KTM.
From there, 6 down to 10, Redders. Ollie Colmer taking a well-earned 6th place on the K-Tech Aristotle car racing machine. And then we had Jake Nichols. We saw him chasing him down, but obviously with the red flag incident, couldn't get the job done on the Crendon Fast Track True 7 Honda. Then Stephen Clark kind of going privateer at the minute on his KTM. He came in 8th. 9th was Charlie Heyman on the SC Sports Home Husqvarna, and then rounding out the top 10 was Alfie Jones racing for the Chambers Chambers racing team. He's riding, I think he's on a gas or KTM, but obviously they're over there at Chambers. They just let the guys ride whatever bike they want, and it's Chambers racing.
It's Chambers racing. We get this with the Supermoto. We've got 6 guys in the team, and 4 will be on one bike, and 2 will be on another. Just how it is. But yeah, it was a decent race. 11th then Taylor Hamill with that hand injury. So the man on the Crendon Fast Track Honda then had a crash in practice. Dylan Walsh 12th. He obviously didn't get off the gate very well and struggled to come through. And our championship leader, Jack Chambers, there in 13 on the DRT Kawasaki. He will have relinquished the championship lead with that ride. And we'll see whether he can bounce back in Moto 2, Jeff.
Yeah. Ty Westcott came in just behind him on the HJA racing machine. Then the Ulsterman Glenn McCormick ran out of top 15. Then it was Josh Coleman, Howard Wainwright, still probably beaming from ear to ear after winning that Honda.
And rightly so.
CR 250 250FR yesterday. So he's got that done. Wainwright, then it was Liam Bennett, Jake Rackham, who was also in the Honda Cup yesterday.
He was a good ride. He had a good ride yesterday.
And rounding out the top 20 was Ryan Thompson. We're going to go to another quick advert, keep them rolling. And the people that support us will support them. And as soon as we get any news, as Jeffrey Hurlins walks into shot, getting race ready, hopefully there won't be too much longer of a delay here at Hawkstone, and we can get back to racing with the MX1. So sit tight, people. We'll be back shortly.
What's going on, everybody? It's Luke Brady at Bell Helmets, and I'm going to take you through the new Moto 10 Spherical. First and foremost, you'll notice that this helmet looks a lot different than anything we've released in the past. Starting with the shell. The shell is a 3K carbon construction, 2x2 weave, a lot like what we used on our previous generation Moto 9 Flex. But we've actually taken the shell and made it 2 pieces. So what that allows us to do is actually take the top of the helmet shell off and elevate that and actually increase the ventilation. Now, the way that these 2 pieces are bonded is we have self-welding screws that were borrowed from the aerospace industry. So the same way that they're putting together airplanes is the same way that we're putting this shell construction together. So as we move to the top of the helmet, you will notice that we've got the flying bridge visor system. Now, what that flying bridge visor system allows us to do is we've basically taken the center contact point off of the visor. So if you were to take a big impact to this visor, it's not going to translate that energy down through the middle of the helmet. That's what we're not looking for. So we're looking to actually move the energies away from the middle of the helmet. So by eliminating that flying bridge visor, eliminating that middle contact point, we're taking that energy and we're dissipating around the helmet. Now you will notice that we're using a toolless screw system. So all you have to do is flip this up. You can unscrew it, you can make it tighter. It's fully adjustable. So if you want to lower your visor, raise your visor, you can do that as well. Now within this system here, there's actually 2 plastic set pins. So on either side of the helmet. So if you were to take a really big impact to this visor, it's actually going to rotate all the way back or all the way forward. So those plastic set pins are going to snap off. So if you do take a really big hit and we can't mitigate it without that center contact point, and we're utilizing the flying bridge visor, as it takes that hit, it's going to rotate all the way back or all the way forward. So moving around to the back of the helmet, depending on your region, you're either going to be getting a Snell 2020 helmet or an ECE 2206 helmet. Now, as we flip the helmet on its side here, something that's really important that I want to point out is going to be these NMR bumpers. So this is an EPP bumper, and what it's designed to do is help mitigate impact energy to your collarbone. So if you were to take a really big hit, the premise here is that we're going to take away that energy to the collarbone. Ideally, if we can save the collarbone, you're not going to miss any races, hence the NMR bumpers. Working in conjunction with our NMR bumpers is going to be our MERS system. So the same system that you've seen us use previously in the Moto 9, we're using now here in the Moto 10. So that's our magnetic emergency release system. So you see how easy it is to get the cheek pads out in case of emergency. Now we've also partnered with Virus. Now Virus makes a material called Cool Jade. Now this is a phenomenal material that we're using. And when we partnered with Virus, we wanted something that we could create a really cool liner. And what Virus does is they actually recycled mineral jade down at the molecular level. They actually infuse it into the fabric. So the really nice part is your antimicrobial properties, your antibacterial properties, and the cooling effect of the liner are all done at the molecular level, so it will never wash out, it'll never wear out, it'll never dissipate. The nice part about the mineral jade is that cooling effect is typically 10 degrees cooler at ambient temperature. So if you were looking at our previous fabrics that we were using versus the new Virus fabric, this is actually going to be 10 degrees cooler Fahrenheit than the previous fabrics that we were using. Before we move deeper inside the helmet, I'd like to point out the panoramic goggle port. So this is the largest goggle port on the market and will accept any of today's modern goggles. So one of the most important features to our athletes was to be able to draw that sweat around and away from the goggles, because what they found was that they were saturating their goggles, sweat was getting in their eyes. So this is the first exchange system that we've come up with our engineering team that actually draws air away from the face. Now if you notice inside the helmet, this is the first helmet that we've created that every channel moves front to back, because ultimately at the end of the day we're trying to get as much air in the front of the helmet and out the back of the helmet. Now, what our engineers found, you can put as much air in the front of the helmet that you want. But if you can't get it to go somewhere, it's not going to increase any type of ventilation. So that's why we came up with the two-piece shell. So we could jam a bunch of air in the front of the helmet with our T system, and we could get it out the top and the back of the helmet with a two-piece shell. So something that's never been done before. It was really important to our athletes, Tomac, Webb, Ferrandis, that we could really keep them cool on those hot summer days. With this new spherical liner system developed in conjunction with MIPS, we're actually utilizing EPP, EPS, and a lot more material than what we've previously used. So we developed 360 spherical in conjunction with MIPS. It's a ball socket design that allows a full 360 degrees of movement as well as full coverage on the head. So if you look at how these two pieces, you see there's a red slip plane here. You've got a molded EPP and EPS inner liner, more EPS on the outside behind the red slip plane, but what you'll notice is the whole system can actually move front to back, top to side, much more than any system that we've ever created. All right, so we've covered the inside and the outside of the new Moto 10 Spherical. If you have any questions, reach out to us at bellhelmets.com.
Okay, welcome back. As you can see, we are back in action. Riders are riding around the track. So we have cleared the track of that red flag incident. We wish the fallen rider, Ben Musto, all the best in whatever injury he's picked up there. I think he might have just knocked himself out, really. Look, he went over the handlebars pretty bad.
It was a smart thing to do. Where he was on the track, blind over a jump, Marshals did the right thing. Always err on the side of caution. And it's probably one of the most awkward places on the track because you've got narrowness under that bridge as well. It's very, it does get surprisingly narrow.
Totally brilliant marshalling, the right, good race management. The guys shut it down straight away, you know, for that purpose. So well done, track crew, part of the course, all that. So
medics
keeping the riders safe. Oh, they were there in an instant. We've got great medics here. So good stuff. So this is the sighting lap for the MX1. We're going to get back to it. I'm not sure if we're still on schedule time-wise. We're probably falling a little bit behind.
There or thereabouts.
But there or thereabouts. There can't be much in it. So just to give you a quick update, this is what happened in qualifying earlier on. If you missed it, take a guess.
Yeah, well, it was the 84 of Jeffrey Hurlin's current championship leader that took pole position, but only by 0.6 of a second from Conrad Muse. He was not arms and legs faster than the Crendon True 7 Honda rider. And third place in there, Tristan Purdon on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. He was at 2.5 seconds adrift, but he'll be well pleased with that. And as we saw, everybody trying hard to put a fast lap in, but Jeffrey just didn't seem to be able to put the gap on the rest of the field that we would have expected. And I think it's going to be an interesting race, Jeff.
It is. Great to see Bobby Bruce stepping up to the 450. He had a torrid time in his debut at MXGP in Lommel. I mean, when you just put those words together, you're like, that is jumping in the deep end. But he looked good out there for fourth. Jason Mira, the Ulsman, looking very good on the DK off-road. No, sorry, he's not on the DK off-road. He's on the motorcycle gas, I believe. Correct me if I got that wrong. I'm sure somebody will. Then we've got Brad Todd for 6th. Carlton Husband finding a good form on the 450 for 7th. Tom Grimshaw came in 8th on the Apico Honda, ahead of his teammate Martin Barr for 9th. And Josh Gilbert, who is trying to work his way back to fitness after quite a long time off, he came in 10th.
Yeah, so we're expecting fireworks in this one right from the gate drop then. 2 points in the championship as it is at the minute, and if you were on stream with us earlier when Jeff and I spoke to Jeffrey Hurlins, he is in for the championship. He wants to win this one. Dave Thorpe saying that at the beginning of the series they were under the impression that Hurlins was going to be in for a couple of rounds only, so not to worry too much, but obviously now Hurlins is kind of getting back to where he wants to be. He's enjoying coming and racing. He loves coming to the UK, loves the British fans, and he wants to try and round out this championship. So Conrad Muse has got to bring his A game, and let's be honest, he's done that every round this year so far.
He has. He's beaten him straight up a couple of rounds. Beat him at Ling, straight up, fair and square in one race. And there you go. And I think also Blacksall. So yeah, he will push him. And like I said, his confidence high, and Conrad will know he's got an opportunity. It's hard, but he knows he has, as much as Jeffrey knows that it's not going to be a walk in the park.
No, and that's the thing as well. And Jeffrey was very, very complimentary of Conrad Muse on social media and in general all season. The fact that the Conrad Muse that he has to race here is not the Conrad Muse that people get to see in GPs. He raises his game here. He's on tracks that he knows, and maybe just doesn't feel the pressure. Remember, he basically grew up in Europe, did Conrad, when he was riding 65s and 85s, but he's definitely settled into this Crendon Fast Track Honda ride, and as Dave Thorpe has said, it's certainly kind of brought the best out of Conrad, having Jeffrey out there on track with him. It's the DK off-roaders, Brad, is that Brad Todd there on the 714?
Yep. There's Carlton Husband swinging his leg over his Phoenix Tools, even strokes Kawasaki. As I said, he started to find his way with a level of consistency after moving up onto the 450 this year.
How old's Carlton Husband? Is he like mid to late 20s? Obviously, I know him as a good 250 rider from in the last few years, but he's not a youngster, is he?
No, he's somewhere between 25 and 30 bracket.
Yeah. So all of these riders there, you'll see the black Crendon Fast Track Honda there of Conrad Muse with that red plate as well.
He's got his, we've had a bit of a laugh and joke about it throughout the Fastest 40 Championship.
That's the Fastest 40 red plate that he's holding there?
No, well, yeah, obviously that's that one. But, so you've got the two championship leaders each championship. Hurlin's leading the MXGB Dirt Store Championship, and Conrad leading the Motul Fastest 40. Remember, this is the first time ever both championships are coming together as one on a weekend. What I was going to make reference to, he won't mind saying it, the expensive nose clip that he's got on.
Yes.
He was genuinely, I'm going to bring it up again because he was absolutely gutted when he lost that at one of the earlier Fastest 40 rounds. He came in, he won the race, it was all good, and he was genuinely, at Fox Hill, he was just worried about it. And I said, it's just a nose clip. And he said, no, it's not just a nose clip. And they're apparently quite expensive. Yeah, but anyway, he's going to make sure that stays on his nose. And if you wonder what that does, it does actually work. It just opens up your nostrils and lets more air through, surprisingly. I didn't believe that until I actually just got my fingers and put a bit of tape on and tried it, and it does work.
I've been doing that since a long while ago, and the first time I did it was at Cullen when all the fields round were all in bloom with the oilseed, and it made so much difference, even for an old knobber like me. It's the difference between dying at 10 minutes and dying at 12 minutes.
I got to say, for me, Phil, I'm breathing out heavily out of my mouth after about 2 laps anyway, so a nose clip is not going to do me any favours. Right, we're going to go to another quick advert. When we come back, these guys should be starting to stack and rack for the opening MX1 Moto here at Hawkstone Park. Okay, back to it. There's still a little bit of a delay here. We don't really know the reasons why yet. We haven't quite been told that. The track has been cleared, obviously, because the guys have gone around and done their sighting lap. So let's just see. Carlton, fair play. Dave Garland, at least, is tuning in.
Is that the Dave Garland?
That is the Dave Garland.
Top man, Dave Garland.
Dave is knowledgeable. Obviously, I'm not. Lack of notes, etc. Trust me, that will improve as we go forward with this championship, and we actually get the riders working with us.
Yeah,
actually
they give us the info
information
that we asked for.
He's 32, so he's much older than I thought.
No,
so
I thought he was. I thought he was at least 30.
Maybe Carlton was a little bit of a late starter, really.
He was, but so I've been commentating on him for quite a while.
Yeah,
and so we'll get this info sorted.
That's the trouble, isn't it?
Yeah.
Time goes so quick, certainly as you get older. Carlton actually has got a good backstory regards of his friends. Carlton was a good school friend. I believe went to school, but is still very close friends with England's #1 Jordan Pickford. Jordan is a motocross fan.
Jordan loves his motorbikes, definitely.
Yeah, so I don't know where Jordan Pickford is in the world, but he might be tuning in and watching his mate racing here at Hawkstone. So if you are watching, Jordan, thanks for being a supporter, and you know.
Yeah, and obviously that little note there from Dave Garland. If you're following us on social media, thank you very much. If you're not, our social handles are then at Fastest40MX. Instagram at Fastest40MX, and YouTube at mxnationals.uk. And then for the DirtWorld-TV, we are Facebook, Instagram and Twitter is all at DirtWorld. We've got at DirtWorld-TV on Facebook, at DirtWorld.TV on Instagram, and on X we are at DirtWorld-TV. And finally, our YouTube channel, which is what this is going out live on today, is at DirtWorld-TV. Okay,
just to bring up to speed before we get gate drop on this opening moto for the MX1 riders here, let's give you the championship rundown. It's tight. Hurlins wants to now compete in the championship and win it. He's only got a 3-point lead over Conrad Muse, you know.
Yes.
So it is a straight up fight between these two. Just goes to show, because he's done all the rounds and there's only 3 points in it. So it goes to show
exactly
what Conrad has put to Jeffrey this year. Sitting third in the championship, it gives me great pleasure to say this because he's an old dog. Martin Barr is currently sitting third in the championship on that Apico Honda. He's some 40 points back off the second place rider or the lead rider. So obviously you'd argue that it's going to be between Hurlins and Muse for this championship. Brad Todd is putting together a great year.
He's another guy that's older than you think, and he's been very, very good. Yeah. For a long while, and he's put the hard yards in. 27 off Chris Mills there in the MVD gear. There's the 326 of Josh Gilbert. Martin Barr on the Apico Honda, the number 50.
These are all the championship results I'm reading off the the internet here. So yeah, Tristan Purden's in 5th, Mira at 6th, Gilbert 6th, then it's 7th, Nunn, Thornhill, Grimshaw. Here we go. Gate drop. Now, who's going to pull the whole shot straight down the middle? Seems to be more whole shots coming from the middle now,
Definitely.
Phil.
There was a Kawasaki leapt out of the gate really quickly. We'll see who that is.
It's Bobby Bruce. Bobby. Right, let's see if Bob already looking behind him going, oh my days, I don't want to see the bullet behind me.
I think that's the number 6 of Carlton Husband that was in there in 3rd. It was definitely a Cowie. It looked like a single-digit number.
Well, I'll tell you what, whatever happens here, if Hurlins blows past Bobby early on, this is great for him, because what he'd do, he will, even if he can try and live with Jeffrey for a couple of laps,
the bank.
better than live with him. He's like, I don't care who you are.
So Bruce leads from Jeffrey Hurlins. I'm sure that's Carlton Husband there. It's definitely a single-digit number on a Kawasaki, Jeff.
Well, that would indicate that it probably is him, because there's not many others on a Kawasaki with a single-digit number. So it looks like it is Carlton Husband making a good start. Let's see when they come around. Yeah, that is Carlton Husband as Hurlins has gone into lead. Where is Muse?
So Conrad then is, we need to see where Conrad Muse is. Hurlins it is over the bridge, over the jumper under the bridge for the first time. With Bobby Bruce there still in fairly close attendance. Steve Dixon will be jumping up and down at the side of the track, but it is the factory Red Bull KTM that leads it over the line for the first time, with Bruce there close in 2nd, Jeff.
Yeah, Bobby, I've worked with Bobby, obviously he was on Team Green back in the day, so I've known him from a young age as Gilbert goes through. It takes a lot to dent his confidence, I'll tell you that, you know, so he would have just absolutely taken the Lommel experience as going, right, I am starting at the very bottom again. That was hard work, but it won't dent his confidence or his ability, or his, you know, where he thinks he can get. So there we go.
Conrad's 11th across the line that time, Jeff. So he's obviously had a bit of a mare off the start, but Jeffrey Hurlins, as you can see on the timing there, led just under a second from Bobby Bruce. Husband 3rd, Gilbert in 4th. A great start for Tom Grimshaw then. There on the Apico Honda 5th, then it's Purden on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna, Martin Barr 7th, Dan Thornhill on the Chambers Husky there in 8th, Brad Todd 9th, Mira 10th and Conrad Muse in 11th, but we expect Muse already up in front of Thornhill as they come through the shadows.
It's a spectacular sport. I'm just leaning back with my head on my hands, watching them come through that and just thinking the first lap of a motocross race is absolutely brilliant. They were just charging in the shot, weren't they? All going anywhere they can on the track. It's a brilliant sport to watch, and not many do it much better. Not many do it much better than Conrad Muse and Jeffrey Hurlins as he doubles over that. He made that corner where Bobby Bruce blew it out. So they're doubling into that corner.
So Bruce still there in 2nd. So this will be a good confidence boost for Bobby Bruce. If Jeffrey doesn't like the afterburners and Bobby can kind of metaphorically stay with him for a few laps, drag himself away from the rest, this will be a great performance from the young man on the DRT Kawasaki as Hurlins fires it into the sandpit.
You've got to take the confidence from it. You know, the good points. Even if he hangs within sight for a couple of laps, that's something to hold on for Bobby. Going, you know, like, okay, I stuck with him at least for a couple of laps, and that will help him.
Another look over the shoulder from Hurlins then, so he's not taking this for granted.
No, I think he's probably checking.
Bruce go down in that tight hairpin at the top. No, he's still there as they come across the line. So 3.4 seconds then at the end of what would be the 2nd completed lap. Gilbert there in 3rd. Husband has dropped to 4th, but a great performance then from the man on the Phoenix Tools Even Strokes Kawasaki.
Conrad's going to have to work hard here just to get the 2nd spot. I'm sure he'll come through. His fitness towards the end of the races in the UK so far have been really good. And let's not forget his ride at Lommel. He did come from a long way back to break into the top 10.
He's buried in the pack, but he's only managed to, in fact, he hasn't managed to make up any more places on the rest of that lap. He's still there in 10th behind the number 10 of Jason Mira. So Conrad really needs to get a wriggle on these next few laps. He will expect to at least be in the top 5. Here is the battle then for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. And Husband then coming under pressure.
Nice line choice there from Mira. Oh, he bounced up over that beautifully. Just preloaded the suspension. Went. Oh, there wasn't Mira actually. Was that Brad Todd?
That was Brad Todd. Yeah, Mira's a little bit further back, and I think Conrad just slid up the inside of him as they went out of shot.
Or was it Purdon? No, it was Purdon.
It's Purdon, right?
Sorry,
okay.
yeah, my bad. Yeah, so Purdon, it was Tristan just making it work nicely in the sand. Obviously, that's something else he's had to learn. They don't have too many sand circuits in South Africa. He's about his own admission, so he's been putting the work in out in Belgium and Holland to learn how to ride this stuff. Hard pack, obviously he's been riding it all his life, but sand, different matter. But Carlton will not roll over and have his belly tickled. There you go, I told you. Listen, there's a couple of riders in British motocross that you just know are absolutely full committed. Brad Anderson is obviously probably the elite of all those.
Yes, definitely.
Carlton Husband is definitely in that mix.
Yeah.
He's a charger. He's a super aggressive rider, and he gets stuck in, as proven then.
But let's not forget, Carlton Husband, he's a single-digit number. He's expecting to be up there, and he's not going to want to let people just ride past him. So he did everything that he could to hold off Tristan Purdon. Oh, big moment there under the bridge.
Grimshaw?
That was the number 16.
Yeah, that was Grimshaw. Did he actually keep it up? Or
He did.
No,
he did. He looked like he landed
about.
with a back foot on the back brake or with a hand off the bars, and he nearly wiped out and took teammate with him. But there's Muse on the Crendon Fast Track Honda. He's now starting to make his way through the field. He's up to 7th, Jeff.
Yeah, this is going to be a good race. Actually, just watching Conrad come through more than anything else. We all wanted him to have a battle with Herlings, of course, but watching him fight through the pack is equally as entertainment, being neutral in it all.
5 seconds the gap back to Bobby Bruce from Jeffrey Herlings. So Bobby is he's still just got a little bit of a toe from the number 84 factory KTM. Jeffrey will be just doing what he needs to do at the front, but you can see that Bobby Bruce is he's having a great ride so far. Purdon up to 4th, Husband down to 5th, Bar 6th.
So there's Conrad. He's definitely getting a lick on now. He's found his groove, and he's starting to pick them off quite comfortably now as he works his way out onto the back of Carlton Husband. He's blown past the 2 Apico Honda boys, as well as Brad Todd, and now he's finding his mojo, and I think it's only a matter of time before he goes past and then is on to the rear wheel. There we go.
Yes, no time at all.
Right on cue. And next in his line of sight will be Tristan Purdon on the SC Sports Home Husqvarna.
Shouts out to Dan Thornhill. He's having a good ride on that Chambers Husqvarna there just on the edge of the top 10. That's a great performance from him. And he'll be happy to be inside the top 10. Oh, lovely. Not quite getting over that. He set himself up to do it. This is where we saw him blow his qualifying lap earlier on.
Yeah.
So we'll try and get a hook on the lap times and see what times Conrad Muse is doing relative to our race leader, Jeffrey Herlings, and also, obviously, the guys he's chasing down, which will be Bobby Bruce and Tristan Purdon.
Best lap of the race was last lap around for Herlings as he starts to ramp it up. He did a 2:10.627. Well, actually, that was the lap before, but his last lap time wasn't much slower, 2:10.720. A clear 2 seconds quicker than anybody else on track. Second fastest rider last time around was Bobby Bruce, but now Bobby's starting to drop off the pace, and this is the difference. Herlings is still doing 2:10s. Now Bobby's time is starting to come down to the 2:13 category, so that's where it will happen. And let's see what Conrad's clocking in at. His last lap around was a 2:13, but he's just crossed the stripe. So yeah, his last lap around was the second fastest lap on track. No, it wasn't. It was Tristan Purdon. No, got Josh Gilbert in there. He's starting to go. Gilbert.
Yeah, Gilbert there in 3rd position. He's closing down on Bobby Bruce. Look, let's give props to Bobby Bruce. Missed most of the season through injury. Jumped on a 450 at Lommel. He's come to Hawkstone, probably the place that you would not want to be jumping on a 450, and he's running a good, solid second place to Jeffrey Herlings here in this one. Under pressure from Josh Gilbert on the Gabriel KTM, but he's holding his own at the minute as we look at Conrad Muse on the Crendon Fast Track Honda, starting to find his rhythm. There's Martin Barr, Husband, then still there, still decent. Todd in the 10 to Jason Meara.
Good talent all stacked there. This is going to be good though, because the top 5 is now going to get very interesting. I'm genuinely intrigued to see what Conrad's going to do here and how quickly, if he can, catch up to Tristan. And Gilbert is having a good ride in 3rd. Bobby Bruce is hanging tough. Can he sit there for the rest of the moto? We've still got plenty to go. We're only on 9:25 on the timing here, and of course this is a 25 plus 2 lap race, so it basically equates to nearly 30 minutes.
So Bruce and Gilbert then making their way down through the waves. There's Hurlin jumping into the sandpit. He started just to ride away at the front of this one.
And he won't slow down to a degree. He will use this as training, obviously, for the World Championship, which he's very much back in the fight for, by the way.
Well, obviously, at the point when you obviously were doing the interview, you went out to do the winner's circle. One of the questions that we spoke about was the fact that he's here testing stuff for the GPs. He's doing stuff to hopefully get him off the line a little bit better. So, you know, as well as coming and enjoying the racing, they're developing that bike for him. And he's openly said he doesn't like an aggressive bike. Here's the battle then, Muse on the back of Tristan Purdon as they come across the line. This is going to be the battle for fourth, and it's still the way of the SC Sport Homes rider Tristan Purdon at the minute, Jeff.
Yeah, well, Hurlins is checking out. Another 10 minutes in here, probably being a different postcode. But right now, I can see this battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth. It's all gonna tighten up. We're gonna have 4 British riders really pushing. Hurlins is gone. It's going to take a monumental effort for anybody to catch him. So, but it's obviously a pleasure to watch him and have him here at the British Championship and the Fastest 40. This is the one we want to keep our eyes on, because this is probably the closest battle on track, certainly in the top 10. And then just behind these two, we have actually got Purdon and Muse getting closer together. So only 1 second in it between those two. They should be coming to shot any minute. There they go. In fact, Conrad has not even wasted any time and just blown past since the finish line. He's managed to find his way past Tristan Purdon and gone up to fourth.
But let's not make any mistake. Tristan Purdon was third qualifier to date, so he's justifying being at the front of this field. But as we've seen, Conrad Muse on the carve now. As Erlins takes a look across, he will see Bobby Bruce under pressure for second position from Josh Gilbert.
Tracking pretty good, Nick. Yesterday, that tabletop you can see in the foreground was really cut out, and that will get worse as it goes on throughout the day, but it might get shaped up for the 85 race.
Definitely, yeah. I think they'll do a little. We've got some. Wow. Oh, that was beautiful.
That was ridiculous. Not only is he jumping in, everybody else is jumping in. I've seen so far. I'm not saying everybody, but everybody I've seen so far that have been jumping in has not been able to hold that inside line. The momentum carries them wide. Somehow he just turned that thing in and did the short line while still jumping in. It's impeccable.
It's almost as if he's the best sand rider in the world, isn't it? But let's not get too carried away. We've still got a great race going on for second and third position, and fair play to Bobby Bruce on that DRT Kawasaki. He's sitting in there. He's having a solid ride. He's going to come in under pressure then from Josh Gilbert, and Gilbert's had a decent season. He's ridden himself back into form after being injured, and he's there or thereabouts as well.
As a racer, Phil, we've both raced. You know, you get that. You just sometimes get races what we call, I would say, breakthrough races, or little markers in your progress.
Yes.
If it's a big if Bobby Bruce holds down second here, I think it'll be one of those races, because he's come from diving into the class in MXGP at Lommel, and he said it was probably the hardest thing he's ever done. If he can come out of here second, beating Conrad, beating Gilbert and all that, I mean, that is going to be, talk about going from 1 week and then an uplift to the second week. So
it's
let's
a
see if
big
he can do
box
it.
tick. We're half distance, so he's not hanging on there. He's a legitimate second place. Obviously, he's getting close down by Conrad Muse, who's closing that gap in quite rapidly now. But there's a massive gap here.
Yeah, last time around,
5:79 on the DRT Kawasaki.
Okay, so Bobby is starting to feel the heat, though. I'll tell you why. Because last time around, he did a time of 2:16, whereas Gilbert was a bit quicker on a 2:15. They're starting to tighten up. So Gilbert was about 6/10 quicker, but it was Conrad Muse taking 2 seconds out of the pair of them. So Conrad Muse is going to be right there. Look, he's virtually there already.
Now let's not, as Conrad looks across to see if he can see where Jeffrey Hurlins is. So the gap a few laps ago back to Conrad Muse from Jeffrey Hurlins, I think was in the region of about 20 seconds. So I think that if Conrad can go back into the pits knowing that he steadied the gap around that, it'll be, yeah, I'm in this for the second moto. Tight line then from Bobby Bruce into the sandpit. And I think now as Gilbert's coming under pressure from Muse, that's just going to give Bobby Bruce that little bit of a chance to pull away a couple of bike lengths, take off the pressure and hold on to second place for another lap.
Yes, and every lap he stays in front of these two, established, by the way, MX1 riders. Bobby's going to go, yep, I can be there. I can be those guys, that guy that races with these.
Conrad thought about an inside move there, past the signalling area, but didn't make it stick. So here we go then up the hill as the Crendon Fast Track Honda got the horsepower on the Gabriel KTM. You would have to say no on that showing. Shout out to Purdon, then 5th, 6th Martin Barr, 7th Tom Grimshaw. Brad Todd now displaced Carlton Husband in 8th. Husband still 9th and Jameson Meara 10th. And then Sam Nunn, Dan Thornhill, Chris Mills in 13th, Stewie Edmonds 14th. And a big shout out for the 211 of Billy Mack on the, is he on a Honda this year? Or what's
no, he's on a Kawasaki.
He's on a Kawasaki, so Billy Mack on the Kawasaki in 15th place.
So there you go, Conrad has made the move on Josh Gilbert while we're running down the top 15 there. To be expected, not because he's, you know, it's just where Josh is at. I'd expect Josh to start to feel the lack of bike time right now.
Exactly that. Look, you've got an on-form Conrad Muse and a trying to ride himself back into fitness. Yeah. Josh Gilbert, that's only going to go one way. Now, will this kind of break Gilbert's spirit a little bit and give Bobby Bruce a little bit of a breather? Because obviously I'm expecting Conrad to motor past the DRT Kawasaki without much trouble.
Exactly, and if he does pass him, this is where we're going to see where Bobby's fitness is at, because unless he hits the wall, if Conrad does go by him, and it's looking highly likely, again, that would just give him, okay, let's now try and go with Conrad. So it gives him something to keep going, whereas Josh is just starting to lose the toe a little bit, and that's the difference. If you can stick with the guy, but if you start to lose a bike length and a straight, and they get that little bit out of distance, it's hard to rein them back in.
And like I say, let's forget Bobby Bruce, another guy that's riding himself back in.
There you go, Conrad has made the move on Bobby Bruce on that back section. We can't get cameras around there, hopefully going forward. Future championships, we can have more track coverage, and that's something we're working to. Of course, if you like the stream and keep saying how positive, then we can get more people involved, more investment, do a better job.
But this is fantastic coverage. It's not the easiest track to cover with for motocross with a limited number of cameras, but our broadcast team here doing an excellent job bringing you these pictures as we look at Conrad Muse to complete another lap. So the gap is 27 seconds to Jeffrey Hurlins. So Conrad has lost 7 seconds to Jeffrey Hurlins in traffic from about 10th place, which I think you'd have to say he's not going to be too disappointed in that for the guys track side. A great battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. That's been a decent race. The expectation that Jeffrey Hurlins will be running away at the front.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed that he wasn't closer, and he will absolutely put it down to that bad start. He knows if he can go with Jeffrey off the start, he can race him, because he's proved that already this year.
Yes. And hopefully he'll gain some confidence. He'll know the tracks. Obviously, as I said this morning, this is not the Hawkstone that we normally see. Very much, it's a lot faster, it's much drier. There's no deepness at all. You see the contrast there. So there's the battle. So Purdon's closing in on the back of those two guys as well. So Purdon on the back of Gilbert, and Gilbert closing in on the back of Bobby Bruce.
I've been impressed not only with Tristan's improvement in riding, his technique, clearly he is in good physical shape. Tristan's been one of the riders that towards the end of the moto, he's there, and he's still putting in solid laps at the end of the moto, and he's doing exactly the same again in this one. We are 18 minutes and 20 seconds into a 25 plus 2 lap moto.
So yellow flag in the sandpit there, but as Hurlins came in, not one of our leaders, and Jeffrey decided to just roll into the sandpit, not do the leap in, as you would expect him to do. So Bruce is still there.
Wow,
Gilbert got Purdon all over the back of him, Jeff.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think this is just a matter of time. Oh, and like I said, it's not a fully wounded animal, Josh Gilbert, but he is coming back from being wounded, let's put it that. So like I said, he's just trying to ride himself back to full fitness. This will do him good. He'll actually probably be thankful that he's being pushed by Purdon. It is starting to spit with rain out there. That's not going to make any difference to the track at this point. It would do if it absolutely hammers down. It's going to be more of a case of their vision if it starts to come down.
It's a bit powdery out there, and obviously the moisture these guys are wearing roll off, so vision will start to become a little bit of an issue. And sometimes it's the riders that just push through and they're happy to not have perfect vision at every opportunity, and they don't lose 3 seconds a lap pulling roll-offs in every corner.
Of course it's raining. It's a British summertime.
I made the decision this morning after hearing the rain on the camper roof early doors to put long trousers on, and I went back and switched for shorts. We've had a great weekend of weather here, and we've just got a few drips from the sky, but it doesn't look any different to how it's been all weekend, to be honest.
For the best part, we've had the rain at the right time. We've had it both nights throughout the evening, and that's helped keep the dust down, and not just on the track, but also in the paddock, etc. So yeah, brilliant race conditions here at Hawkstone Park for this combined Motul Fastest 40 and DirtWorld MXGB Championship.
Do you notice that with Bobby Bruce, from the riding that I've seen him do, and obviously I've not watched him race as much as you have, Jeff, but his riding style seems to have calmed down. He's not throwing the bike sideways off the jumps. He understands the physical side of a 450, that you can't bounce the thing off the rev limiter and throw it sideways, it's going to bite you back. He looks a lot smoother on the 450 than it looked there, just straight over the jump. Not scrubbing, not doing anything.
He's always been a smooth rider anyway, but there's one thing about stepping up to a 450. If you still try to ride it like a 250, you soon learn pretty darn quick, because that thing will remind you that you can't ride it like a 250, and before you know it, you're on your backside. So you have to smooth out to ride a 450. You know, there's only been 1 or 2 riders in World Motocross down the years that I could say could ride a 450 to its absolute flat-out potential. Carmichael was probably one of them. You know, just the bullish way he used to ride a bike. There's not many. Hurlins maybe. You've got to, even Caroli in his day, you know, smoothed it out, not always. They just take so much out of you if you ride them overly aggressive.
But let's not forget, Jeffrey Hurlins is turning down the power on the 450 KTM. He doesn't want the aggression that Jorge Prado has. So it's all about finding something that you can use, and we've got to change.
That's a good lap for Purdon.
Yeah, he's managed to put the pass on Bobby Bruce.
As has Gilbert. So I'm not sure if Bobby made a mistake there, a slight mistake, or he's just reached that stage. He does. Looks like the sort of shoulders have hunched down a little bit, the arms, the elbows are getting a bit lower. I think he's starting to feel the effects of racing that 450 round Hawkstone. It will still be a great race for him if he brings it in there. He would have learned so much in this 25 minutes.
So Hurlin still a flat 30 seconds pretty much in front of Conrad Muse. Gilbert now up to 3rd. With Purdon 4th, Bruce down to 5th, and it's going to be a long way back to Martin Barber. A great 6th place for the Apico Honda rider. That'll help his championship aspirations as well.
Well, Conrad's done about the best he could from where he started. I mean, you could argue to beat Hurlins from there would be incredible. He's hoping from a Jeffrey Hurlins mistake or a technical issue now to pick up the points, but he's got it back into 2nd, so that's going to stretch Hurlins' championship lead out to 6. That's not a great deal.
No.
You know, there's still plenty of racing left in this championship.
If Purdon on the SC Sport owns Husky, tries down the inside there, if he puts this pass on Josh Gilbert, I think this might be his best result in the British Championship.
Well, it's performance-wise, certainly, because, as I said, he's come from South Africa. You know, he's told me this himself. He's like, you know, accustomizing himself to the tracks in the UK, so used to hard-packed tracks. Tracks are different here. They're in some cases narrower, they're not so open as some of the US tracks, and South Africa kind of mirror that, and places like Australia and New Zealand. We do have slightly different tracks in the UK regards of how they're laid out, and of course he's going to all these over these couple of years and learning them and finding his way, not just learning the tracks, bike setup, learning what works, what doesn't. So
I think he's in a good place in that team. Neil Prince thinks very highly of him, and that's a great setup that they've got. I'm looking forward to see how they go at Unadilla.
Yeah, well, he's a charger, you know, like I said, and he's fit. Look, he's going to go around the outside here. Is he trying to carry the momentum? He's going to go back to the inside. Josh just hangs up on the brakes there. That some would argue that was looking like a little bit of a brake check. It wasn't. It was just Josh just making sure he hit that inside line. But because Tristan was carrying all that speed from the outside, he nearly ran into the back of him. Going into lap traffic obviously now, and it's a power drag up the hill. Purdon has got the drive up the inside. He's leaning on him. He's trying to lean on him. Oh, that was great. He was almost like pushing his bike over to him. like trying to squeeze him as they went up the hill. It wasn't
so who's
quite
your money
enough.
on when we come back into shot at the bottom of the hill? Who's going to appear in this shot first?
Well,
is it going to be Tristan Purdon? Is it going to be Josh Gilbert?
I'm sticking with Josh. I'm going to say Josh has nosed his way around this track to protect his lines. But I've got it wrong because it's Tristan Purdon.
So well done to Tristan Purdon. He's obviously put the pass in there, wipes his lens. So if he's wiping with the back of his hand, he's out of tear-offs and roll-offs. So he's probably made that pass out of desperation at the top of the hill.
Maybe he could be running the new Armour Vision.
He could be running the Armour Vision,
you know, which is obviously a bit of you know, it sticks to your goggles and it allows you to wipe the goggles without getting them scratched. It's a real good bit of kit. And
with the what were dry conditions when they all went to the holding area earlier on, that's possibly what was there. So Tristan Purdon then on the SC Sport Home Husqvarna takes second place.
Yeah, it's all now sort of settled down from here on in. I can't see too much happening in the top 5. I think that was pretty settled down. I'm not any disjustice to Josh Gilbert. He might be able to hang tough and come back at him, but remember, he hasn't had the seat time that Tristan has had, but he is trying, Phil. He's pushing back at him real hard.
Bruce is still there or thereabouts. He hasn't dropped anchor.
Exactly. So what he has to do from here, Bobby, is just bring it in. That's a great opening British Championship ride on the 450.
Without a doubt.
You know,
if somebody just said, do you want 5th? We said this earlier on in the other race. If you want to take that position, if you're off at the start, and so there's Charlie Putnam, he's another one of the guys that's going to be going to Unadilla. But here is our race leader then on the Red Bull Factory KTM, Jeffrey Hurlins. He will have enjoyed that. I'm sure you'll get a great interview out of him in the winner's circle. But look at that. That was absolutely sublime up there.
There's Billy McKenzie. I don't think Billy will be too disappointed about being lapped by Jeffrey Hurlins. Billy been doing good stuff up in the Scottish Championship. As we said, it's just great to have a former British Championship, still a champion, still out there riding, former GP winner, of course, factory rider with Kawasaki and Honda. And Billy is just such a good character to have around British motocross, so we're pleased he's still out there doing his thing.
And the 2-lap board is out, as far as we are aware. And there's Jeffrey Hurlins then. Doesn't bounce through these times, so he's just backed it down a little bit.
When you watch, obviously, a top-level rider, you can really see the difference, how he opens up the entire track, you know, even coming out of those corners. It'd be so easy just to hook in a bit tighter and go down the middle, but no real advantage, but he took it all the way out from inside to outside, using every inch of the track to keep the momentum rolling. And obviously no more so than on a sand track, and let's be honest, you can't really argue that he's not the master of sand racing, you know, certainly when it comes to motocross.
So, under the bridge then, no, that's nicely flattened out and a single jump up there. This Hawkstone track has been improved dramatically for me with the removal of a lot of, used to have a hole there.
Yeah,
and it's just opened all of this end of the circuit up, and lots of different lines and opportunities to make passes, and not for the track to get 2-1 line as we watch Jeffrey Hurlins up the hill for what we believe is the final time.
Yeah, he's on his last lap. I'm going to wait until he gets round to the infield, and then I'll hopefully go and meet him in the winner's circle if he remembers. I'm sure he will. He's been to plenty of them in his time.
Yes, he's not used to going to the winner's circle. But let's props to Conrad Muse then. A really tough start for him in this moto. He was buried in the middle of the pack, fought his way through to 11th at the end of the first lap, and he's motored through to second place. And that's in there just going up the hill now on the Crendon Fast Track Honda. He'll be hoping that he can get out the gate and give Jeffrey Hurlins a proper run for his money in the second one of our races this afternoon. But for now, it's going to be Jeffrey Hurlins who's going to take a fairly comfortable victory, barring disasters. And
yeah, he is going to be doing that. He's going to be bursting into our screen there as he comes out of the tunnel. That's all goes a fast section that used to be actually the start area, but they extended it round and is now part of the racetrack. We lose them up in those trees for a bit. And he comes out into sort of the more open area. A lot of people now nickname this area the beach because the infield between the track there, all the grass is now worn off it. We've run out of people that have walked over it down the years in the infield where everybody stood there, and it is actually like beach sand.
It is, yeah. The kids play there.
We could have beach volleyball there in between races. Actually, somebody should market that. Right, I'm going to get out there, and it looks like I'm going to be speaking to Jeffrey Hurlins. I'll let Phil bring this one in.
Okay, cheers, Jeff. So as we come down to the end of our first Apico factory race in MX1 And Motul Fastest 40 race comes to a conclusion. Jeffrey Hurling's then jumping into the sandpit for the final time, and he will take what has turned out to be a fairly comfortable victory in this moto. He will extend his championship lead by another 4 points, take it out to 6 as he's just there in behind the battle between Sam Nunn. Then I think Sam Nunn just on the outside of the top 15. He will get the checkered flag. So Jeffrey Hurlings takes the checkered flag. He just puts the 33 of Ben Edwards a lap down. So Hurlings takes victory. We'll wait for the 4.26 of Conrad Muse on the Crendon Fast Track Honda to come and take second place in third position, but I've got a feeling that will be his best moto score, certainly this in the British Championship this season. And then it will be, so there is Muse across the line, and it should be Purdon, Gilbert and Bobby Bruce. An excellent 6th place on the cards for the 714 of Brad Todd. We'll wait for Todd to come across the line on the DK Off-Road Power Sports. I think it's maybe a Honda. We'll check with that one. Jeff with the master of the bikes. But still waiting for Tristan Purdon. There's Purdon. So Purdon comes across the line to take a good third. Gilbert across the line in 4th. Bobby Bruce closed in on those guys for 5th. So he was only 4 seconds off a podium position. That was a great race from Bobby Bruce then. I'm sure that the DRT Kawasaki boss Steve Dixon will be more than pleased with the performance of his young charge for his first British Championship race on a 450. And then we wait for Brad Todd, Tom Grimshaw, the fast-starting Carlton husband on the Phoenix Tools Even Strokes Kawasaki. And there's Todd across the line. There will be Grimshaw. Right, we're going to go to a quick advert, and then we will join Jeff in the winner's circle with Jeffrey Hurlings.
Right, here we are with the opening moto winner. Jeffrey, we spoke when you was in the booth earlier on about also using the British to get the bike dialed in for GPs and starts. Yeah. You made a pretty good one. Only Bobby Bruce was in front of you.
Yeah, only one in front of me, but it's one too much, you know. So actually the gate drop was really long and I wasn't really focused anymore. So second moto, hopefully get a bit better start. But riding was really good. I mean, managed to lead from first lap to the last, and it was good practice ride. And yeah, looking forward to Moto 2 and hopefully have a good battle with Conrad. I mean, I think he missed the start in this moto, but hopefully in the second moto we can start first and second and have a good battle.
You stretched your championship lead out to 6, so it's going to be, you're obviously going to try and win this thing. Now you're going to commit to the whole series. The track, you've never ridden it like this. How you find it? Because it's almost like a little bit like Mantova in these conditions, more like.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite hard. Normally I just race here in February for the opener, and I mean I did it once in 2015, but it's like 9 years ago when I raced here, so obviously, you know, I'm not familiar to this track in dry conditions, but it's really lovely, it's really nice, and I'm very glad I came over.
You go and get yourself ready. We wish you luck in the second moto.
Thank you so much, sir.
There you go. There's Jeffrey Hurlings, race winner of the first MX1. We're going back to the racing now with the small wheel 85 category.
Hey guys, this is Chase Sexton, and this is my Signature Series Air Brake MX goggle. So the first thing for me, I wanted to use North Carolina blue, probably my favorite color, and then having the red in there with the Honda, I just wanted to tie it all together. Put little pieces of my number and stuff like that. Overall, really stoked with how it came out. Guys at Oakley crushed it. Well, I was super picky in the past with how stuff fits my face. When I put the Oakley on, it was automatically super comfortable. You can't go wrong with the air brake. With Oakley, they make the best sunglasses, and that's something that I feel like they really did a good job, is incorporating that into the MX goggle. It's easier for me to pick out stuff, little edges on the track and stuff like that. Super stoked on it, excited for more in the future.
Welcome back then. So here we are, end of the first block of races and, at Hawkstone Park, and fantastic race that was. From good fixture then for Jeffrey Hurlins in the first of our Apico MX1 Pro races, MXGB British Championship. We'll be waiting for our second group of races, which are already out on their sighting lap. We've got our 85cc big wheels out there on their sight lap for their second race of the day. Just to remind you how that went then, it was a win for the 548 of Hayden Statt. With a great race with Finley Pickering and Elfie Geddes Green, who crashed out of second position. But we had a three-rider battle at the front of that one. And unfortunately, Geddes Green laid it on the floor as they came out of the woods. Just with about 3 or 4 laps to go, I think it was. And that gave us a two-rider battle between Hayden Statt and Finley Pickering, with Pickering taking the lead and Statt stealing it back with what was probably one of the hardest passes I've seen in a long while down there as they entered the dark area of the trees, and he went on to take victory. There is the number 236 of Joel Winstanley Dawson. Then he is the grandson of Ken Winstanley, the man who used to run the British, Wolfsport British Masters back in the day. And great to see Ken here at Hawkstone Park earlier on. And my good lady wife brought him down into the comms booth so we could have a quick catch up, and always a bloke that you would want to talk to, Ken Winstanley. But even in the days of the Masters, and it was a series that he ran, I never got him on the mic. Was one of those guys who just likes to let other people get on and do their job and stay in the background. But good to see him here, and Joel Winstanley Dawson had a good ride in that one until he tipped off about 2 laps to go and ended up down there in 14th. That was a cracking MX1 race then, Jeff.
Yeah, it was great. It was great for different reasons. We'd have all loved to see Conrad try and challenge Jeffrey, obviously from a British perspective. But by him getting a bad start, he didn't want that, of course. It gave us a different level of entertainment as he came through the pack. I can now officially say that I've caught and chased down Jeffrey Hurlins at Hawkstone, because he obviously forgot about the winner's circle, so I had to chase after him.
Oh, right, okay.
And I caught him up. So I can, nothing to do on the track, but I can actually say that quote. I caught Jeffrey Hurlins at Hawkstone.
All of these things, as long as you are not too specific with the details,
exactly,
you can get away with it.
Interpretation on words. We're going to get back to this second moto for the big wheel 85s, the MXGB, and this is good. It's great stuff. Hayden Statt, you heard him if he was watching earlier on, in the interview. He wanted it. He ran it in there. It
was as good a pass as we've seen all weekend here.
Yep.
Without a doubt, Jeff.
Yep. He wanted it. There he is in that very Larry Fly racing kit.
At Manchester Motorcycles. He got. Oh no, it's just I thought we got a camera on the other side of the gate there. I thought he was having a bit of trouble, and he was trying to turn the bike around, but that camera is on the other end of the gate. That we're looking at on screen. You guys are watching the rest of the riders. There we go. So that was the view. The Manchester Motorcycles KTM.
Yeah, he took the opening moto win, in case you did miss it, over Finley Pickering. They had a great battle. Hayden made a small mistake. Finley got into lead, but then Hayden just rolled the dice with a super aggressive pass, got back in the lead and won the race over Pickering. Elfie Geddes Green came in third.
So we are just rolling down to get the 15-second board up. And
you can see there, Hayden, is on a small wheel in particular, he was very small, really small. He's grown up a little bit, but he's still opting because he's always been a good starter. He could probably just about touch the ground, but he's gone for a lot of riders do use these starting blocks now. I've noticed they're sort of quite high ones. Some people like to have them a little bit lower. I've even seen some people now almost have them that they've already got their feet on the foot pegs, and they put them behind the foot peg and balance it on their heels.
So who was the MXGP rider? And his name's gone completely out of my head. The tallest MXGP rider.
Ken de Dijker.
Not Ken. Latvian or...
was it? Oh,
ridden the last 3 or 4 seasons, yeah. He had the big crash at Mantova. And he rode for the Husky team. Oh, completely got me out. He had start blocks, and literally, he's got the longest legs in the world, and he could start with he had high start blocks with his toes.
Yakukonis, wasn't it?
Yeah. And
yeah, it's mad. I can safely say I needed I was quite short, so, but it worked for me. I always started with, seeing this different. Some people, I always start with 1 foot up, and it worked great for me. Preferred, already ready to go with my foot already under the gear lever.
So here's the Dirt Store British Championship. Big wheel 85cc race 2 then. About ready for the gate drop, Jeff?
Gate is down, as you can see, and look at that, straight out the middle. That looked like Hayden Statt. Pickering was right there again. Who's going to be first round the corner? There's no whole shot awards. It is Hayden Statt. I told you he's a good starter, and he's right where he needs to be, but look at that. Pickering is there in second.
Pickering there
and
in second, and it looked like Geddy Screen there in third, Jeff.
Yep.
We'll catch them as they come round the hairpin in, as they come back out of the trees.
So the regular protagonists in this one, the top 3 in qualifying, the top 3 that went at it in the opening moto, it's pretty much where we finished off, really.
Yes.
It's almost like the flag hasn't gone out.
So these two are already on a rip. There's a gap back to third that started to open out.
Yeah.
The rest of the field getting safely through that. We didn't get any track prep. I thought we'd have more time between races than we would normally, but because we've got the 125s and 250s to slot in, the gaps that we normally have are not there, so it's a busy day.
It is a busy day, and I guess track prep for safety, you can argue all that, but at the same time, the counter argument to that is if we leave the track rough, then these lads are going to improve their skill set and become better riders. So it's a balancing act.
It is indeed, but the track is as prime as you could ever get, Hawkstone. Race leaders then round there to complete the first half a lap, as it were. And it is Statt that leads across the line. But Pickering not letting him off the hook at all.
That was a nice line by Pickering. He just shaved a few feet off the track there, kept the power on, because that is a nasty corner to ride. I can vouch for that. It looks like you can sneak up the inside, but it's not. Your front wheel always wants to wash away, particularly under today's race conditions. It's firmer under your wheel than you think.
So Geddy Screen just managing to sneak up the inside of the 104 of William Evans, who came across the line in third. So Geddy Screen then back into third position as our race leaders then obviously back with us quicker because they only go up half of the hill. We'll see if Geddy Screen can start to close the gap.
They're checking out because like you say, Geddy Screen has taken a little while to get into that third spot, but he had the pace. He definitely started to close them down in the opening motor. Of course, he led early laps.
Oh, that was almost a moment then.
Yeah, and it's the track. The track is so much drier. It's got these little hooks under there that normally, if we come here, like you heard Jeffrey say a bit earlier in the year, where there's a bit more moisture in the ground, a bit more give.
Yeah.
But not so much on the day like today, and it's a bit more throttle control we need required today than it would be, let's say, if we had more moisture in the ground, where you can just be the confident to just keep it lit and throw it in there knowing it's going to stick.
Not quite getting over that one, but nice, it's a big stretch on a big wheel 85, that.
Yeah.
I don't think Statt wants anything to do with anybody else in this race. He's going to get the hammer down and go. Yeah. He had to pass Geddy Screen in the first one, and looking like he just wants to put 3 or 4 good laps in at the beginning and control this race.
Yeah, just looking, Jack Giese is having a good ride. He's a wild card, so he doesn't compete in the whole championship. He's currently in 5th. Compared with his qualifying time, he's really had a good start, and he's ripping because he was down in 16th in qualifying. He's currently finding himself in 5th in this one and actually moved up a spot there or two. So he's obviously feeling it in this second moto. Let's see if he can sustain that. Past Mason Jones, actually, who had a good qualifier. Mason was qualified 4th, so a good ride from him. So the current top 10 is Hayden Statt is leading the way. Pickering second, Alfie Geddes Green. There we go, up on the screen.
Yeah, so William Evans then showing us dropping a position, but he lost that place here on the last lap, and he's hanging in there on the back of Elfie Getty's screen. Mason Jones in there as well on the 212. He's a rider I remember on 65, so good to see him there. And the number 236 of Joel Winstanley Dawson then. So he's back up into the top 6.
Well, Jack Geesey is saying that he was doing good. Since then, he's starting to drop down the pecking order, so it looks like he might have made a small mistake. Archie Stapley rounding out the top 10. Then you can see the rest of the riders there all charging through. And a relatively healthy lineup of big wheel riders. Obviously, going into next year, we'd like to think we're going to get more at the new British Youth and Amateur and Clubman Championship next year, which will be 6 two-day events. No dates or tracks announced at this stage, of course, but that's basically how it's going to be. We're going to have amateur and clubman and all the British Youth titles.
Oh, big battle there in the centre, the 142 with Chris Brindley sliding past the number 30. As they go into the trees.
Some good mid-pack battle in here. There we go, or just in and around the top 10. So there's Elvis Topney, number 517. So
and he still is a small guy on that.
Yeah, he's in 14th. So we're looking at the battle there from about 12 down to 16 currently on screen. Some good mid-pack action as Elvis just, was that Elvis who made that little bit of mistake and hung up the rider behind? I'm not sure. That's Jensen 7, Ryder 7. We know that much. And is that...
he's a family, he's a racing family from my neck of the woods. Dad and aunties and uncles and all sorts involved in the sport. And the number 7, Gas of Jensen 7, then looking like he's making a pass.
That was Harvey, I think Collins as well in the mix there. So that was some mid-pack action. As you can see, that tabletop, it's just starting to lip out. There's a bit of a low point 3/4 of the way up, and that eventually gets bigger and bigger, that hole, and ends up with quite a nasty kicker off of that.
And this doesn't look like it's cupped out.
Did he keep it on to Harvey Collins? Did he stay on? He looked like he was riding a bit buck wild through there. I think he just about kept it upright as Jensen 7 makes a move.
Yeah, that pass was because the rider that he just slid by there, the number 30, he got a little bit cross-rutted on the upslope of that jump and nearly went off the side of the track. That's Jack Geesey, so he was lucky not to go down.
Well, Jack started, well, as I said, he was right up there according to the timing and scoring, but he is now dropping down the order. He's now to 14th, but he made a great start, you know. So he's kind of in and around the position that we saw him qualify in. He qualified in 16th. There was Lucas Moncrief working his way up. Keep an eye on him. I think he got 4th in the opening moto. He made a much better start. He's having to work a lot harder in this one. This will be his last ever competitive ride on a 85 machine. He's not going to compete in the rest of the series. He's done the Europeans. He's just going to finish off here at Hawkstone, and then we will see him on a 125. Whether he's going to race a 125 for the rest of the season after this, I don't know, but he is parking it up and getting prepared for the EMX 125 after this weekend.
We're used to seeing a lot of riders doing that. If there's not anything really on the table with regards to a win, he's getting as much time on the new bike as you can. And obviously these guys all got yellow flags there. Let's see what's going on there. Just noticed that Joel Winstanley Dawson has managed to move himself up to 5th. Not sure who that was there off in the undergrowth, Jeff, but I don't think it was any of our race leaders.
No, I don't think so. It didn't look like it. So meanwhile, Hayden Statt is, like you said, he made that mistake in the opening moto. It allowed Pickering by. He then made that super aggressive move. This time he's like, I don't want none of that. I don't want none of that. I just want to get out in front, have clear air, and just go for the win. And he's doing that to good effect. He's set the quickest time of the race by a comfortable 2 seconds, nearly 2 seconds over anybody else. Having said that, his last lap around, he did lose 1.2 seconds to Pickering. So the gap has come back down to 4.2.
Yeah, the 212, is that Mason Jones? I think that is. It is the 212 of Mason Jones, and he's on the back of the 104.
William Evans there. Yeah. Those two having a good battle. There we go.
And that's because Joel Winstanley Dawson has managed to put a pass on Evans. So Evans has fallen from 4th to 5th, and Joel Winstanley Dawson now, He's up to 4th. I don't think he's going to chase down Alfie Gaddis Green, Jeff, but that's a good move through the pack.
And it looked like Blake Ward-Clark is making moves on those two in front of him as well. I think it's only a matter of time before Blake gets there. Well, his last lap times indicate that's certainly the case. He was a 2:19, whereas the two riders in front of him were 2:23 and 2:24. So that understandably, Blake Ward-Clark looks like he's going to blow past these two. As your race leader, easy to identify when we pick him up because he is in that all-white bike, Manchester KTM, but with that very multicoloured 90s get-up fly kit. Hanging off the back of it, he's grown so much. It only seemed literally less than a year ago that Hayden Statt, when he stood up on the bike, it was almost like you couldn't tell. And now, it's that growth spurt's come on.
Well, we joke, they grow so fast, but you can see kids mid-season just put on a growth spurt, and sometimes it can be the difference from being on the struggle bus to suddenly being the master of the bike, which, possibly that was one from the Hayden Statt, and the other one is where you're the right size for the bike, and then all of a sudden you're too big, and it's really hitting the sweet spot of that. The transition from small to big wheels and from big wheels to 125s isn't judged by. Oh, he's off.
He's washed the front end. He's done the same as he did in the first race. A little error of judgment, lots of concentration, and we've got a new race leader, and we have got game on. We are at 12:23 on the clock. It's a 14-minute plus 1 lap moto. Hayden Statt has approximately 16 minutes. Not 16 minutes, 6 minutes to try and get back.
4.6 seconds.
Oh, he's gonna have to charge now. Now, we saw in the opening moto he made a similar mistake, but my God, did he rectify it with a super aggressive move to get back into the lead. The red mist will be down. He needs to take nice big breaths, not panic straight away, and not make that same mistake. We saw it yesterday. Alex Hamer had that crash, and then just he was adrenaline was running, and then he crashed again. So. Just take a chill pill for a little while, not for too long, regroup, and then go again. And let's see what he's got in the tank. So we're going to keep an eye on these two now because this is going to be interesting.
Do you think that Finley Pickering is going to drop the hammer and go like hell for 2 laps, or at least a lap, just to think, well, I've seen him on the ground, I don't know where he is, but I need to break him?
He's going to have to. You'd like to think Finley was getting pit signals off his crew, his parents, whoever's down there doing it, because up until that, he was closing the gap, which may have been why, obviously, like, the leader crashed, because he was maybe getting pit boards to say that Finley was catching. So, basically, Finn had the pace the lap before anyway and was quicker than Hayden. So, if he's got to keep it rolling, not panic, don't start looking behind too much and just concentrate on the job at hand and see if he can bring it in. I would guess as they went 1-2 in the first race, and we've only got 285 motos
this
today.
This is for the overall.
This is for the overall. So that puts even more emphasis on it.
So, so it will be a tie on points, and it will go to Finley Pickering with the best finish, but we've still got quite a way to go as they come through the sandpit. Our race leader then. Let's see what the gap is this time by. Over the tabletop, underneath the bridge. Nice and dry through there, look, sweeping around that lovely sand berm. There's something to it. This usually digs out so deep here, Jeff, but it's just literally a flat turn.
He's changed his line to the outside, and he's pushing
that gap's come down.
Yeah, he has. He's really pushing the front end. It nearly tucked, so he's on his limit to try and get back to Finley Pickering here.
So that was 4 seconds last time by, and it's now 2.7. So Hayden Statt has literally pulled the afterburners on, and he is after the 3:57 off Finley Pickering. Get his screen across the line, 21 seconds down. So he's not going to do any better than 3rd overall. And here they are, race leaders then. This was where we saw the pass for the lead in the last one. 3:57 gets some encouragement from the side of the track. He's not looking back, Jeff. He's just got his head down. He's making Statt do the chasing.
It's going to be tight. There was no time, so the 1 lap board is getting ready. It's not out yet. It's going to be next time around, I think. Yeah, because we got 13:41 on the clock. At 14 minutes, the 1 lap board will go out. So we have a lap and a half for Finley Pickering to try and hold on to this, not only this race win, but take the overall race victory here this weekend at Hawkstone Park for the Dirt Store MXGB Big Wheel 85 class.
I'm not going to ask the question, who do you think wants it more? But I think all it nearly ran out over the top of that berm.
I bet.
So this is all pressure on our race leader currently, Finley Pickering, because Stat has already showed he's not afraid to stick the wheel in there, and he's got nothing to lose. Chase, I'm not sure what the championship positions are in this one, Jeff. So is Stat just going to take the low road and go, do you know what?
I wouldn't have thought so.
No, they want to win the overall on a televised
they will
live stream.
They
definitely the best track
will.
in the world, under the nose of factory KTM. And you laugh. Stranger things have happened if this puts one of these guys on the radar.
Yeah, well, in the championship, it's basically 34 points coming into this weekend. Stat was leading it with Alfie Getters Green in second, and Pickering was third in the championship, 34 points back. So regards of championship, Hayden is not gonna, he's not gonna lose any points as such.
It's not a big deal for Hayden Stat to take the overall today, other than the pride. Last lap board did go out, as you suggested, Jeff, and it's 2.4 still. So that gap has pretty much stayed the same on that lap. So I think now it's going to come down to Finley Pickering either making a mistake or getting hung up with a back marker. Or, as we saw, Hayden Stat absolutely getting a proper move on and making the pass.
He's getting closer, little by little. He's going to maybe run out of real estate. This is where he made that move in the opening moto, ran it in so hot on Pickering. They came together. Pickering just about held it upright after the contact. But Hayden made a gutsy move, but he was too far back to do it this time around. They're going to come back into view. Obviously, we lose them up in the trees. Here they are. It's just slowly coming down, but I don't think it's coming down fast enough. Pickering just needs to look forward, not make a mistake here.
I still think that Stat's he's got eyes on this victory as they come through the trees. This is one of the worst corners to have a silly tip over in, and he's safely through there. So again, nice bounce through there.
It's going to be close at the line, but I'm going to go out, and I know at this point I've got no idea who I'm going to be speaking to. It's going to be one of these two. I'm going to get out to the winner's circle. Let's find out.
Oh, this is closing up, Jeff. Oh, there's a few bike lengths between it. This is going to be brutal stuff. Jeff's going to go out and do the winner's circle, and as usual, I'm going to get to see these guys jump into the sandpit. Hopefully, we need to come round here. They are. Then final time. Then race leader into the sandpit. I think that he's done enough. I think that Finley Pickering has just got enough. But here we come then, over the tabletop. Stat is giving it everything. 3 corners, 2 go. Pickering tips in. There's a back marker in there. Oh, our race leader's going to get held up. Is he going to go the wrong side of him? No, he manages to get through. Oh, he's going to be off. He's gone through. He's to the checkered flag. That was unbelievable. Finley Pickering then, he takes a well-deserved victory and what will be the overall in this Dirt Store MXGB Dragon Energy Big Wheel 85cc Race 2. The overall victory then will go to Finley Pickering from Hayden Stat. Alfie Gettys Green still to come across the line in third. He will take third overall. Joel Winstanley Dawson was 4th across the line last time, and we'll see if the man from up there in Wigan has managed to hang on to 4th. But that was a cracking race. Big wheel guys then, just as before, giving us some top-line entertainment. Winstanley Dawson does indeed come across the line in 4th, and Blake Ward-Clark, he was 5th across the line last time. He managed to put a pass on Mason Jones. So that is your top 6. We will go to a break, and then we will be back with Jeff in the winner's circle.
Okay, we're here with the big wheel winner. It's been a brilliant day's racing, 2 motos. Thanks for the entertainment, Finn. You got the overall done there, taking it on the second moto. You must have been excited when you saw him on the deck one more time, thinking this time I'm going to make it stick.
Yeah, I've been waiting enough years to get my first British Championship win, and glad it's at Hawkstone.
Yeah. Obviously, your training partners, you know, RMJ and all that, so obviously you got yourself there. Ash is over the moon, Dad's over the moon. You're level on points, you haven't gained in the championship, but it must be a big breakthrough, like you say, to win your first British and do it in that style.
Yeah, training with Josh, Jamie and Joe, it brings me on loads because faster and then get to see what they're doing through the week. Yeah, it don't really mean out for the championship, but win's a win.
You've had a good experience this year as well, Junior Worlds. Let's just quickly talk about that. How did you find that and the experience coming from there?
Yeah, going into Hurdy, I didn't even know if I was going to qualify, and then to go get 13th, it's pretty good. But the first race wasn't so good, but I'm happy that I got 8th in the second race.
Well, look, mate, you've earned it today. Consistency pays. You kept it on 2 wheels. You are the winner overall and taking your first British Championship win. Great stuff. Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, FXR, RMJ, Royal Apparel, John Slong Constructing, Mr. T's Racing, my mum, my dad, my nana and granddad, because my granddad's got to get me a new pair of boots now.
Good stuff. By the way, I like the moustache that you're running. You look pretty good with a tash. You make sure when you get older, you might have to grow one of them. Okay, go and get yourself scrubbed up, ready for the podium. Well done, Finn. Great performance, mate. Well done. There you go. Finley Pickering taking the race win and the overall here in the Dirt Store small wheel class here at the British Championship. Coming up next, we have the MX2 class.
So back live then. That was a cracking 85cc big wheel race, and Jeff doing the winner's circle thing with our race leader and winner and overall victor Finley Pickering, and a hard-earned victory, some bar-to-bar racing with Hayden Statt, and those boys will be going at it for the rest of the championship. Meanwhile, here we are holding area cam, the number 10 of Harvey Cashmore there on the Chambers Racing. I think that's a Husky that he's on. So this one then was curtailed due to a tip-off for Ben Musto in a really awkward place on the track, and our marshals calling for a red flag, which was duly thrown. Race was declared at just on 20 minutes, and it was a win for the 912 Dirt Store Kawasaki of Joel Rizzi. And he was then backed up by teammate, the number 100 of Tommy Searle. Kaz Valk took 3rd, and it was the 441 of Billy Askew that took 4th. And we're hoping for a repeat. That was a cracking race. It was shaping up to be something pretty entertaining, and it already had been something pretty entertaining. But red flag then brought it to a premature end, so hopefully we will get to go full distance. We're just a few minutes adrift on our timings at the moment, but we're just going to keep going through. There's the 23 of Taylor Hamill. For those of you that were on the stream earlier on, you will have heard Dave Thorpe, when I spoke to him earlier, say that Taylor took a bit of a digger in practice this morning, no fault of his own, a downed rider on a blind side of a jump, and Hamill had a bit of an injury to his hand, and I believe that he may well have finished 11th. So there we go. We're just trying to rifle through my paperwork to try and find our MX2 results from race 1, unless I've buried them under my schedule. Yeah, we're there, right. So that was a decent big wheel 85 race, Jeff.
Yeah, it was. Great stuff. Just proving the future talent we got there. Finley Pickering's first overall, I also believe, his first ever race moto win. What a way to do it, but he was under pressure from what I could tell. I was making my way to the winner's circle. It sounded pretty exciting from the event commentary from Ben upstairs. I think it was right on the line, wasn't it?
It wasn't as close as Ben made it sound. Right. It was about where it was. He did lose a few bike lengths on the last couple of corners.
He certainly had a wobble on, though, didn't he? Crossing the line?
Across the line, yeah, because the back marker was right in the middle of the track. And I don't think it was a case of whether Hayden Statt was actually going to catch him. It was a case of whether he was going to get tangled up with the back marker and end up in a big lump, a big heap in the middle of the track.
There you go. All the familiar faces of British motocross, mechanics and riders alike. There's obviously some riders and personnel there that have been in the sport a long time. Some new young riders coming in this MX2 class. But, yeah, there's a lot of experience and knowledge there in that holding zone.
Just saw just out of shot there on the left, Adam Duckworth, the journalist. He's been around the sport a long time. The man with his back towards us there, that is Clinton Putnam.
It's Billy Askew, you can see with the blonde hair there, getting the instruction from his coach, Justin Morris, in the blue cap with the shades on. There's Elliot Banks-Brown talking to Richard Clark, Stephen Clark's dad.
He was a DNF in the first moto, never got to... yeah, it's been a packed day here. Normally we just got a little bit of a break and get out and find out what's been going on. But here in the booth, we don't really get a break, and not able to find out what happened to Elliot Banks-Brown in the first one. But he did. We did see him push in from in front of us in race control.
I'm going to use this opportunity as another public apology to the Jones family. I'll get it right one day. So obviously after round 1 way back, confusing Rory Jones with another Rory Jones. Now got the right Rory Jones, but not the right team. He obviously rides for the IDS transport team in AMCA. Like I say, AMCA racing is great coming over. I loosely follow it. Obviously, with all my busy schedule, I don't get a chance to follow all of it. So apologies for that. So I think we've now got that right. But that Rory Jones, he had a good, just good to see him out there. As I said, he started the Fastest 40 series pretty hot at Fox Hill, then got injured. And he's now come back into the fold in MX2. This combined class, remember, this is the Fastest 40, Leatt MX2 Fastest 40 combined with the Dirt Store MXGB British Championship. The first time this has ever happened where we have 2 British national championships combining as one on one weekend. And we've got to score them separately, etc., etc. So it's all new to us here. It's not just one championship running on one weekend. We have got many. We've got 2, and then we've got the Apico 2-stroke Festival Championship running within it as well.
Yeah, we've also got, looking there, we've also got an under-21 side of it as well, which that one went to Joe Brooks from Ollie Colmer, with Charlie Heyman there in 3rd as the guys start out on their sighting lap. So perfect race conditions here at Hawkstone Park. It is I would say a hard and dusty circuit, but like I say, it's certainly not the Hawkstone Park that we are used to seeing early doors in the year. We've had a dry spell here up in the Shropshire countryside, as you can see there from the dust being kicked up. We watered the hill quite considerably this morning to keep the dust down, but you can only get so far up. You can't water it from the top because it just basically washes all the sand back down. And it's one of the reasons why the hill is used sparingly, because it costs so much to maintain and keep it in tip-top condition. Race is coming through then, so this again, this area of the track, this tabletop that we're looking at from the back off kind of thing, or from the front of that back side of that jump, usually ruts up quite well, but everybody coming up there quite nicely. So I would suggest, Jeff, that is like the rest of the track, is not particularly deeply rutted on that upside.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The track is holding up better than I thought compared to yesterday. Actually, I thought it'd get chewed up a bit more. I said it's much drier than we usually see it. And a bit earlier on, when me and Phil both had a simultaneous mind blank, brain fart, it was Jackaconis, of course, was the rider.
Jessiconis,
yeah, we honestly, like, it happens in life when you can't remember. It's very annoying when we both go down with the same curse at the same time.
And I commentated on him because he was quite a small kid. He came over here with the was it Route 77?
He was with Mark Chamberlain and the guys.
He was on a. Do I remember him on a 125 TM or
I'm
something?
sure he did a couple of 125 meetings in the UK.
I commentated on him here, and he was not a big kid at all. And then all of a sudden he turns up and he's like 8'3", and still using starting blocks.
Yeah.
And obviously no longer racing in MXGP. Did make a comeback. He came back from injury, but realised that he just hadn't got that last little bit to run at that level. And no doubt he will pop up somewhere in a national championship.
Yeah, maybe back in Lithuania, but yeah, he was for a little while because his rise went pretty quick, didn't it, to the sharp end? All of a sudden, he suddenly worked his way up the leaderboard pretty quickly.
He was one of those riders that people were like, well, how come he's got that ride? And then all of a sudden he'd done 3 meetings and everybody can go, oh, I can see why. He was just suddenly there. And if it hadn't been for that massive off that he had at Mantova, I think that which was in what was probably his best season ever, we could have seen a completely different outcome to his career. But anyway, we move on. We'll
move on to this MX2 because it's going to be good. The first race was good. For those of you watching, it was cut short with a red flag incident, but the result stood after 21 minutes or something like that, which it was, and it was Rizzy, as you said. So this is going to, hopefully, fingers crossed, we're going to get the full race distance in this one. And let's see if Joel Rizzy can get it done with a 1-1 and take his an overall victory, which will be big for him.
And yes, he's been, like I say, we seem to have this, we're just talking about a lot of various riders. We seem to have a pattern that so many of our younger riders just seem to have a little bit of a stumble with injury or something right at the point where they really don't need it. We've seen it with Bobby Bruce, we've seen it with Joel Rizzy, we've seen it with a couple of other guys on the smaller classes where just at the point where they need to have a really solid season, they miss half of it and they spend the next half playing catch-up. And then for the following season, they're not quite where they need to be. So hopefully Joel can, because I've rated Joel right from the first time I seen him ride. I raced with his dad back in the day. I think you probably didn't because he's my age and not your age. But
I was in age, but Tino was a little bit behind.
Tino was a decent guy. He's the kind of guy that would have been, if I remember rightly, I think he'd have been top of supports or there or there.
He was a big name in AMCA.
Yeah, he was a good guy, far better rider than I ever was. And obviously Joel coming through, with the second generation, like I say, he was. He was. I don't remember him being super fast on an 85. I think he was all right.
No, he was good. He was good. Obviously, we signed him up for Team Green. And, he definitely came good when he started to get towards the latter part of his small wheel career and then into the big wheel. Yeah. And then didn't waste any time in getting on to the 125.
125 is where I really picked him up. Yeah. I think it was just the fact that I didn't see him at any of the meetings that I was covering at that time. But then it was the 125 where he kind of burst onto the scene as far as I was concerned, but he'd already got a bit of momentum behind him.
There he is, walking through shot, and he will get the first gate pick as being the quickest qualifier.
The Dirt Store Kawasaki then. They've got a lockout on the top 2 positions anyway, so it's going to be a battle between him and teammate Tommy Searle. And Casval, we didn't get to see whether Casval could got the energy that he needed to overhaul those 2 guys at the end of that first moto. So be interested to see what Valk does. There's the 53 of Dylan Walsh in there as well. I think he was our 3rd place qualifier.
Yeah, there he is. Kind of sort of private get up with Matt Smith. You can see M. Smith there on the bike. I think that's Matt actually lifting the bike up on stand. So Dylan sort of come back this year with more of a sort of low-key private thing going on. Of course, he did the AMA Supercross for the last couple of years.
Yeah, he was decent at that. But again, another career. How long ago has it been that he was leading an MXGP race at Mantova in front of Tim Geiser? It just goes to show that just at the wrong thing at the wrong time can derail a career. And I think that that 450 ride that I can't remember what team he was on with that, but he took that kind of, it was a bit of a, I don't know whether it was a fill-in or a short-term thing, and all of a sudden he was out there on a 450. He was leading at Mantova, and then all of a sudden I think he got injured, and he never got that momentum back. And he's been kind of trying to claw his way back into it, but a good performer all the same is Dylan Walsh.
Oh, he's a charger. You know what you're going to get from Dylan. It's 100% all in all of the time. You can never criticise his commitment and effort.
Definitely not. So our MX2 boys then, like I say, this is their final moto of the day, and we are very much ready for it.
Yeah, we're trying to keep on schedule. Of course, we had that red flag incident earlier on. This race is scheduled to go off the start line at 2:50, 14:50. So we're pretty much back on schedule. They're going to put them back on, in the next 3 minutes. We're going to see them as they fire the bikes up into life. So there we go. We're back on schedule after that little bit of lost time earlier on. Just going to pull up the championship results again. These are not up to date. This is just from coming into this round where we're currently at. So it was, as I said, it was Jack Chambers who's lost a handful of points to Cas Volk, and Cas Volk is your new championship leader definitely after that opening race, because Chambers finished way down by where he wanted to be. Where did he actually get in that opening moto?
I think Chambers was 11th or 12th. 13th. So 13th. He was behind Dylan Walsh and Taylor Hamill. So a disaster then, pretty much for Jack Chambers on the DRT Kawasaki. Now, like I say, we'll also preface that with the fact that he took a massive crash at the GP at Lockett.
Yeah.
I don't recall seeing him at all at Lommel. I think he was out there, but obviously the TV coverage that I watched on MXGP TV, I didn't see him on screen. Didn't get to watch the practices and stuff as I normally would, because I was actually working last weekend as well, so we had to play catch up with that. There's Hamill going to the line.
In the obviously there's 2 championships within one going on here as well, by the way. Remember, we also have the Motul Fastest 40 Championship, and that's going to be a close one thing. But I think Tommy Searle in that sense is obviously just padded out his points lead. Well, not really, because Rizzy's doing that championship as well. So, but Tommy's got a little bit to work with in that one. So we'll get that to you in a minute regards to the Fastest 40 Championship, MX2.
Right, Rizzy and Tommy Searle there. Look, they are both just to the right-hand side of the doghouse. The favourable line that seems to be working now is the middle. There's Jack Chambers on the number 12. Like it, DRT Kawasaki dropping in. It's a sea of green as Jake Nichols on the Crendon Fast Track Honda at the number 45. He drops in there as well. So interesting to see the different races. Some of the gates seem to be filled from, as we look at it there, from left to right. And right to left as the 511 of Stephen Clark. The 172 of Cas Volk on the Gabriel Racing KTM. That's Sean Simpson team. Ollie Colmer on the 616 K-Tech KTM. And then the 23 of Taylor Hamill on the Crendon Fast Track Honda. There's a 99 Honda Championship winner yesterday. Down behind the bike with his start blocks is the 99 HRW Honda of Howard Wainwright. I think he came home in 17th in the first race.
He had a slog of it yesterday, though.
He did. He's earned his money yesterday. He's out there having fun today.
Definitely did. 3 intense races, to say the least, to try and win that Honda Cup yesterday, which he did, and with it a brand new Honda motorcycle for next year. So along with Callum Meara, by the way, who's over the moon. Here we go then, second moto. This is going to decide the overall. Who's it going to be at the gate drop? Who's going to pull the whole shot? We're about to find out. John Kawasaki's right down the middle, pulling a good start. Looks like Rizzy again to me.
Ooh, sea of green in the centre. Obviously, I did pick Rizzy for the last race.
It's not, it's Searle.
Searle and Billy Askew.
Yeah, and Joe Brooks making a good start on that 426 Motorsport machine. It looked like Rizzy was about 5th or 6th from what I could make out. Chambers has made a much better start.
So that's good for Jack.
There's Chambers then 5th, and it's Rizzy tucked in behind him. Okay, race on. This is going to be a good one then, because of the way they're positioned. It's got Tommy Searle, who's got all that experience. Our best British rider for the last decade and some. You know, prize made in the World Championship multiple times. Here he is with all that experience. He's going to try and keep these young pups behind him.
And let's not, there's no point that Tommy Searle's out there doing this just for fun. As much as he says he is, he wants to win. What he wants to do is he wants to not be pulling full-time 450 Pro work into this, what is in the tail end of his career, but he's still got what it takes. And as we were talking about before, the 441 of Billy Askew riding his way back into fitness.
With Joe Brooks, two of our future, well, I say future stars, they're stars now, but you know what I mean. They are going to be the next generational rider of British motocross. These two are going to be in that mix, definitely, as Volk is trying to make a move on Chambers. Obviously, we've said there's been a change of the championship lead. It is now Cass Volk coming into this race. So Chambers, if he's riding injured, he's low profile. He won't shout from the rooftops if he is or he's not, but he's going to have to dig deep here because he's lost the championship lead in the opening moto.
So a decent start from Dylan Walsh. He was up there in 7th behind Rizzi in 6th. Volk 5th, Chambers 4th, Brooks 3rd, Billy Askew 2nd, but our leader then Tommy Searle as they go up the hill for the first time. Taylor Hamill a good start in 8th, Ollie Coleman 9th, Charlie Cole after a crash in Moto 1, he's there in 10th.
It was Dylan Woodcock, speaking to Dylan in the waiting zone there just before they went out, it was Dylan that hooked up on the opening lap last time around with Charlie Cole. So those two riders that were hung up in the sand pit on the first lap, we couldn't tell the other rider. No. But it was Dylan Woodcock was one of them. So he wants to improve more. Again, he's just riding for a bit of fun, concentrating more on arena cross around all his film and stunt work. Believe it or not, that's his job.
And Jake Nichols in there as well. He was there about 15th, I believe. Not such a good start then for the Brendan Fast Track Honda. But Taylor Hamill definitely better this time. But Tommy's just starting to get a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, as Tommy got it to go the distance. When he's in the lead like this, I would say yes, because that would inspire you to dig deeper, of course. He likes winning. He's made a good career out of it. Didn't quite get that elusive world title, but as I said, he come close several times. Here's Volk. He will want to make a move early and not hang behind Joe Brooks for too long, particularly with Jack Chambers in front of him. I think if it stayed like it is, he'd still come out of it with the championship lead, and the red plate will go over to him after this weekend. But he would not want Jack Chambers taking a couple of points out of the ones he gained in the opening moto. As he jumps in past Brooks, he's going to control the line and he pushes him wide. Nice move.
Yeah, that was, he set that up a few turns back and he was just waiting for his chance there. And Rizzi then is going to be closing in there. So you see the green mudguard just in the corner of shot. That is the 912 of Joel Rizzi. He's doing his best then to start making progress through the field to try and find his way past Joe Brooks.
They are 1 and 2 in the championship. Billy Askew, again, just needs to be smart in this one. No heroics, ride himself into fitness. He's in 2nd. Searle is out. In the terminology that we use in the UK, he's having it.
Yes,
he's dropped the H and he's straight up having it.
I think that we just had some... I think that we just had Casvalt wipe the 419 of Joe Brooks out right under our noses. I heard the rev, Jeff, and I just had a quick look over the top.
Oh, who's that careering off to the right-hand side of the track? That is not the route to go. He's taken the 85cc route up the hill.
Definitely.
I think, do you know what? I think that might have been Elliot Banks-Brown.
Oh, he's having a mare today, but we've lost Brooks. I think Casvalt dived up the inside of Brooks as they came across the line. I heard the bike rev and looked over the screen, and Brooks was on the floor. So there's Volk. There's no sign of Joe Brooks.
I think Brooks has crashed on his own because Volk already passed him in the sand pit, so he was already in front of him.
Right. Yes, you're right.
So
you're
I think
correct.
Brooks has actually binned it all on his own somewhere.
Yeah, you're right.
There he is. He's back up, but he's lost a handful of positions. So he falls out of 5th place. Right, here we are then. 2 and 1 in the championship. Coming into this weekend, the Kawasaki rider Jack Chambers, the Floridian, he was leading the championship racing for the Dixon bike. I'm going back too far there. Leading the championship coming in, but as it stands right now, the rider behind him is leading the way in the championship. Searle, on the other hand, is absolutely just starting to etch out. There's no doubt about it. In fact, Tommy's setting the quickest lap of the race, so he's taking that clear air, that clear track opportunity and trying to lay down some super fast laps to try and break the rest of the field here. As they sort themselves out, we've had basically, nearly 2 complete full laps. Remember, when they come around first time, they've effectively only done half a lap.
Yeah. I'm wondering whether it was Rizzi that was there, because it suddenly sounded like it was very exciting, and Rizzi was really close as they came up here last time.
Well, Rizzi is closing in. He's quicker than...
Long look over the shoulder from Volk, straight down the front number plate of Joel Rizzi, so this was where...
Yeah, this lap around, Rizzi would have definitely turned a quicker lap time than the riders in front of him. You can visually see that Let's get the yeah, so only marginally, but he was quicker by about half a second on the riders in front of him. He's catching them up. Meanwhile, Searle is doing a cracking job. He's stretched it out to 4.36. So it looks like Brooks has dropped to 14th. Woodcock there 15th, Wainwright 16th. Not sure who it was who ended up out there in the trees. I think it's Elliot Banks-Brown. If you look at the leaderboard,
yeah, it's Banks-Brown
he's dropping out.
Right.
I'm sure it was Elliot that exited.
So here we go then, Jeff. Pass in the background. Oh, Caswell right on. Is he going to go down the inside? No, he's not.
Well, don't tell me we haven't seen enough action on that corner over the weekend.
Oh, and Val gets moved out again.
There has been some critical moments throughout the weekend happening on that corner, and I thought we was going to see another one then, but it's quite early in the race, and Volk knows that he's got time. He won't do anything desperate just yet, but if he stays behind him for too long...
Oh, so that's a desperation pass.
You're not
going to get that wrong. You're only going to end up on the floor.
He realised that actually he lost time, and he's straight away checking behind him to see where Rizzi is, because
there he is.
If he pushes it too hard, he's going to leave the door wide open for Joel. Meanwhile, Billy Askew is just, keeping his own rhythm going, not looking behind him. And because of these two fighting, they've now fallen into the hands of Rizzi, and actually Askew has got away a little bit.
Oh, another cracking moto then from Leatt MX2 Pro class here at Hawkstone Park. A fantastic weekend of racing, and they're wrapping up their second motos of the day as Billy Askew jumps into the sandpit. Val trying to make the move on Chambers.
Doing the same, just clipping the top, and it just unsettled him. He nearly went out the front door there, not just enough to unsettle him. That would have brought the heart rate up another notch, as if he's not getting enough of that from Casbolt behind him.
Rizzi not made any ground this lap on the visually. Here we go, Valk down here, so no, changed his mind. Rizzi just having a little bit of a moment. So we are into this, we're just over 8 minutes into this one. Tommy Searle still holding a 5-second lead over the 4.41 of Billy Askew. So again, that's two teammates on the...
Let me just talk you through the last lap, Phil.
Go on.
We've got somebody going out on track. That was Ollie Colmer is limping home. Looks like he might have popped his shoulder out, I'm not sure.
Oh, that's a shame for Colmer. He's due to fly to the States tomorrow.
Well, he looked second hand, put it that way. Let me explain the last lap around in lap times. Tommy Searle, 2:16.8. Billy Askew, 2:16.3. Then we had Jack Chambers, 2:16.6. And then we had Casbolt, 2:16.1. To say that they're pretty evenly matched at the minute is an understatement, but the quickest rider was Joel Rizzi last lap around with a 2:15.046.
So Rizzi the man on the move, Askew then on the DRT bike there, too many Kawasaki's at the front. But there is the dirt store Cowie of Tommy Searle doing Tommy Searle things at the front of this race.
He is. It's a great ride, again, from Billy Askew. Remember, working his way back from fitness. He's had that hand injury, wrist injury. He's been off the bike for a little while. And, of course, he's got to come back. He's young. He could come back. He could be too emotionally charged, but he's keeping it all level-headed and doing nicely at the minute. There he is, holding down a solid second. And Rizzi is now on the back of those two. This MX2 class this year in particular, we haven't had it so deep in competition for a little while, and it's just a great lineup in this championship across them both, Fastest 40 and the Dirt Store MXGB Championship, and we've got it all going on as wow. I tell you what, Askew's not even bothering with the downside anymore. He just went in there and flat landed it right in the middle of the sandpit.
Move from Valk down the inside, no, not quite. He's been using the outside line there and losing a lot of time. He's had a look at trying to... Oh, and Valk goes down.
Do you know what? Just as you were calling that, I was literally going to say...
He's going to square him up.
No, not anything like that. I could see that Casbolt was starting to get frustrated. Jack Chambers was starting to frustrate him. And therefore he just tried a different move to try and cut it across on that hard ridge, caught the front end and went down.
So this is going to be big for the championship, I think. Although Casbolt got a fairly handy points lead, I believe.
Yeah.
But he's going to be giving some up.
But that was all born out of frustration.
Definitely. So we'll just do the top 10 then. Tommy Searle leads from Billy Askew. Chambers there in third. Rizzi now up to fourth with that tip-off by Kaz Valk, then it's Walsh, Hamill, Cole, Alfie Jones in a good top 10 then for the Chambers team, and in 10th place the number 45 Crendon Fast Track Honda of Jake Nichols. But it is the 100 Dirt Store Kawasaki of Tommy Searle that leads them, and that lead is going up, I think, Jeff.
Yeah, it is up, and Chambers was just about kept it on there. That's that hard ridge up the inside. He's trying to ride the short line, and he caught a hook on the rear wheel. We are at 11:30 on the timing. Remember, this is 25 plus 2 laps, so we're not even at the halfway stage yet. Plenty of action to go in this second MX2 moto, combined moto for the Motul Fastest 40 and Dirt Store MXGB Championships.
And let's not forget, Tommy Searle sits in the lead now. He will take the overall victory.
Yeah. And
second in Moto 1.
Absolutely, and it potentially stretches lead out in the Fastest 40 Championship as well. Yeah, so it was Elliot Banks-Brown that had that exit stage right at the bottom of famous Hawkstone Hill. He's gone out of the race along with Colmer. We will try to find out if...
They're teammates, of course.
Yeah, well, Colmer's on the K-Tech.
Oh, sorry, Colmer, yeah, you're right, so I'm thinking of Charlie Heyman.
Yeah.
I didn't see Heyman in our top 10 there, so we'll have a look, see where he is.
Yeah,
get
he's jumping so deep
that's,
into that. He really is ripping. So Heyman is currently in 11th spot.
That's about where he was this time in the moto last time. We just lost the live timing just as I got to the bottom of the top 10.
Look at that ridge there. Look how much time Chambers missed by just getting hung up on that hard surface underneath. And that has very much put him in target of Joel Rizzi on the Dirt Store Kawasaki. Remember, you've got... basically, you've got 2 teams of Kawasaki's here, and right now you have got a Bike It DRT sandwich, basically, because in between the 2 Dirt Store Kawasaki's is the GP riders and the EMX riders of Billy Askew and Jack Chambers. But it's Kawasaki domination right now, top 4.
Do you think they've picked a good year to reintroduce the factory team in MX2, Jeff, for next year?
Yes, well, if we go on this, it certainly looks like it.
So Kaz Valk there in 5th, he's 7 seconds down on 4th, and I don't think he's going to have anything else to say with regards to who's going to be sitting on the podium in this one. So as it stands at the minute, we're going to have to do some rudimentary mathematics. It was Rizzi, Searle, Valk, Askew in the first moto. And obviously on this one, it will be a tie between Tommy and Rizzi for the win, with it going to Rizzi for... sorry, we're going to Tommy because he's leading at the moment. But I think that might put Billy Askew on the podium as it stands right now.
Yeah, so...
Sea of green.
Chambers, we've just seen, making the move on his younger teammate. So he moves up a spot, so that's another championship, couple of championship points back on what he lost to Volk in the opening moto. Still think Volk's going to go out of here with the red plate, though. If the race stopped now, he certainly would.
This is what I expected to see from Jack Chambers in Moto 1, to be fair, and that's obviously poor start, got tangled up again. Didn't get a chance to get out and talk to the guys between races to find out what went on. But Jack Chambers certainly delivering what we would have expected him to in Moto 1, in Moto 2, and there's a pass. So Askew has gone behind Joel Rizzi.
Yeah, Rizzi on the move. He really wants this overall, and basically, if he wants to win it, he's got to win the race as it currently stands.
He's got to pass his teammate.
Because his teammate, Tommy Searle, is looking good for the overall here.
Oh, Valk doing what he did try to do the lap before, and he's going to find his way back past the 441 of Billy, although Askew's going to show him the outside of the track again. No jumps, no ruts. Valk can go where he wants. Billy's got to cover the inside. Valk's got to go the long way round as they come round to go up the hill.
Plenty of line choice out there. Of course, it's choosing the best one, but we're getting a lot of inside-outside lines forming.
This is what the racing needs. We don't need tracks with foot-deep ruts all the way around them. 15 minutes gone then, just over, and it's going to be tight at the top. Kaz Valk has recovered well from that tip-off because he was a long way back from 4th. And he's absolutely motored that lap. I'd love to see what lap time Valk did, because he was quick that time by. He was a long way back.
Last time around, Valk did a 2:17 and it was Askew dropping off the pace. So Askew's gone down to a 2:21. Chambers is the one on the move. Tommy Searle is now leveled out at 2:18. But you've got Volk and Chambers doing a 2:17, but only taking half a second out of Searle, whose lead is out to 9.4 seconds. He's just been chugging it.
Made the pass there, Jeff. He looked like he was going to put the squeeze on Askew as they went out of sight, and indeed he has. So Volk then back up to 4th. So he will need to make at least one more pass to get on the podium. He will be wanting to put the squeeze on either Jack Chambers or Joel Rizzi.
Obviously, looking at the first race results, it's highly unlikely, I'm going to call it, because it would take a disaster for some of the riders in front. Jack Chambers probably won't make the podium here with his lowly 13th in the opening moto. You're kind of looking at Searle, Rizzi and Volk for the podium. In what order, though? That's what we're going to find out. Well, right now, it's Tommy in the driving seat.
It is indeed. And with Rizzi not able to back up, or even if he can back up his teammate in this moto, it's still going to be a point draw, which will go the way of Tommy Searle.
What a great race. Do you know, this is incredible. We've had so much action in such a short period of time. We're only at 17 minutes. We have still got another 8 minutes before we see the 2-lap board. So can Tommy keep it rolling? Are these guys, they are starting to peg him back, and it's understandable. They train more than Tommy does these days. He's committed now to his young family, does train in schools. Your body just can't sustain that level of intensity as you get older.
He's relying on old age and treachery now, is Tommy. Look, he's still a fit guy. He's still an athlete. He still rides an awful lot and keeps himself in shape with doing that, but he's not banging it in at the gym all the time. Dylan Walsh then starting to close in on Askew, who's dropped 5 seconds from on that lap after getting passed by Kaz Volk. A great ride for Taylor Hamill then on the Brendan Fast Track Honda in 7th after his off in practice this morning, and a hand injury. He's been bandaged up and sent out there to have a go. He's obviously decided he's fit to ride himself, and he's been out there, and a 7th place for him.
I've noticed that Jack Chambers has given up on that inside line on that corner that was making the sort of, you know, his front and rear wheel drift away because it's a hard ridge under there. He's worked out, I'm not going to keep doing that. That's a risk of crashing there, so he's changed his line.
I'm wondering how many times Jack Chambers has actually ridden at Hawkstone.
Ooh, I wouldn't like to say, but not many.
No, it's not many, if any. I mean, I'm sure he has. And obviously he was riding there last year, but I know he got injured last year and he sat out, and I'm just trying to think whether he actually rode the British round or he was recovering from injury.
Having said that, although Hawkstone's got a unique textural to himself, coming from Florida, there's a lot of tracks similar to this, like sand tracks in Florida. So he'll be okay. He'll be comfortable in these conditions, no doubt.
Do you think that's a reason why Steve Dixon took a shine to him, that, you know, his background and riding in the sand would stand him in good stead for a lot of the GPs?
I think so. Also, his relationship with Zach Osborne. Obviously, Zach rode for Steve Dixon. Zach is a good friend of Jack Chambers and trained him, and I think still does to help him with his training and stuff like that. So I think maybe Zach got on the phone to Steve Dixon along with Ash Kane, and the whole deal came around because obviously Zach went down that route, came to Europe, and look what it did for him. I mean, he was a journeyman, and then he came to the UK, won a British Championship, got into GPs, and then went back to America, and look what happened.
And won the AMA.
Yeah.
And I commentated on him at a Masters at Mallory Park, where him and Brad Anderson went bar to bar for 3 motos on a Sunday afternoon. And to think that he went and he was on a 250 then was Zach Osborne.
Okay, you can see on the running order there, Dylan Walsh is slowly worked his way up to 6th place ahead of Taylor Hamill. So a good ride from both of those two. Remember, Taylor's riding injured. Alfie Jones out there, 7.31. He's up on the Chambers Racing Machine. He's up to 8th. Jake Nichols 9th. And then Charlie Cole having a better one in this one.
He's just dropped a position to to Joe Brooks. So Brooks has started to recover. He's back into the top 10. But I think he can say that he's had a decent weekend's work, Joe Brooks, even though he had a tip-off. And like I say, I'm not sure that he was all on his own, but we'll find out at some point, no doubt. The joys of social media will update us after the fact. But there is your race leader, Tommy Searle, in and out of shot.
Well, Tommy's responded. they got it down to within the 7-second bracket. He's now opened it back up into the 8-second bracket, as in his lead. So next time around, it's going to be 2 laps to go for Tommy. So you would argue at this point, with all his experience and an 8-second lead, he's in a good spot here to take the overall. It's going to be who's going to get second.
Valk running around the outside then, trying to get the run on Joel Rizzi on the 912. Right. Store Cowie, and it's not going to pay off this time.
No, but there's that inside move, but it pinches up when they go out of our view down to what used to be the whoops, the rollers. Who's going to come out in front? Right now, it's looking like a Dirt Store Kawasaki 1-2 for the overall.
I think that's where he did Askew down there.
He's done him. He made the move. Right, so that could have implications then on the overall. It's going to be close to the overall, but I think Rizzi would still get the overall second with a... Tommy would win it with a 2-1. Rizzi would have a 1-3, and Volk would have a 3-2. So I still think...
Rizzi's on a 1-4 now.
Is he? He's dropped out, yeah.
Yeah, he's 1-4, and Volk was 3.
Rizzi's currently in third, still. Oh no, you're right. So he's dropped out. Yeah, sorry, my bad. I forgot about Chambers in the mix.
Yeah, so Chambers is in there in the mix, spoiling it for everybody.
Oh wow!
If I think if Valk gets past Jack Chambers, that possibly will give him second overall. But it's a 3-3 at the moment. It's a 3-3 for Valk and a 4-1 for Joel Rizzi, and I think the 4-1 will beat a 3-3. Somebody will text me and tell me otherwise. I haven't got the point stat sat down there in front of me, but I think that. At the moment, we need to see another pass from Kaz Valk. Having said that, if Rizzi can get past Chambers, that will do. But as it sounds at the minute, Jack Chambers is holding sway there in...
Well, Searle, by the way, has just put another 10th on them that last lap. So it's all going swimmingly for Tommy Searle. That will add value to the vlog. Because obviously if you don't follow Tommy Searle, and there's not many people that don't, get on YouTube, Tommy Searle, and he's doing those regular vlogs that have kind of lengthened his career, actually, certainly from a marketing
and this is good.
Point of view.
Valk then just getting a little bit filled in by Jack Chambers. Valk's done him round the outside, a big send in the trees.
It's not done yet, it's not done yet.
Chambers run him out.
He's fighting for every position, as they both are, because these are the 2 championship contenders in the MXGB Dirt Store Championship. Remember, Tommy Searle is leading the Fastest 40 Championship. He's back in 3rd in this one, so actually he's going to gain points on them both this weekend in the Dirt Store Championship.
I will make the call that Joel Rizzi is not done. He looked like he got a little bit of second win there, and I think that he still thinks that he's got a chance at this one, because he's still there or thereabouts.
I thought the 2-lap board was out, but it's not. We're on the 23-minute. Maybe did Tommy just miss it last time around, or are they just leaning the board up against the finish box here?
Ooh.
We're at
Chambers runs wide.
Oh, 24, isn't it? Of course, yeah. 25. Well, we're at 24 minutes. That's what I'm saying. 25.
Yeah.
Forgot that, because at the Fastest 40 we run. Used to run different race times. So yes, no sign of that yet.
So Valk, not saying he's making heavy work of Jack Chambers, but Jack Chambers is not giving up that position. He made a mistake in the turn after the bridge and sent Valk the long way round. Here's the times then. Searle from Chambers, from Valk, from Joel Rizzi. Askew then a distant 5th, but still a good ride from him. Oh, he's got 4 seconds on Dylan Walsh. Taylor Hamill there in 7th. Alfie Jones 8th. Nichols 9th. And the 419 of Joe Brooks recovering to 10th.
There is our race leader going through the shot through lap traffic number 100. Looks like that gap's come down a little bit, but according to timing, it hasn't. That's still apparently a gap of 8.4 seconds.
I think Tommy's caught those guys at the top of the hill, and it's really narrow up there. So if they've not got out of the way, that could have cost Tommy 2 or 3 seconds quite easily. Yeah, well, we'll see next lap around, but that doesn't look like 8.4 seconds to me. No, I would say that you are right, Jeff. That has definitely come down. Yeah, I mean, he's still got plenty to work with, don't get me wrong, but that has definitely come down from 8.4. It's going to be 2 laps to go when Tommy comes round next time around. Chambers has ridden a tough race here. He has fended off. He's made moves, and then he's ridden, like last time around, remember he pushed Volk wide in that corner. Joel's still there. I just blew the berm out. That's cost him a couple of seconds. Is Volk going to have a move around the outside? No, he's not.
He's riding those protective lines, Jack Chambers. He's got like, you know, he's got those. He's taken the blinkers off. He knows where Volk is on the track at all times.
Like I say, Joel is still close enough. If any of this shenanigans causes them to check up in a turn, Joel Rizzi is still close enough to be able to pick up the pieces. There's Billy Askew. He's still there in 5th. So Chambers, Rizzi's there. Look, he's not far beyond Cass Volk. Volk makes a bit of a mistake.
No, he's not, is he? You're right. He is making a big push. This is it then. 2 to go. Tommy is just about going to cross the line now to take the 2-lap board. Yep.
In the lappers, who move up, hopefully go high, wide and handsome and let all 3 of these guys by.
Okay, let me just quickly explain again for those of you that follow motocross and wonder if from different parts of the world why we've got 2 red plates. It's not because they're tied for the lead in one championship. This is a coming together of British motocross of 2 national championships. We have the DirtWorld MXGB Championship, which Jack Chambers was leading, and then we have the Motul Fastest 40 Championship, which Tommy Searle is leading, hence why we've got 2 red plates out there, okay?
Just because it wasn't confused enough. Unfortunately, it looked to me like Rizzi got absolutely done over there by that lapper, pulled over for the first 2, and then dropped back across the front of Joel Rizzi, so he's got all that work to do again. And you can see that he's dropped off the back, so there's Chambers over the jump then.
Well, Tommy actually didn't get held up. If anything, he got the hammer down, he stretched it. He's got a 9.2 second lead with 2, well, basically now 1.5 laps to go. All his experience would suggest that he knows how to win races from that position. It's all about this second place, and therefore, what's gonna be the podium positions at the end of the day.
So I'm still saying that Joel Rizzi still thinks he's in this.
He's very much in it, Phil. There's no 2 ways about it. I mean, the way these 2 have been running each other out in corners, it only takes one little get together, and let's be honest, we've seen a fair few of them over the weekend.
Chambers then just getting on the powder on the inside of that jump. That could have been. That could have ended in tears, and Rizzi is still there. He got held up by a back marker really bad as they came through the loop past the start-finish, and as a result dropped off, but he's straight back onto the back of these guys as they disappear round the back of the circuit.
Okay, we're just seeing some of the lesser riders further down, lesser in positions, not necessarily in talent. There's Billy Askew. Okay, there's Volk. There's Rizzi still trying to ride that inside line. Here we go. They're going to come into the last lap. It's now or never for Cass Volk. Lennox Dickinson doing his best to try and stay out of the way, the young Ulsterman, and he does that to good effect. Well done, Lennox.
Let's hope that he stays out of the way. He does.
Yeah,
he stays out of the way of Rizzi as well. So is this 1 to go? It is indeed.
It is 1 to go. Tommy's, well, the gap's come down to 6 seconds, but we're 1 to go.
We don't care. We just need to see this battle all the way to the line.
I'm just saying how Tommy's race management, he's just taking it down a notch just to make sure he brings it home, no mistakes, because they're not going to close on him in 6 seconds.
Volk did not get a good run up the hill that time, and Joel closed in on him quite considerably as they got to the top. So if he can put a bit of a move on there. Askew still there in a great 5th, Walsh 6th, Hamill 7th, Alfie Jones 8th, Nichols will come across the line in 9th on the Crendon Fast Track Honda, and 10th place should still be Joe Brooks. But here we are then. Volk is another back marker coming into play. He looks over his shoulder. We'll just wait and see. He moves right to the inside. So Rizzi then still not giving this one up, but I think that Jack Chambers.
Yeah, it's all in at this point. The pit boards will be just like, you know, just go for it. You can't rest for a second. Tommy can rest a little bit. He knows he's been in this position so many, and you can even see there, he took a little sly look over to the left, saw where the other 3 riders were on track. So it's a case of bringing him home, and it's going to be all about, like you said, who's going to follow him in on the podium. Is it going to be 2nd overall for Joel Rizzi, or is it going to be Cass Volk?
Well, here we go then. Tommy, like I say, just riding it in. It's the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th that set the rest of the podium, and there they are.
There they are. There's not much in it. We're kind of keeping an eye on it. In fact, Rizzi is real there, but obviously it would be an injustice not to film Tommy going over the finish line.
This is one of them moments. As long as we get him as he just goes over the line, we're all good. Jeff's going to go down there to Winner's Circle and interview the number 100. If we can keep on the battle for 2nd, there's Tommy into the sandpit. We can go back and catch the other guys as they come through there as well, and we can still pick up. Oh, they're all closing in on Tommy. That was Chambers. So this is we're going to get the battle for second, third, and fourth in the rear of this shot. As Tommy looks over his shoulder, Jack Chambers is there. This is the battle then. So the top 4 are going to come across the line. Tommy's going to ride it in. He's going to take second. Here we come. It's going to be Chambers from Volk. Rizzy comes across the line in 4th. Wow. So the top 4 riders then crossing the line in 3 seconds. Tommy winning by 2.4 seconds. The history books will show that Tommy nicked that, but he motored away. He had a 10-second lead as he just let go at the end of the race to coast across the line to take a well-deserved victory and the overall on his Dirt Store Kawasaki in this Leatt Pro MX2 and Fastest 40 Championship. Rizzy comes across the line 4th, Billy Askew 5th, Dylan Walsh 6th, Taylor Hamill in an excellent 7th place right on his back door. Then it's the 731 of Alfie Jones who should be next across the line, and he takes the line there. Then the 45 Crendon Fast Track Honda of Jake Nichols should be the next rider across the line. But that was a great race. Tommy got away at the front. We had a monumental battle between Chambers, Valk and Joel Rizzy. Hat tip to Billy Askew. Once again, will show he finished 30 seconds down, but he was there in the beginning of the race, running the laps that he needed to do. And again, another one of our riders riding himself back in from injury. And so Nichols has crossed the line, and the 419 of Joe Brooks. 11th then for Charlie Cole, 12th from Stevie Clark. And then 13th should be Glenn McCormack. 14th, Howard Wainwright. And 15th for Rafe Broadley on the 2-stroke Fantic. And wait for them to come across the line. So Clarkey across the line as Jeff gets himself there ready to interview our race winner, Tommy Searle. So McCormick across the line, Wainwright across the line, and there comes Broadley. So that is your top 15. Well, that was a decent race. And Tommy Searle taking then overall victory in the Leatt Pro MX2 and combined Fastest 40 250 class. A few riders coming across the line. We've just got a couple more to come in, which will be Liam Bennett and Carl McNichol. We're going to take a short commercial break, and we will be over to Jeff in the winner's circle with Tommy Searle.
Here we are with the race winner in MX2 and the overall winner. Not bad for an old boy. We were talking last night. You say you don't train too much anymore. You've got family and all that. Sandbagger, aren't you?
This might motivate me. I haven't done any gym work for a couple of years now, so now I've got a bit of motivation. I might start doing a bit and riding again. But no, all jokes aside, I'm really, really happy to win that because the class is fast this year, really fast. I've dropped down and sometimes I'm sandbagging, but I've made it harder work for myself. I thought it wouldn't be quite as competitive as it is. You've had Cass Falk and Jack Chambers, they've come in, and Joel's riding really, really well, as are so many other riders. So the start's so important for us. And today, I ripped 2 starts, like unbelievable starts. And then I just thought, right, now's my time. I can't blame it on a bad start anymore, so I just let it have it. And I just kept pulling away, and in the end, I was like, just manage that gap now and bring it home. But I really, really enjoyed it. So happy for the Dirt Store team because they put in such a big effort this year, from John running a team last year to coming on board with us, and Nick, who's put everything together and is paying all the money out, as are the sponsors that are coming in on board. So a big thanks to a lot of the guys there. PGVM, big sponsor, and everyone that helps the team. Honestly, all jokes aside, like, it's a big effort that goes into this, and I can't thank those guys enough.
A lot to be said about a dad bod, isn't there?
Yeah, it just keeps going. That first race, I was only just getting warm. Joel got away lucky there, but I managed to get it done in race 2.
Extra energy reserves, that little layer of fat goes a long way.
Yeah, it just kicks in about 20 minutes and you're like, let's go, baby.
Good stuff. Well done, Tommy. There he is. He takes the overall win, not only in the Motul Fastest 40 Championship, but of course the Dirt Store MXGB 250 class as well. There you are, your winner at Hawkstone, Tommy Searle.
So our Pro MX1, Apico Pro MX1 and Fastest 40 riders then out on their sighting lap for the final MX1 race of the day. We saw a great race in the first one. Jeffrey Erlins then getting the gate and Conrad Muse not getting the gate. And as a result, having to fight his way through the field to get himself up to second. And Tristan Purdon, an excellent third place then on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. Then it was the 326 Gabriel KTM of Josh Gilbert. Bobby Bruce on the DRT Kawasaki took 5th, and then the rest of the top 10, Brad Todd at the 714. That was a great result for him on the I think that's the Kawasaki that he's on. I'll have to check that. Jeff's the man for those things. I'll apologise for my lack of knowledge on that, but I was last minute substitute on that, and I've not seen Brad in the pits on my walk rounds. An excellent 7th then from Tom Grimshaw on the Apico Honda. 8th then for the number 6 of Carlton Husband on the Phoenix Tools Even Strokes Kawasaki. He had a great start in that one and was rewarded with a decent 8th place. 9th place, number 50, the veteran Martin Barr on the 2nd of the Apico Hondas, and rounding out the top 10, the number 10 of Jason Meara. A good 11th place for the 95 of Dan Thornhill on Tim Chambers' Husqvarna. Then the 27 Yamaha of Chris Mills, the 162 of Stewie Edmonds. Then he came home 13th, Sam Nunn 14th, and Ben Edwards. I think he was the first rider to go a lap down, or last rider on the lead lap rather. It was 33 of Ben Edwards. He took 15th. So the track then still in really, really good nick. It's not dug out. It doesn't seem to have dug out in the sandpit as much today, and I think that's more that the riders are carrying more speed through there than our amateur riders yesterday, and as a result, they've ended up with a track that is pretty decent. There's not, so the sandpit they're not dug out as much as we saw yesterday, Jeff.
No, not at all. I thought it would do, but I guess we didn't have so much overnight rain as we did on Friday night, so it hasn't chewed up as much as I thought. It's all, as always, motocross is not just about being fit, it's about good line choice, reading the track, and Tommy Searle did that as good, better than anyone. He didn't find such a good route to the winner's circle. He went round about the houses. I had to chase him down.
Oh, right, okay.
We eventually got him in there for a chat, but he was over the moon with that. Tommy was really pumped. It's great to see, you know, twilight of his career. It's still what it means to win a race, probably more than ever, because, you know, he knows that there's going to be less chances going forward as he's in the twilight of his career.
Shout out to Brad Todd, DK Motorsports, but I've no clue. What is it, a Kawasaki that he's on?
No, I think he's on a Honda, isn't he?
He's on a Honda. I thought he was a Honda. Well, yeah, I seem they've got a colour scheme doesn't give you an immediate clue, but a good shout out for the DK Power Sports 714 bike there. A cracking 6th position for him, and again another one of our guys who's been at it a long time, and he can pull out some decent results, and that's 6th place for him. Certainly will send him to the gate happy for Moto 2. You see Josh Gilbert in there. Again, not really getting the chance to chat to anybody between races here. There is the 91 of Charlie Putnam.
Yep, running the Union flag. Crush helmet. He'll be running that when he goes to America. When are they flying out? You spoke to Neil. Is it this week?
Yeah, so they're going out on Monday. They've already got a truck out there, all the bikes. They've got American guys who are driving them round. And he was just saying that it's that team set up a little differently, and they just enjoy going and having the opportunity to go and do Unadilla, Budds Creek, and I believe Ironman. There's Clinton Putnam in the background there in the black shirt. He's one of the players in that SC Sport Homes team, and he is there with that bike. Tristan Purdon, then their number one guy in the SC Sport Homes team, and he had an excellent third place in that first moto, Jeff.
Yeah, and he was strong, as we said. His fitness levels are good. He's coming into arguably that age bracket in a career where experience joins, fitness and health. You can be obviously fit and exuberant, have loads of energy in your teens, but you haven't necessarily got the racecraft and experience. So when you get in your mid-20s, usually is around the time a rider is, it all comes together.
You're either going somewhere or you're not.
Yeah.
And so again, in a cracking race. Obviously, we're missing Liam Garland from the grid. He's hoping to be back later on in the next couple of rounds, I believe.
Yeah, I think Liam, from what I can remember, he rode a midweek race up at Monster Mountain. I was there that evening, and I think that's when he just jarred his knee. Of course, he's had some bad injuries coming through, so he's played it safe, didn't want to carry on riding and make it worse, and I think they're just nursing that through, and he's definitely got one eye on the VMXDN at Foxhill.
Yeah,
because he'll be in the mix for that in the Wright Engineering Cup race. Yeah. So they are the reigning champions, actually, the team that Dave's put together in that. So that will be good to see him rip round on a Evo bike.
So Muse then goes to the line. So he's a whole shot and a good race away from an overall as he goes over that burn there. Because he took second in that first race, and it's still all to play for.
Absolutely. Like I said, damage limitation. He got it back up to second. That's the best he could have done. And it gives him a shot at the overall, because there's no guarantees that Jeffrey Hurlins is going to win this race. We've seen that already at British Championship Motocross this year. Coming into this weekend, there was only 3 points between them. There's now 6.
So you just seen that young lad walking across there with the hat on. That tells you, so the bit that they're walking across there, that is dead flat.
Yeah.
So that's what you drive a car across, and you can see that it's up to the guy's knee. So that's the steepness of that jump face and the steepness beyond it. That's how steep the hill is.
Yeah.
You don't see that on the camera.
Definitely not. Like I said, if you've never been to Hawkstone, come see it with your own eyes, and get yourself a bottle of water and go and take a trip up to the summit.
You've got to go to the top once. If you go twice, then I think you need help.
Yes, but you're obviously a fitness guru.
Yeah, I mean, I've been up there more times than I care to mention. It was kind of every year's a rite of passage that GPs were here. You'd go to the top of the hill and watch one of the practice sessions. You think you get a great view of the track, but in the summer you really don't, because so much of it is in the trees.
Yeah.
But it is just great to stand up there and take in the atmosphere and the serenity of it, because it's really quiet.
Yes, it is.
It is the bit where you turn and you drop down, and obviously we're not getting that drop down the hill because the trees just cover it. There's no way we could do it just as a live stream.
And back in the day for 500 GPs, they were obviously off the gas then, and they plopped off the top with hardly any gas on it. And then when they rolled those 500s on as they went back down the hill, brilliant.
And these guys are riding exactly the same circuit, but you put a camera up there, they'd be by it in 5 seconds and disappeared, and it just wouldn't add any value to the broadcast. It's something that you'd end up, there'd be literally one cameraman up there that'd be going around in circles all day. So the camera positions that we've got have really given us a good ability to follow the race this weekend, Jeff. It's absolutely spot on.
Well, the gate's about to drop. You obviously, under current form, would say Jeffrey Hurlins is the man to beat, and clearly he is.
Here we go.
So let's see. It's going to take a lot for Conrad Muse to stick it to him, an awful lot. Gate is down. Who's going to pull the whole shot? Jeffrey has been working with the KTM team to get that bike better out of the gate. Let's see if it's worked. It has. He's pulled the whole shot this time, and Conrad Muse is right there. So let's see.
That was a whip.
I know some people would say that Muse has gotten absolutely nothing for Jeffrey, but on current form you would suggest not. But a couple of times this year he has raced him fair and square, and even Jeffrey himself has said that. So but current form, Jeffrey is back on that level, that belief.
So here we go, let's see then. Jeffrey Hurlins is going to have a look over his shoulder at the first opportunity and see what he's dealing with. And if he sees that 4:26 of Conrad Muse, he knows he's going to have a race on his hands. You watch them go through. Here they come then into the sandpit for the first time. Hurlins then on the factory Red Bull KTM. Conrad Muse on the Crendon Fast Track Honda. Who's that there? Is that Bobby Bruce?
Again,
Bruce in there again. Fantastic for Bobby Bruce on the Dirt Store Kawasaki.
Yeah, he's no, he's on
Dixon Kawasaki, yeah.
But another great start for Bobby Bruce. So again, if Bobby can just, in his only ever second race on a 450, if he can just live with these two for a couple of laps again, that will drag his speed up. He'll learn a lot from that. Great start from Tom Grimshaw and a brilliant start from Sam Nunn on the John Banks Honda, and Mira as well in there. Ben Edwards as well, the rider from Scotland, making a flyer.
Yeah, he was just on the edge of the top 15.
Yeah, in 7th, there you go. You got Brad Todd
flying up the hill.
So we're looking for Purdon. Where is he? He's way down in 20th.
He's a mare.
Yeah, that is a mare, but he has got the strength and the conditioning to pull through the pack, but it will have a profound effect on his overall result.
No, you'd have to say that that's the podium out of the way for Purdon. I can't see him coming back from there. He's a decent performer, but he's not going to drag himself far enough up from 20th to... Mind you, having said that, there's a lot of other people that are not there, but as it stands at the moment, our podium would be Hurlins, Conrad Muse and the Kawasaki rider of Bobby Bruce.
Yeah, Josh Gilbert not making a good start.
Did they get tangled in turn 1? Were they close to each other on the gate, I wonder?
Yeah, could have done. On the Gabriel SS24 machine, but remember Gilbert working his way back to fitness, but that's not going to help being down there outside the top 10. Now they'll have to work hard at that. Looking for Martin Barrow, has had a relatively good day. He hasn't made such a great start either on the second Apico Honda. He's back in 13th.
So Muse is still there. He's not losing too much time. Bruce is there third.
Yeah, as we're saying, Martin Barr is actually currently third in the Dirt Store MXGB Championship. He had in the first moto, he got a 9th. So yeah, he might hopefully still be there in third at the championship. Hurlins is just going for it. This time around, he's not messing about. But as we said, for those people that saw the British Championship earlier on in the year, when Conrad took a race win at Ling, etc., since then, Jeffrey Hurlins has definitely gone up another level. There's no doubt about it. His performance at Longwall shows. We're getting back to the fully fit, fully confident Jeffrey Hurlins. That's not to say Conrad can't, but it's obviously with an informed Jeffrey. When he, as opposed to the rest, remember the reason he come and raced the British Championship was to get bike time.
Exactly. So what we're saying is, 3.2 is the gap, and Conrad Muse has lost 3.2 seconds to the guy that took that put 25 seconds into Jorge Prado in 9 minutes at Lomond. So yeah. Conrad Muse is absolutely still on a rip, and whilst we see a fastest lap then from Jeffrey Hurlins at the front, 3 and a bit seconds then to Conrad Muse. Conrad has not given this up by any stretch. In fact, I think he's a bit closer visually there than he was on the last lap. So let's see how Conrad can respond. Brilliant then for Bobby Bruce then on the DRT Kawasaki there in third. And that will that's a real good result for him if he can hang on even to 4th or 5th. There's Bruce then in the red on the DRT Kawasaki 450, and he's got a country mile back to the 4th place battle. Not even been shot yet.
That's a great thing for him if he can just. I mean, he might run out of path a little bit further down the line, but if he can go with them as far as he can, he's going to gap the rest of the field, and then he might be able to just bring it in third. Listen, this is not beyond the realms. Obviously, Hurlins is on fire, but let's just say, you know, hypothetically, that Conrad can race with him, and it's a big ask, we know that. But the dangling carrot is not only to beat Jeffrey in the race, but the overall, which would be huge.
Yeah,
under the current form that Jeffrey's in.
The gap's gone out there, I think. That does look like it's gone out a bit there, Jeff.
Yeah, as I said, it's a big ask.
This is the battle then, Sam Nunn and the 714 of Brad Todd. Yeah, he's there on the Honda. So Todd having another good ride. So there's a lot of riders in the top 10 this time that weren't in the top 10 last time. That was close.
That was close.
Sam Nunn did not want to give that up, and he didn't.
I thought those two lines were coming together then. That wouldn't have been an intentional cross jump. That was, again, just two lines coming together, and it was close. But Sam Nunn, Sam's a great grinder in these conditions. He just keeps it rolling. He's got a lot of stamina. He always does well in winter enduros when he goes and rides a few of them. Just a good all-rounder.
Yeah, that was close. And
the gap, by the way, out the front, sorry, Phil, is out to 3.1 seconds.
That's not out, because it was 3.3 last time.
Okay,
so,
there you go.
Yeah, so that's come back down a little bit. And I did see on the visual, one of our off-broadcast shots, that I thought that the gap was starting to close in a little bit. They've got 17 seconds then, 12 seconds Bobby Bruce down on our race leader, and then we've got another 10 back to Tom Grimshaw in fourth, and it's Mira, Sam Nunn, Brad Todd and Josh Gilbert. That's the battle that we're looking for at the moment. And then Carlton Husband and Dan Thornhill again having another good ride there. He's there in 10th on the Chambers Husqvarna.
I was just watching those two at the top of the hill, Jason Mira and Sam Nunn getting pinched up. Thinking of the overall result, I mean, there's still obviously a long way to go. This is a 25 plus 2-lap moto.
Yeah, we're only 6 minutes in. We're getting ahead of ourselves with overalls.
We are, but Bobby Bruce, because of the gap between the rest of the field currently, he would go, if it stayed like now, he's got a big gap to work with. He's currently going to go 5-3. So what I'm saying is, it's depending how far up Purdon can get and Gilbert.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, isn't it? But obviously the advantage is with Bobby Bruce, because they've got to get within at least 1 or 2 places of where Bruce is, and that is going to be a big ask. Not expecting that Tom Grimshaw, he's having a great ride there on the Apico Husqvarna there in 5th, and I would not expect that he's going to be closing down the gap to Bobby Bruce, certainly in the first half of the race. So as you say, Jeff, it really depends on what kind of progress Purdon and Gilbert have in the kind of the middle 15 minutes.
Tom, heard Bobby just had a big rear end swap. It's just as we cut away. I hope he managed to get lined up into that rut.
I think he was okay.
Oh dear, these two, as I said, you just, as to be expected, they are going to romp it now with clear track. Obviously, Conrad did not get a good start in the opening moto. This one he did, and with these two with clear track, it's no wonder the gap back to Bobby Bruce is already out to 12 seconds, basically. So expect both Jeffrey Hurlins and Conrad Muse to just walk away with it in this one.
So the bullet then, Jeffrey Hurlins on the Red Bull Factory KTM up the hill, and there's Muse. He's keeping him in sight, you know, Jeff. This is not a runaway for Jeffrey Hurlins, although the gap's gone to 4.3 this lap. To lose a second to Jeffrey Hurlins round Hawkstone Park, you're still on the pace. Bruce across the line now, that gap out to 20 seconds, but he's there in a solid third position.
It is all about that gap between Bobby and then 4th place, because that is 15 seconds. And then look at where Gilbert is on the leaderboard, and Purdon, who finished higher than Bobby in third and fourth respectively in the opening moto. So right now, Bobby Bruce is in a strong position to maybe clinch that podium position.
Gilbert's there in 7th. So Gilbert was 1 place in front of Bobby Bruce in Moto 1. So it's all going to be a bit mathematical for us to work that out. But Hurlins then out of the woods, and the smoothness of this man. Like you say, you'd pay money to watch him ride around on his own. He is so good. And we are witnessing one of the greats of this sport. We were lucky enough to speak to him earlier on. So we had him and the 3-time world champion Dave Thorpe down here in the booth at the same time. You don't see a legend all day and you get 2 at once. But Jeffrey, an absolute pleasure to talk to. And he's here and he means business. But Conrad Muse is still hanging in there, Jeff.
Absolutely. And that's what he wants, you know, it's that confidence booster. Like we said, you know, he could have robbed the British Championship, arguably, if he didn't have this level of competition this year. You want to win a championship, it's your job, you win bonuses, but at the same time, by Jeffrey Hurlins being in the British Championship, some commitment through there, man.
That was a bit of a kick for Jeffrey there.
Yeah, but he didn't shut down one bit, did he? So this is good for Conrad, to challenge himself, to raise his level. As we said, if somebody out there, you know, wants to pick up the phone with Dave Thorpe and say, I want your man, I want him to race GPs, that's a dilemma he would have.
Yeah, for sure. But Conrad, look, he's a good fit in that team. Not many people in the paddock know more about motocross than Dave Thorpe. Up the hill they go then. And I think the long shot, we'll see Conrad in the right-hand side, or left-hand side going up there. He's across the line, 5.5 again, just another second.
Yeah, edging it out, but Bobby Bruce still hanging tough. So really, the real racing we've got on going right now is really from 4 down to 10. That's the top 3 in their own right are kind of all spread out, and there won't be too much happening there for a while unless there's a mistake, I would have thought. So let's see what's going on and give some name checks to some riders a little bit further down the field. Jason Mirror has made a move on Tom Grimshaw. So he's gone up into 4th. Jason finding some real form. He's always shown potential. That's why Barry signed him up at Phoenix Tools. It didn't quite happen for him, but he's now gone back to kind of like, he's got support obviously, but doing more of his own thing. And Jason is starting to come back to speed. That potential, that early potential that we saw him when he picked up that Phoenix Tools Kawasaki ride.
Am I thinking that he's going to be a shoe-in choice for the Nations team?
You'd like to think so,
yeah,
wouldn't
for
you?
the Irish boys, yeah.
You know, yeah, I'm not going to call that, but I'm guessing he would be. If he didn't get the call up, he'd certainly be asking the question why.
And obviously the Irish always.
Here we go.
Oh, this is a battle. So Todd then trying to put the move on Tom Grimshaw, the DK Motorsports Honda of Brad Todd, then chasing down the Apico Honda of Tom Grimshaw. That's a great battle. There's husband. Thornhill in there having a good ride. And who was that? Was that Nunn has dropped a few places?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, not Carl Nunn. God, it'd be good to see him out there. Sam Nunn has dropped down to 9th position. So,
so who's in? So I think Thornhill's past Sam Nunn then. So on that lap. So here we go in the trees, and this is another pass. This is Gilbert on the move around the outside.
Well, he's fighting for a podium. Remember, Gilbert in the first moto finished 4th. So with Purdon way down the field, he might, if he can get high enough and bring it in 4th again behind Bruce, if the top 3 stay like it is, he might just do it. But
I think that Bobby might nick it, you know. I don't think he's going to get close enough. But anyway, we will see. We've still got
plenty left.
Plenty left. We're not even at half distance yet. Just getting close to. And as we can see, this is a brilliant battle in the mid pack. So there's Todd then on that DK Power Sports Honda, and he's now.
I'm not sure if Josh Gilbert found that line intentionally. I think he made a little mistake, and then all of a sudden the track opened up to him in a different direction with no bumps on it, and it was quite a sneaky little line.
Yeah, that was just momentum and gravity, that was, wasn't it? But props to Tom Grimshaw, because that was a solid ride then. From a decent start, he's hung in there at the front of this one. Oh, a bit of power.
Oh, I love that. Did you see Grimshaw there, just pulling in the clutch and dropping the throttle and just kind of doing the old panic rev to try and intimidate? That's not going to intimidate Josh Gilbert.
No,
but it's worth a try.
It was worth a try. And again, good shout out to Carlton Husband then on the Phoenix Tools Kawasaki. There he is going up the hill. He's behind our timing. He'll pop in. And he's been chased down by Dan Thornhill. Good ride from Ben Edwards. Martin Ball there in 11th. He's not having such a good ride. Sam Nunn dropped to 12th, so he's kind of had a bit of a mid-moto slump for whatever reason. Maybe made a mistake. Chris Mills there in 13th. He's having a good ride on the Yamaha. But here is that mid-pack battle. Todd on the 714. Is he closing in? Looks like he may well be.
Yeah, so as I said, Mira having a great ride. As I said, he'd gone from the Phoenix Tools team back to he's riding the motorcycle, by the way. That's not on it's motorcycle.
Yeah. I wasn't going to
gas. But I said that's a they get behind him, but it's a small operation. It's not a huge team, and of course he has to travel over from Northern Ireland every time. So it's a lot of commitment for those guys, and it's good to see it being rewarded. Not only fundamentally for Jason, of course, but also that motorcycle team.
And they've been regular performers over here in the British Championship and other championships for quite a few years now. We're used to seeing them over here. Look over the shoulder there. Is that Thornhill closing in on Carlton Husband? I think it is. So that's getting fairly racy. But there is Gilbert all over the back of Brad Todd. Closing in. Who's the rider in there in green in front of them?
I think that'd be Mira.
That is going to be Mira, yeah, that is Mira.
Mira is in the green, yeah.
So he's changed his kit from the last one. We've not seen him on camera at all. He's been the hidden man of the race, but he's there in a fantastic 4th place at the moment.
Well, he's going to get some airtime now, and justifiably so, because the 2 riders behind him are starting to close him down. So this is going to be the race for 4th, 5th and 6th. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, we've broken away from following Herlings and Conrad because, as you can see on the screen there, Jeffrey has stepped it out to a 7.7 second lead. Bobby Bruce, a whopping 42 seconds behind. He won't care one iota about that because he's in 3rd. He's got a nice gap over the 4th place rider. He knows if he stays there, probably on the pit boards, they're telling him you've got a shot here at a podium on at your first ever 450 British Championship race.
Yeah, he's just keeping his eyes rearward on this battle then for Jason Mira, and with the greatest respect to Jason Mira and also Brad Todd, unless Bobby Bruce has a little bit of a meltdown towards the end of this race, these guys are going to struggle to run him down. Gilbert maybe not so much, but I still don't see Gilbert closing the 20-second gap.
No.
And then I think that will be enough to give Bruce a podium.
Jason nearly tuck in the front end. We have seen several riders come down from that tunnel and pick up that hard sandstone on the inside, and it just wants to grab your front wheel and put you down.
So they're in the trees, in the shadows, and again, there's the number 10 of Mira. He's a unit, he is, isn't he? He's a strong lad.
He is indeed.
But he's the kind of guy that can muscle a 450 round this Hawkstone Park circuit.
And I said, you know,
service green kit then standing out.
Quite a few tracks in Northern Ireland have this kind of gritty, sandy terrain, so he's well accustomed to it.
There's some fantastic tracks over there. There's Husband, there's Thornhill. So that battle not closing up at all. That's another good ride from Dan Thornhill.
It is.
Another rider trying to get himself back to fitness. He's had shoulder issues over the past couple of seasons, and a good ride from Dan inside the top 10. Well, that was a nice jump from Brad Todd.
Tim Chambers would be happy that, the Chambers Racing team manager for Dan's team, because like I said, Tim always gets behind people that some other teams maybe would overlook, grafters, triers, everyday kind of man, and definitely Dan fits that bill. He gives it everything he's got.
Well, Tim was a big supporter of 4-stroke racing back in the day before the short-stroke Japanese stuff took over, and I've raced against many of his riders. Here we go, pass up the hill. Here goes Todd round the outside of Jason Mira. So Todd will move up to 4th.
It just looked to me like that Mira, well, there's two things there. He's either hit the wall a little bit because he did suddenly drop off. I don't think he got that corner too far wrong, or he's got an issue, and he seemed to be fishtailing a little bit up that hill. I'm just wondering if he might, if he might have a puncture because his times have dropped quite significantly, or he's just kind of hit the wall. Well, not too bad last time around, so I think he's just starting to feel it. He's going to have to fight back. No, he's got no puncher, you can see that.
Yeah,
so I think he just maybe didn't quite get the run out of the corner that he hoped, and then got caught up on all those rocks at the bottom and lost a bit of momentum.
Now, let's not forget that Josh Gilbert's been where he's been with these guys for a couple of laps now, and he is not getting any closer.
No, he's not. He is still down there.
It takes a wide of the goggles, but he's not. Obviously, Mira's just starting to drop back towards him a little now, but Brad Todd has started to gap out a little bit on Josh Gilbert, and that's been a 3-rider battle for about 4 laps now.
More importantly, with regards to the overall result, Tristan Purdon has not been able to make too much ground.
He's been there,
buried down there in 17th, so I don't know if he's had another incident, because he was, I think last time I looked, got a little bit further up than that. So I think he might have made another mistake or something, because, well, that's not going to get him onto the box. No two ways about it.
If he's had a moment somewhere, he's got a mechanical, or maybe he just went all in the first moto for that great result, that 3rd place, and he's just got nothing left. Maybe he's just. I mean, I know you said he's really, really fit, but if he's gone all in that first moto and not got a good start, maybe had a knock. Well, that's motocross. That's why we race. Yeah. And at the moment, Brad Todd is looking like that's 4-6 moto scores for him at the moment. There's no way that can't get him at least 5th overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Gilbert now showing a bit more of an interest. He's got his timing right through that, changed his line. Notice back through the sandpit, he decided that inside line that he stumbled across almost by accident is now not the favourable line, and he's launching in a bit more so he can get more momentum coming out, and it looks like only a matter of time. Maybe going up Hawkstone Hill. We saw Mira get overtaken there last time. This time he gets a much better run, but that outside line is definitely quicker.
It always looks faster, but you get shut down at the top. If you're not in front by the time you get there, you're just getting shut down, and then you lose time at the top because you've done it. And there's still quite a bit to go up there as well, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, in the old days, it turned left and then it went up even higher a bit more. They've kind of shaved it down a little bit up there. It doesn't go quite as high up.
We used to actually go left and then round the right
exactly,
and
left and right. And now it kind of just goes more right. And he got the job done. There you go. So he made a move, probably on the downhill, which unfortunately we couldn't get cameras to. Hopefully going forward, maybe next year, we'll be able to get more cameras and try and get more coverage of this circuit.
Jason Mira will have just pulled over at the top and waved him by. Mate, I'm done.
Yeah, if you're going to pass
Nobody can see me. We're done.
No, just sneak through when we're off the cameras, mate.
No, joking aside, a great ride from Jason Mira, whichever way up is. Josh Gilbert charging through from a not great start. He's now going to try and put a pass on the number 714 DK Power Sports Honda of Brad Todd. And I think that they will bring him within shouting distance of the podium, but I still think Bobby Bruce will have done enough because he's in front of him in this one.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at it. Bobby took a 5th in the opening motor. 5.3 is going to beat Josh's current 4. Where is he in? No, he's moved up a spot, hasn't he, Gilbert? So, yeah, either way.
Is a 5.3 going to beat a 4.4? Somebody needs to do the maths on that. We should really know that.
Well, we know who's going to win it. Maybe soon enough we're going to get to the 25-minute mark. We haven't shown much of Jeffrey Hurlins just simply because he is slowly stretched out his lead to 9.5 seconds, so it's not much of a race at the front. In all due respect, it's great to have Jeffrey here, but we've seen enough. We see Jeffrey week in, week out. Here he is. We aren't going to give him...
He was 11 seconds up, so Conrad's pulled a couple back. He did do that to 11 a couple of laps ago. So, and again, another mistake from the bullet. I can't see him giving up 11 seconds any way, shape or form as he comes round to put a lap on the number 74 Yamaha of Tom Murphy.
Just has to hang it up there because he can come in at the wrong angle to commit to that. But he can afford to lose a 10th by just backing it down and rolling through those ruts to get past Tom. There's the gap. Still waiting for Conrad to come into shot. There's Conrad on the Crendon Fast Track Honda Racing, True 7 as well, obviously hugely behind that team with Jake Nichols. And Hurlins looking a little bit, you know, not obviously in complete control, but I think it's more some of the lap riders that stopping him, enabling him to not jump that jump.
He's putting a lap on 162 of Stewie Edmonds there. So let's put this all into perspective. This performance here from Jeffrey Hurlins will have moved his championship lead from 6 to 10.
Yeah.
Because it was 2 this morning.
Yeah. Which, you know, honestly, if you break that down at the start of the year, okay, and Conrad's like, I'm going to go for another British Championship. Oh, Jeffrey Hurlins is turning up. Okay. If you got to this stage of the championship as Conrad and, you know, you're thinking, okay, I'm in it. I'm 10, but, you know, everybody was just expecting Hurlins to win every moto. That hasn't been the case. Conrad's
definitely not. Conrad has made a mistake on that lap because the gap has suddenly gone out another 6 or 7 seconds. So either Conrad's gone, enough's enough, or he's just caught a back market in the wrong place, made a bit of a mistake. Still going to be a long while before Bobby Bruce comes across the line, but an excellent ride for him on the DRT Kawasaki as our race leader.
I'd be interested to see by the end of the moto. We see the top riders in MXGP lap quite high up the field in world class. Let's see when they come to this standard, see how far up Jeffrey Hurlins laps some of the riders here. Let's see where the next rider that he overtakes or laps and see where they are. He might be coming up to Purdon and lapping Purdon. I don't think Tristan Purdon's too far ahead of him down the track.
No, I don't think he is. The other thing you've got to remember is you're looking at the likes of Brad Todd and Gilbert there. They're going to be over a minute down. But I seem to think that they put almost a minute into everybody's 6th place and down at Lommel.
Yeah.
So that's no disgrace.
This is, absolutely not. That's what I'm saying. It's like
these boys are doing okay, expecting to stay within 30 seconds of Jeffrey Hurlins. He gets a little bit of a kick over that jump.
Well, let's see him round. So
Bruce still well clear of Brad Todd, so he's going to be bringing this one home
He's lapped, I was going to say, next rider to be lapped is Charlie Putnam in 14th. So currently Hurling's at the 25-minute mark, is lapped up to 14th place, or just about to. He's going to get the 2-lap to go board.
Decent ride for Putnam, because obviously he's another one of the guys that's off out to do his American trip, as he gives Jeffrey Hurlings a nice line.
Staying well out of the way. Charlie knows what's going on out there.
I think did we get the 2-lap board that time? We
should have done. Yep.
So we watch the bullet then up the hill for the penultimate time. And you can't not enjoy watching this guy ride. And I'm sure he enjoys riding this track. There is Conrad Muse then, up the left-hand side of the hill.
Just a reminder that this is a combined championship and scored separately. So we've actually got Motul Fastest 40 points on the line, and some riders are only competing in that championship as well as the dirt store. We've got riders that are doing both. So there'll be 2 lots of separate overalls. So that's obviously, if we're, working out overalls, if people are wondering, then we've got 2 championships we're trying to simultaneously work out here with glitches in timing. So just bear with us on that.
So there was Perlin just going through shot Jeff, and he's going to go a lap down. He finished 3rd in the first race, but obviously not had a good, didn't have a good start. If he's not managed to get into his rhythm, then that'll explain why he's down there. I think he's made a little bit of progress towards the end of this race. There's number 10 of Mira. Has Todd been overhauled by Gilbert? I think he may well have done. So there's Gilbert across the line. And there is Todd.
Yeah, we are counting down. We're in the stretch here, 27 minutes on the clock. So next time around, Jeffrey Hurlings will have 1 lap to go.
So Gilbert pushes Todd to 5th. That's still a great result. So Bruce there in currently there in 3rd. So we've got a 3-4 against a 4-5, I think, or 4-4.
Well, let's get them over the line.
Yeah, it could all change.
Yeah, exactly. Bringing them in here.
There is Conrad then, riding the outside line. Something told to move. We've got a bike stopped at the side of the circuit. I think that might be the 48 of Harry Bradley. So last lap then for Jeffrey Hurlings as he comes round to put a lap on Ben Edwards. He's the man. I think he's having a good ride, Edwards. There goes Tristan Purdon. I'd say 3rd place in the first one, but the man on the Husqvarna not able to repeat that result. And Jeffrey Hurlings then through the centre of the circuit for the final time. It's been a clinic from the Sandmaster, the Dutchman. Conrad Muse having to come back from a really, really poor start in the first race, and as a result of that, maybe just expended a little more energy, not able to run the pace of Jeffrey Hurlings. But as Jeff and I were just saying, this is the man that put 25 seconds into Jorge Prado at Lommel just last weekend, and the expectation that Conrad Muse is going to do anything different to that. It kept him honest for the first 5 or 6 laps, but Jeffrey's just motored away as he comes through into, just jump into the sandpit fully for the final time. Nice long jump there over the famous, what used to be the Hawkstone double back in the day, and he'll just come round for the final time then into this final hairpin, and he'll wheelie down the hill, and he will take victory and the overall here at round 6 of this MXGB British Motocross Championship, brought to you by Apico. 13 laps then, this MX1 Race 2. And the Bullet then claiming victory. Conrad Muse is going to be making his way, getting some applause there from the side of the circuit. And he will take second place. And then hopefully, and it's going to be a while, I'm going to have to wait for the 579 of Bobby Bruce. And I think that he has done enough with 3.5 moto scores. I think that will be to 4.4. And if it's a tie, it will still go the way of Bruce anyway. But some excellent action here at Hawkstone Park this weekend. We've still got another race to go this weekend on the live stream. We've still got our final 125 race, I think, according to the timetable. We'll just have to have a double check on that one. And then, yeah, there's riders already down there in the holding area, obviously, in the background. So lapped up to 10th place there. Martin Bauer across the line in 10th. Edwards 11th. Purdon 12th. A bit of a recovery. Charlie Putnam 13th. Mills 14th. Stewie Edmonds 15th. There's the number 7 of Louis Kessel. He was 19th, so he'll take a point. And Scott Aldridge then is still out there. Yeah, so Bruce coming to the line now. He will take third overall. We've just had a quick add up with our points. So Bobby Bruce will get a podium in his first British race on a 450, and that's well deserved. And wait just then for Josh Gilbert to come across the line in fourth. There is Gilbert, and then it will be Todd. We'll take a short break, and then we will be back with Jeff in the winner's circle with Jeffrey Hurlins.
Hawkstone Park, another race win at Hawkstone Park for Jeffrey Hurlins. A good day at the office, a good shakedown altogether. Again, Conrad tried to keep you honest, but you just had too much from him in that one.
Yeah, he was really good. Like I said, first one would be nice if we go first, second, and that's what we did. And yeah, he kept me honest in the beginning. He was pushing quite hard, and yeah, it was like a good practice day for me. It was amazing, you know. A lot of fun. Track got nice and shaped up by the second motor, a little bit more rough than the first one. So really enjoyed it, and 1-1. I extended my points lead in the British Championship. We're 6 today, so we're 9 points leading now with 2 to go. So it's looking good, but yeah, 2 more races to go in England, and yeah, let's get back to the main focus, the GPs next weekend.
Talking of which, you've openly said that you want to use the British Championship for maybe a bit of further bike development. Yeah. Has that happened today? And if so, has it been in a positive way or a negative way?
Actually, quite positive. What we were hoping for was the start to have a massive improvement on that. That didn't happen. I mean, I think we have a slight bit better, but we still need to make the details good. You know, it's hard to make it like really fast and not get wheel spin, and you need that perfect combination. So we're still exploring. It's complete new setups. That like going up that hill, I felt like way more power than on my previous bike. So I think we just need to make it a good detail, finish it off. But I mean, we're short on time. I mean, we got a triple header coming now with 3 GPs, so it's hard to make make good testing days, because you know those are the best testing days when you're racing. But anyway, we're looking good for the championship there as well. We're P3 right now. But anyway, the end goal would be, you know, finish on the first spot. And it's going to be super difficult, but I'm still believing it could possibly happen.
Well, I've got to say, for us all in the UK, it's an absolute pleasure having you race in the British Championship and seeing you on a regular basis. We hope that continues going forward. Congratulations on extending your points lead, and good luck at the remaining GPs.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
There you go. There's Jeffrey Hurlins taking the race win here in the MXGB MX1 class, getting it done, extending his points lead. We're going to go back to the last race of the day, which is actually going to be the Dirt Store MXGB small big wheel class, so we're going to watch them. No, it's the 125s coming up next, sorry. Jeffrey's going to get himself ready for the podium, which we're going to cover later on. One more race to go. Congratulations. We're going to go back to the racing right now.
So our 125 class in the holding area for our final race of the day, the ACU Apico two-stroke festival British 125. This was a cracking race in the first one. It was a win in the end for Josh Vale, but he was so he inherited the win. But Jamie Keith led for most of the race until he tipped off. We were in the midst of a Jeffrey Hurling's interview at the point when that happened, so apologies for that. But when the legend turns up, you sit him down and you have a chat with him. But so Keith ended up second after being at the front for certainly the first half of that race. Matty Bayliss on the 17, he came in third, and then a great fourth place for the 30 of Charlie Richmond. The 99 of Jake Walker fifth. Will Haddock there in sixth. The Grand Old Man of 125 Racing, Ned Bradshaw then on the Yamaha, the 272, he was 7th. Harry Lee in 8th, Jake Davis in 9th, and the 33 of Dan Brough in 10th. And we just see the 99 of Jake Walker in the holding area. So our final track action of the weekend on Dirt World TV. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of this sixth round of the MXGB British Championship in conjunction with the Fastest 40 here at Hawkstone. This championship then, the first combined championship event. We've had very, very busy grids and some cracking racing here this weekend, and obviously with the format going forward for 2025, we're hoping for more of this. All of the main British Championship races will be live streamed by DirtWorld.TV. And if you want to follow us on YouTube, it's DirtWorld-TV. On Twitter and X, it's at DirtWorld.TV. And then also Facebook at Fastest40MX and Instagram at Fastest40MX. If you want to, we've got people commenting on our live stream, and we have got people here reading them as well. So that's good. They're getting looked at. So thank you for all your interaction on our YouTube channel. It's been cracking racing here and decent weather today. There you are. Follow us on socials at DirtWorld.TV for Facebook and at DirtWorld.TV on Twitter and Instagram at DirtWorld.TV. I will give a hat tip to all of our production crew here. They've made it incredibly easy for me and Jeff to ramble on about motorbikes going around a track today. We've had some excellent racing and the coverage has been top-notch, and been a real pleasure to be part of it. And we've still got one race to go, and we are hoping that that will deliver us a fitting finale this weekend. Our 125 and 85 classes, the two strokes certainly delivering. As I say, the first race then, Josh Vale took victory, Jeff. But while we were ensconced in the Jeffrey Hurling's interview, Jamie Keith gave up the lead. I think he tipped off, and Josh Vale took victory. So again, I think Jamie Keith's got the speed. We'll see if he can take victory. So the bikes fire up, and we wait for them to go out on their sight lap. So for the last time today, these guys will disappear off up into the wilderness.
A nice bit of two-stroke fill in the air. Obviously, they've been sat there idle. No wonder it's getting a bit smoky down there. Somebody's not having a barbecue, that is, by the way. We've got a fire on the go. That's just where they've been parked in the Parc Fermé. Obviously, they've ridden the bikes down. They've got and temperatures dropped a little bit now. Actually, we've had a much cooler day today than yesterday. More cloud cover. which is actually better for the guys racing, but also the shadows in and out of the trees makes it a bit easier.
As the sun starts to go back,
yeah.
Sorry, the sun starts to set and get a little bit lower in the sky behind the clouds. The vision will improve because the bright bits are not as bright, and therefore the shadows do not appear as dark. And these guys, last guys out on track, so they're going to get the roughest track of the day. But I think, as we've already said many times on the stream today, Jeff, that with how dry Hawkstone has been for the last few weeks, this is not your typical Hawkstone Park weekend. It's still difficult, but it's very much loose, dry sand on top of hard pack.
Noted. There it is, right in front of your very eyes. If you watch them landing off that jump, you can see how powdery it is on top, but there's nice firm base underneath. Of course, these guys, some will already been walked around the track while the pros were on, looking at lines, but some will just kind of dial them in, go a bit quicker. You'll see others that will roll everything, stop and have a good look. That's what a sighting lap's for.
Yeah, sighting lap for me is where am I going to go? I always look for places. I'm going to assume I'm not going to get a good start. Where can I go that everybody else isn't going to be on the first lap? Where is my alternate line? Where am I going to make up 5 places? Where am I going to run around the outside in a hairpin where everybody's queuing up? All of that stuff. If you have a good walk round, you can walk yourself or watch yourself 5 places, just by having a really good sight lap.
Yeah, prepare for the worst case scenario. Well,
in my case, the most likely.
The most likely, fair dues. Fair dues. You could see the 2 protagonists actually out on the front on the lead lap, on this sighting lap. So let's see, it's going to be Josh Vale, Jamie Keith. Again, it could be a simple overall equation. Josh Vale took the opening moto, Keith was second, Matt Bayliss came in third. So it's quite simple for Jamie Keith. If he wins the race, that's going to be enough, no matter what Josh Vale does. Remember, obviously people probably sometimes, I'm not saying all the time, sometimes questioning, guys, you need to know the overall results, etc. It's not been so easy this weekend because we are combining 2 separate championships with varying overall results because some riders are registered to some riders aren't to other. So if anybody's wondering, like, come on, guys, you need to be a bit with it on the other, that's the reason why we've been a bit more, and we've also had timing glitches here as well, beyond our control. Not making excuses, I am just outlining the reasons that there's a difference.
We have had our challenges this weekend, Jeff, and no mistake. I will say, and just before you came and sat down, that we've had a fantastic day's racing here, and the stream and everything today has been really good. We've still not been able to hook up our live timing off screen, which obviously helps the direction of the racing as well. And I think that Charlie and the rest of the team on the broadcast crew have done a bang-up job today to keep us looking at the people that we need to be looking at. And I'm convinced that we will get the same in the final race of the day. And I really want to see Josh Vale and Jamie Keith going at it for the overall.
Yeah.
And there's nothing to think that we'll see if they can both get out the gate together for a start, because obviously they both got good starts.
Just to highlight how we're combining the 2 championships for this one only weekend, by the way, so it's looking like that anyway. To highlight what I was just saying, so this 125 race within it has, as complicated as it's going to sound for the neutral and people that don't understand, there's effectively 4 separate championships running within this 125 race. We have the Dirt Store MXGB Youth 125 class. We have the 2-stroke Apico Festival 125 class that's part of the Fastest 40. We then have the adult Fastest 40 125 championship sitting within it, and then we have the combined youth and adult Fastest 40 championship within it.
But this, like I said,
so there we go.
But we said in the earlier broadcast of this race, Jeff, that the beauty of that, it gives 40 riders 4 different things to be racing for, because we've got our young guys, our older guys, the guys kind of in the middle, and there's a lot of stuff going on that enables these boys to be able to go out there and showcase themselves against their peers. The old boys, like we've got in there, the Dan Bruffs and the Nev Bradshaws, and the rest of them are in there. And then we've also got the youngsters as well, and it gives them a chance to showcase their talents against the people that are their immediate competition, as we see the Spencer S. Briggs commercials.
Of course, next year, the announcement's been made, of course, how the championship format's going to run next year. It'll be a much more simple affair. There will be a 1-2-5 youth championship attached to the adult British championship, so that's going to be a lot easier. There we go.
Oh, look at that. It's almost as if they've got it queued up for us.
So if you haven't read the news, this is how the 2025 MXGB championship's going to run next year. The youth categories below 1-2-5 will predominantly go and ride with amateur and clubmen at 2-day events, 6 rounds, 2-day events, but MXGB will be exactly what you see on the screen. It will be 1-2-5 for age 13 to 17. Then we have an MX2 class and MX1 rider. We're going to go back to taking a maximum of 60 riders, so you can actually qualify like the old GP days to make the fastest 40 to get into the race. There'll be no registration fee. So if you've got your phone and you want to race the British Championship next year, use the QR code there, get up to your screen, scan it, and you'll get all the information on next year's championship. As you can see there in red, all rounds will be live streamed on MXGB TV, and it will continue to be free to view. Hopefully, obviously, we can build this thing up, more investment, build the channel up. The more investment we get in, the more cameras we can get, the more all the
it will grow
whistles and bells we can add
yeah.
to it with better graphics, etc., etc.
But the quality of the racing and the quality of the broadcast today has been absolutely spot on, and it's... like I say, it's been good to be part of it, and hopefully we'll get a good race to round off the weekend and send everybody home with a big smile on their faces and getting ready for the next round of the Fastest 40, which is going to be the Apico 2-Stroke Festival at Sellinge in Kent on the 17th and 18th of August.
Yeah, looking forward to that. First time that the Fastest 40 has been down there. To Dave Willett runs that track down there. He's also got a new track that he's forming down there. So doing a lot of good things. And, of course, he was the team manager for the Junior World Team GB. Did a great job.
He
got
did a great job,
into third position, along with the riders, of course. Ash Wild, Glenn Phillips, Lee Dunham, all the rest of the team that they put together. So doing good stuff.
That's a who's who of getting stuff done, isn't it?
Yeah, getting good stuff done for our British youth riders. And some other federations, you know, we haven't got the resources of some of the others, but the guys have all pulled together along with a lot of good sponsors to get the Junior World team out there. And again, we put it on the box. So good stuff. One of the highlights of that weekend was obviously the 1-2-5 riders we had in it. Josh Fell, but Jamie Keefe in particular, bringing it in the Junior Worlds at that event, 6th overall. But now he's got to find that performance to stick it to Josh Vale to try and win the overall, because Josh is in the driving seat. But in the way that we score two-leg or two-moto motocross, you don't always have to win that first race. But if you're in second, you've always got a chance, because it is always decided. If it's a tie, the second moto result is the clincher.
It is the classic thing, a second's as good as a win. No, it's not, but it really is in motocross, because if you finish second in the next race, well, you're not. It isn't going to matter, because the other guys won both races. And if the guy that doesn't win the first race, the guy that wins first doesn't win the second race and he's behind you, then you've still got it. So it's all there to play for. If you win the last race, having won the first one, you know that you are all good for the overall, no matter what happens behind you. So we'll see as the 2-3-1 Fantic comes to the line. There's our results from race 1 then, Jeff.
Yeah, just looking down the list, some riders. We've had, just looking down there, number 33, going to give Jaden Anderson a little name check. This is his first time riding a British Championship. He regularly races the Scottish Championship. Thought he'd come and give it a go.
Impressed with the Scottish Championship. The tracks look excellent up there.
Yeah, doing a really good job up there. Johnny Hamilton and the rest of the crew and everybody involved with Scottish Motocross, well done. But where did Jaden come in? 21st? That's pretty reasonable.
Just
for your
outside
first
the points.
stab at the British 1-2-5 Championship. So well done to him.
Is that Matty Bayliss there on the 17 at this end of the grid? I know we've got two 17s out there on the grid. We've got 17A and a 17 of Harry Lee. I think that's Lee down the far end of the grid. Did not look like Matty Bayliss. Is that Bayliss there on the 17 in the centre of the grid there, Jeff, on the KTM?
That's him. Yeah, he's had a change of kit. He was in blue and white in the first moto. He's in... Oh, no, that's the other 17.
Right,
actually.
so
That's
it is
Harry Lee.
So that's Lee. So Bayliss is the 17 down this end.
Yeah, I thought that was Matt at first, because he's also rocking similar kit, but actually that's not at a distance. That is Harry Lee, yeah. So Matt is down this end of the grid. There he is. He's still in the white and blue.
So the Motul Fastest 40 Powerball Michelin Dirt Store British Championship, Apico two-stroke festival.
Two old boys, not old boys, but you know what I mean, next to each other.
Oh, there's Dan Brough.
Yeah, well, three of them.
Yeah.
There's Matt Bayliss, and Nev Bradshaw, and Dan Brough, all the experience telling them to go to the outside of the gate. You'll easily be able to tell when the 5-second board turns. There you go. They all lock it in, put it in gear, heads down. They're going to watch the pin. Some of them watch the actual gate. Who's going to get the jump?
Bailey's got a good jump. Bailey's got a really good jump
this time. And I was looking for Val. I think Val's made a better start this time than Jamie Keith.
Bailey's around the outside. Oh!
It's Charlie Richmond. Bayless not quite getting it, but it's Charlie Richmond that's gone into the lead.
It looked like Vale's there in about 4th or 5th, Jeff. So we'll let this one find its way through the trees, and we'll see who's where when they come back into sight properly.
Yeah. Well, this is a chance for Bayless. I've got to say, Val and Jamie Keith haven't made their regular good starts. Although Val has made a better one, makes a nice move up the inside. So he's in the driving seat here because he's already ahead of Jamie Keith, and I can't see Keith anywhere yet.
Was that buried in the mid-pack there?
So he's got some work to do. Remember, he is the championship leader with the red plate.
He is indeed. So we'll well, hopefully for him, he's in this little bit of a bit that we missed as we changed camera shots. So so there's Keith. That looks like he's there in about 6th place, Jeff. So he's just off the back of this group. Race leader already down over the tabletop. This is the 2nd and 3rd place riders. There's a rider in front of these guys who certainly look like it. Yeah, he's down out the corner. Look, he's already down towards the finish. So that's Vale checked out. That's Bayliss. Getting across the line, and it looks like Keith. It's Walker there in 4th. So maybe that wasn't Jamie Keith. I'm just assuming that because it's a front runner and it's a Yamaha that it will be the...
no, you were right. It was him in 6th. Yep.
Yeah,
184. Yep.
Yeah, so it is. So he's there. Ned Bradshaw there in 5th. So the Nev stat. He's up there in 5th, 6 seconds off the lead at the end of this first lap as these 1-2-5s scream their way up Hawkstone Hill.
What a wonderful sound that is. You can just about hear it out of our commentary booth here, our makeshift TV studio, and it's nice to hear those 1-2-5s rip up that hill.
Vale then starting to get a rip on at the front of this one. It's a long way to go to the end of the race. There's Bayliss. Then it's the 30 of Richmond. He had a good race in the first one. The 184 of Jamie Keith has gone through as well. 331. Will Haddock, he had a good race as well, so he's going to be on for 2 top 10 finishes today in this championship. And like I say, with it being a divvy up job between 3 or 4 different classes, some of these guys in this lower end of the top 10 will be looking at victories in their respective classes.
Yeah, well, Jamie's got to do some damage limitation. It's early days, of course, in this race because Josh Vell got the championship gap down to, it was 9 coming in. He took 3 points off of Jamie in the first motor, so it's down to 6. He's taken more than 3 in the current guys. It's going to be interesting to see who's going to be walking away with here with the red plate because Jamie Keith's got to do some work here to retain the red plate coming out of this one.
So Keith there over the tabletop, around the outside on that Yamaha, the blue bike, just going over the tabletop and out of shot. Here is your race leader, Josh Vale. Oh, that was a big slam, Jeff. He caught the top of that and almost hit the bank on the outside. He won't be doing that the next lap.
No, he probably won't. As I said, he's a strong lad. He's looking good here. By the way, Jake Walker is 3rd in the championship. Not completely out of it by any stretch of the imagination, but he's 54 points behind Jamie Keith. So that is quite a lot, but mathematically he's not out of it. Charlie Richmond, who's having a good one in this one, 4th in the championship. And then it's Lewis Spratt, Will Haddock for 6th, 7th is Travis Loughton. Then we have Charlie Huckovich for 8th, 9th is Tyler Jones, and Ollie Bubb is 10th in the championship. There you go. So it's going to be tight on the old red plate scenario at the end of the day.
So Keith has made up a position there. He's found his way past Charlie Richmond, and he's going to have a... he's gone down!
Well,
he hit. I think he hit the back of Jake Walker there.
He did, but he had nowhere to go because it was Jake that was washing the front end first.
Oh,
and
mate.
then obviously Jamie was carrying so much momentum. That is just a racing incident.
That's a big deal for the championship. So now all of a sudden, Jamie Keith has got to get himself sorted out. Hope that he hasn't damaged his bike. could have gone down hard, could have broke the front brake lever, done anything to the throttle. He's got to hope that he can reset and remount that charge. He got up pretty quickly.
Definitely going to cost him. So as I said, as it currently stands coming into this race, not current point scenario, coming into this race, the gap was down to 6 in the championship. Jamie Keith had a lead of 6 points. Right now, the gap between Josh Fell and Jamie Keith is definitely more than 6 points.
It is now, yes. And I think that what we will have seen as well, that Charlie Richmond got back in front of Jake Walker there.
Yeah, he did.
As a result of that. So I think Walker was, like you say, he was having his own crash there, and all of a sudden he found himself not falling off.
I'll tell you what, it was almost like
I'd like
Jamie
to see
Keith.
the side-on view of that.
Yeah, because it was almost like Jamie Keith kept him upright.
It was. So that's a bit of bad luck for the Yamaha rider, but what's the golden rule? Don't follow.
Yeah.
But to be fair to Keith, I think he was hoping to square off up the inside, and the 99 looked like he literally just tipped off and came across the track in front of him. So that's 6 1/2 a dozen. There's nobody to blame for that, but it's unfortunate then that we see the Yamaha of Jamie Keith then having to start his charge all over again.
He's going to go past, well, he nips the corner there just in front of Will Haddock on that popping candy. I think that's he's got a very Larry graphics.
I did see that in the pits.
Pretty
yes.
Cool. Yeah, he's got the cold crash helmet to match. It's a cool sponsor.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bike's got a certain look about it. So I think that was Will that he just pipped past there.
No, that's no. So
it was, yeah. Sure it was.
No, that's Haddock. That's Haddock on the back. Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Richmond yet, so he's done it yet. So we're looking for the Yamaha then in the background.
These two riders as well, they both went to the Junior Worlds. They were all, as I said, they were part of the team that got Team GB third on the box. So Richmond and Jake Walker were also there, along with Jamie Keith and Josh Vale, representing Team GB.
And while these guys may have gone there with no kind of preconceptions that they're going to stand on the podium, if you're not going to go, you're never going to go with it.
Exactly.
The experience that, for some of these guys, this might be that might have been the biggest thing that they ever do, and to be there and be part of that, we just hope that it inspires them to go on and do something bigger, and as a result you get
it's an eye-opener in so many ways. It's not just about the actual level of racing. Obviously it's the elite, it's a world championship round, it's all the infrastructure, the support that goes into running a world championship, the vehicles, the branding, everything. The whole thing. It's such a big learning curve for them.
So we'll have a look at the timing next time Jamie Keith comes by, and we'll see where he is. I think he's got a rider just in front of him.
That's Nev Bradshaw. He makes light work of Nev.
So Nev's there in 6th or 7th. In fact, Nev was 5th. So that's Keith back up to 5th.
I'm sure he blew past him there. I mean, they go out of our view, but it looked like Jamie had all the momentum, didn't he?
We got a couple of bikes going really slowly there. What was that all about? I did not see who they were. One of them looked like a Yamaha and one of them looked like a KTM. Obviously, I don't think either of them were Vale or Keith, because that's not the right place on the track for either of them.
We've seen, with his performance actually in the Junior Worlds, Jamie Keith's ride back through the field. He made a good opening race at the Junior Worlds. He didn't get a good start in the second one. I think he got caught up with another rider, hit the deck, and then he put on some performance to get back into 8th. And it looks like the old red mist is down, Phil. He's not thinking of any consequences. He's just flowing. And he's blown past Nev Bradshaw. Nev won't mind that too much. He's been there, done it. In fact, do you know what? Knowing Nev, he probably blew past him and went, "Do you know what, kid? Fair play. That was pretty good." He probably shouted at him to encourage him.
But you see, and this is the thing, the same with Tommy Searle. Look, I'm out there enjoying my race, and if I have a good result, that's great. If I don't, I'm still out there on my motorbike. A bad day at the track is better than a good day of anything else.
Yeah, and there he is. There's Nev. Nev would wish nothing but good luck to these youngsters, and and hopefully we'd like to see them, like the rest of us, have a great career in the sport. If they had half the career of Nev Bradshaw, it's still going to be a good one.
Yeah. Like I say, national champion in his own right as well, Nev Bradshaw. And he knows how to pedal an Evo bike, that's for sure.
He does, yeah.
So he comes across the line. So let's just have a quick look at the times there. So it's Vale from Matthew Bayliss with Charlie Richmond there in 3rd, 27 seconds down. And then it's Walker, 5 seconds then the gap from Jamie Keith to Walker. So I think that Keith is going to need to do a couple of 3 seconds a lap for the next couple of laps to try and get to 3rd but I do not think he is going to catch Matty Bayliss because he's only 15 seconds adrift of Josh Vale.
If he gets it to third, he is going to be, and Vale wins it, he's going to give up. He's going to be walking out of here with a 1-point lead. If he doesn't get higher than up to third and he finishes fourth, he's leaving there with at least a point behind if he gets to third. So it all hinges on how far Jamie Keith comes up the field here in the remaining time to see who's.
That was unbelievably fast through there.
Yeah.
So I said that Keith that he needed to pull 3 seconds a lap, as if that was like, yeah, anybody could just do that. But the speed through there was unbelievable. He was absolutely nailed on all through that corner.
Well, there's our race leader. Well deserved, I might add, by the way. Josh Vale, he pulled a really good start, better than he did in the first one. Made light work on that first lap to get into the lead on that SJP Racing KTM. So there he is, looking mighty fine, mighty fly in his fly kit. And all looking pretty immaculate right now. And he's going for a 1-1 scorecard that is going to, we're at the halfway stage, so this will...
You can't beat a 1-1.
No, you definitely can't. If you're going to go about your business, doing it with a nice clean sweep is the way to go. And he also top qualifying, didn't he, if I remember rightly?
He did, yes.
Going for that kind
no,
of...
I think Keith was fastest.
Oh, was he? Okay.
I will... time pass it. No, you're right, he did. Yeah, you're right, sorry. Did you notice how I found that really, really quickly? Yeah. That was just accident. But yeah, look, if he pulls this off, goes 1-1 and leads with the Championship League, you can't say that is not a good weekend's work for Josh Vale. But you will say that Jamie Keith, he's just not had the greatest day at the office.
No.
With that tip-off in the first one, and obviously another tip-off in the second one.
And that's just how it goes, isn't it? Sometimes
it's motocross. This is why we race.
There's Matt Bayliss chugging his way up the hill. He's getting a nice solid second. Of course, regardless of the 4 championships within one race, he's leading the Apico, two-stroke Apico Festival adult class.
So he will definitely take the victory in that because he was third in the first race on the track anyway, so there's no way that he's not going to be on the podium on the top step if he's the only guy in that championship.
There's Nev coming in the shot as well. So Jamie Keith is up to 5th, as I said, to retain his red plate. By our calculations, he needs to get to at least 3rd in this race. If not, the new championship leader will be Josh Vale. Going on. Who was that chase in the front? I think that might have been, was that Caden Smith? It looked like it might have been Caden. I'm not sure. It could have been out there. I think he was on that sort of white 50th anniversary Yamaha. It might have been him. It was such a fleeting glimpse.
Chasing the front round this corner at the bottom, and there's nobody on the floor. So I think he might have saved that.
I think he saved that, you know.
I don't think he had a lot of say in it, to be honest. I think that was just momentum. So Vale then 20 seconds lead then from Matt Bayliss. Charlie Richmond then another good ride for him. He'll have 3-4 for the weekend, and that will see him. I think that will see him on the podium for our youth class, or our younger guys class, put it that way. Again, we've got to pick the bones out of these multiple championships. So there is the number 44. I'm trying to look down our order list. That's Ollie Bubb. So Bubb then, so I remember him on an 85 big wheel not that long ago. And he's making the change to the 125. There is Dan Bruff. Again, he is a veteran of this class, and he is definitely, he's been around a long time. But Ollie Bubb then, that's there, it looks like on the Crescent Yamaha. And he has definitely shot up. In fact, I remember him, I've commentated on small wheels as well as big wheels. So Bubb there on the other, on the Yamaha, the number 44 Crescent bike. He's had a decent show, and I say, well, he's shot up a little, he's shot up a lot over the last 6 months or so.
Obviously, I've got some insight of that, being Ollie's team manager, the team that he's riding on. Yeah, Ollie is 6'2". Last year he suddenly shot up to close to 6 foot. Now he's 6'2", but he's filled out. And it's causing an issue. Basically, he has got so heavy for that 125. He gives up quite a bit of horsepower on the gate to the likes of Jamie Keith and others. And so he will be going to 250 next year. He's already had a little tryout, done a few local regional races on a 250, and it's suited him really well. So he's reverting back to the 125 to finish off his 125 career. He's got, obviously, to finish up the Fastest 40 Championship. He's been selected to race the Blue Crew Super Finale along with Jamie Keith at Matterley at the Motocross of Nations, and that will be his last 125 ride. And then we'll see that rider, number 44, making his pro debut in MX2 next year.
I was talking to a guy in the bar last night who's one of his lad is one of the guys that's been selected for Scotland for the Blue Crew.
Yeah, that would have been Jaden Anderson's dad, I would imagine.
Yeah, fantastic guy. They live...
Neil, yeah.
Yeah, they're miles up there in Scotland, so that'd be good for him. I did see that Jamie Keith had made another place, and he'd managed to pass Jake Walker on that last lap. So Keith now, I think he's up to, him up to third.
It's going to be interesting with because we've got the 2 championships within this. We've got 4, but actually, if we go with the 125 youth, the Dirt Store 125 youth, Jamie has pretty much won most of the overalls this year.
Yeah.
But obviously, Vale's always finished close behind him while there was only 9 points coming in.
Yeah.
Regards of the Motul Fastest 40, it's been more predominantly Vale that's been doing the winning.
Right. Okay.
And that's where we're at with it. So as I said, we've got 2 championships within one. We are going to obviously, when all the dust settles on all this and all the points, we'll work out where we're at with both championships. Just as one race alone has got 4 championships running within it, as I've said before. So, yeah, we'll work all that out at the end. You can follow all the results on social media, of course, when the racing is done. Don't expect it straight away, I might add.
No,
it doesn't work that way. There's a lot to be done here, but at some point you will see the results throughout the week. And you can always go on Speed Hive if it allows you to log in on your laptop or your phone. And they'll be updated as soon as they can coming out of the event.
So, yeah, everybody's socials will be updated over the weekend, and obviously we will play catch-up with our socials at DirtWorld.TV on Facebook, Instagram at DirtWorld.TV, at DirtWorld-TV on Twitter, X.
There's Matt Bayliss doing his thing.
Yeah, and YouTube, obviously, which you're watching us on DirtWorld-TV. Bayliss then now. Let's just see whether... Oh, got a yellow flag. Somebody gone down on the top now. They're just... Is that a bike issue?
Jamie Keith, he's all over the back of Richmond.
He is. Richmond takes a long look over his shoulder as they go up the hill.
I think that's critical regards of the Dirt Store 125 youth title. I said, look, I'm trying to do the maths here on multiple championships, but and my maths aren't a strong point. Remember, because we haven't got the live timing to show us the current live championship standings, all the overalls. So, but by my maths, if he can get it into third,
yeah.
And Vale wins, he will walk out of here with a slender 1-point lead in the Dirt Store British 125 youth title.
Either way, it's been cracking racing, and he's come back from there. He is. He's made the pass, so he puts the pass on Richmond. Then up the top of the hill, he looked like he got it half done as they went out of sight.
And that, realistically, is as far as he's going to get. He's not going to get all the way up there to Bayliss, who's way up the track.
Yeah, Matt Bayliss then a great start. I called him for the whole shot, but he just got shut out. As they came out of the first turn into the bank there, and just had to get off it and came out second, and that's the place that he's held for pretty much the duration of this moto, Matt Bayliss. So a good performance from him.
You know, we've got a 20-minute plus 1 lap moto. Jamie Keith is a good few seconds behind Matt Bayliss, that's for sure. It's going to be a tall order for him to close down 20 seconds or more down the road. With the time remaining, he is going quick, of course, but you can see the difference, the gap. Matt was 27 seconds behind the race leader Vale, and in return, some further, about approximately 20 seconds back, he is your third place rider. So it's a big ask.
Shout out to Charlie Hucklebridge there in 14th. He's out there doing the do.
So just to highlight the championships again, for those people that have asked about the red plates, that's why we've got dual red plates, because Jamie coming in, the rider on screen, was leading the MXGB Dirt Store British 125 youth title. When it comes to the Motul Fastest 40 125, the Apico 2-stroke Festival 125 class, it's Jamie Keith winning the championship. Shaking his head, he knows it's not been his day. And he probably knows that's about as far as he's going to get.
Yeah, you'll be looking at the track and seeing nobody of any importance to him. He knows that we're getting probably got a signal to say, look, minus 15 on Bayliss.
Yeah,
and that's as much as he wrote. But he was unlucky. So if he hadn't have had that tip off right here, where we're looking at the bottom of the hill, could he have mounted a challenge to get towards Matty Bayliss? Then maybe he could. It's still 14 seconds. With not long to go. I think we're going to get last lap this time by, as our race leader then coming out of the woods, Jeff
Yeah,
those ruts, they're scary. It's just so risky.
Yeah, I think he will. Yeah, it's going to take him more than 30 seconds to get it round to the flag from there, I think. So we're going to see the one lap board. Should be seeing the one lap board this time around. Jamie won't think it, but sometimes when you got that big a lead, you could almost just back it down a little bit, just so you don't have to do an extra lap, really.
Yeah, so...
But he's not thinking of that at this stage. He wants the race fitness and get himself ready. Here go the distance, no problem. That's what he's trained for.
So Josh then making light work. That's nice leap out of there as well. And again, we saw him on that line right on the right-hand side of that tabletop. There's the famous Hawkstone double jump back in the day. And again, that's not dug out anywhere near as much as we would normally have seen. But that doesn't mean to say that this Hawkstone Park track has not been a challenge this weekend. There's the board.
Nicely over those braking bumps into that. He just rolled off the throttle a little bit and then peeled it back on just to get the front wheel to go over all those braking bumps in the rear of the track. Okay.
So, yeah, that was entertaining. Our TV just turned itself off, so all of a sudden we were just staring at a wall of black there.
Yeah.
And there was a bit of horror on everybody's faces, but it's not the first time it's happened. So here's our race leader then. For what is the final time, Jeff? It's been a cracking day's racing.
It's been better than that, Phil. It's been a cracking 2 days
racing. It has indeed, yes.
Yep.
We kind of teed it up yesterday. We had all of our amateur guys out there in the fastest 40 amateurs, and it's been wall-to-wall racing. We literally have not had a minute between any of the action, which means it's entertaining at this end for us.
And we've had some incredible battles, not just all the way down the field. We've had some notable ones at the sharp end. You know, incident, you know, all that kind of stuff going on as they laid it on the line, particularly in the Honda Cup yesterday. If you didn't see yesterday's action, go back, watch the Honda Cup. It's quite an epic race for those. Somebody was going to walk away, 2 riders were going to walk away with a brand new Honda CRF 250R, and it all went down to the to the wire really in the last race. Lots of incident. We've had it in the 85cc class as well, across the board with small wheel and big wheel today, like Hayden Statt and Finley Pickering taking his first race win in the big wheels and overall. Yep, the 125s have yet again delivered. All the amateurs and clubmen yesterday were brilliant. We saw some amazing racing in that, and of course, tell me when it's not good when you've got Jeffrey Hurlings riding around in the sand as well.
Exactly.
And the MX2 with Tommy Sill, incredible stuff.
So fantastic weekend, and as Josh Vale rides it in on the KTM, the Gabriel KTM. He's there. He's done the deal. He's going to take the overall. Jeff, you're going to go off and do your final winners' circle of the weekend. And Josh Vale will take victory. Bayliss will come across the line in second position, obviously a little way down. It's a rider who is a lap down. But Bayliss then, again, just doing what he needed to do. He's got a good start in that second moto and took it all the way to the end. And it will be Keith third. A great fourth then for Charlie Richmond. And that was Bayliss then just coming across the line. Timing just flicks over onto the second group of riders. It will flick back and hopefully we'll see a few more people over there. Oh, so there's a few. Wow, so this just to show you. So there's Bayliss across the line, 46 seconds down. That shows you the speed of Josh Vale at the front of that one. But you can't back off on this circuit. That's when you go down, that's when you make mistakes. Jamie Keith comes across the line. He'll feel that he's let that one get away a little bit, but to be fair to him, the crash that he had at the bottom of the hill was not really of his making. He just managed to clip the back of Jake Walker as he made a mistake. Richmond comes across the line in a good fourth, so that will be 4-4 moto scores for him, and that will be should be fourth overall. But obviously we've got all the class splits, which will come out when we do our presentations a little bit later on here at the circuit. We're waiting for Jake Walker in fifth. Nev Bradshaw then in sixth. So Walker across the line. Bradshaw not that far behind him, so a good 6th place for Ned Bradshaw. We've enjoyed our coverage here at DirtWorld-TV for round 6 of the MXGB British Championship and the Fastest 40 here this weekend. Racing has been absolutely top draw. We're going to cue to an advert and then we will send you to Jeff for the final time down in the winner's circle, and we will hopefully see you all online for the next round, which is the 17th and 18th of August at the Apico 2-Stroke Festival down there at Sellinge.
Okay, here we are, last winner's circle of this epic weekend, combined championship with the Dirt Store MXGB Championship and the Motul Fastest 40. Complicated when it comes to scoring. We've had 4 separate championships within one race, but you've had a great weekend, Josh Fell, going 1-1, extending your lead in the Motul Fastest 40, we know that, and you've closed down the points in the Dirt Store MXGB Championship, we think to 3. Of course, I was counting a rider that wasn't in it, in Matt Bayliss, but a good day at the office. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's been a good day, you know. This is one of my strongest tracks on the calendar, so we knew what we had to do coming into it, and we did what we'd said we'd do, and we've brought the points close in the British, and I've pulled more away in the Fastest 40, so I'm happy.
Of course, we're getting to the sharp end of the season now, and it's really starting to tighten up between you and Jamie, particularly in the Dirt Store Championship. We both know how much you want it, so momentum is currently with you. You know, what happens from here with Josh Fell? Do you go home, do you rest, or are you constantly thinking championship, championship, championship?
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters is the championship. But go home, have some rest, and then be back in the gym on Tuesday working to hopefully be British champion again. So.
What's the next race for you coming up? What's next on the calendar? You got any time coming off?
Fastest 40 at Sellinge, so
yeah,
hopefully we can wrap it up there and then try and get the British out of the way, and then we'll get some winter training done and then full EMX next year. So.
Great, I'm looking forward to that with you going full EMX. That would be pretty cool. Okay, look, dude, well done on a good weekend. Congratulations, solid performance. You go and get yourself scrubbed up, ready for the podium presentation. Josh is going to get out of the way here. As you can see, I'm stood in the middle here of 2 banners. We've got RHL and ACU obviously doing FIM. We've also got the Dirt Store MXGB Championship running alongside the Motul Fastest 40 powered by Michelin this weekend. It's the first time we've ever done this. We really hope you've enjoyed the action over the 2 days here from Hawkstone Park. Obviously, with multiple championships running on, we've done our best to keep up to date of where everybody is. It's not been easy because it's the first time we've done this. It's been a great weekend, so we want to thank personally, I do, and the whole team. Obviously, all the guys in the live stream production that work hard with that, all the cameramen, giving the thumbs up behind the camera here because obviously we want to build that. So thanks for that. To our incredible marshals, medical crew, all the crew at Hawkstone and Salop Motocross Club, Gareth at RHL, everybody, Paul and Neil Irwin, the riders for coming out, the fans for coming out. It's been a very positive day for British motocross, and long may that continue. We hope you enjoyed it. We'll be back with a live stream with the Motul Fastest 40 down at Sellinge in mid-August, so keep an eye out for that on all our social medias. We've still got championships to run across in both classes and both championships, so we're looking forward to that. Okay, we're going to take a well-earned rest. We're going to get to the podium. We are going to end this stream right here, right now. Again, so thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for the support. Let's do this again soon. We hope you enjoyed the weekend here at Hawkstone.